got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
As responsible members of the global community, Africa and China have created a reliable path towards a shared future. It is indeed in Africa that the Chinese concept of a global community of shared future is gaining a broader and deeper meaning and setting a clearer goal and blueprint for the peoples of the continent. To have a common future where there is prosperity and people-to-people connectivity, the Chinese footprint has begun to be seen across much of socio-economic lives, infrastructure and technological modernization of the peoples through the China-African community of shared future. Like a consensus decision, African countries quickly embraced the idea and took it up from there to build partnership based on equality, secure environment, promoting harmony and inclusive development, respect diversity, and building green ecosystem. The two parties already shared some levels of history, culture, demographics, and external imperialism experience. Today, the two parties are forging steadily to concretize the ideas that is defining the kind of world they think they need and to coexist with other races. Trust and confidence is being built into the friendship. In today's new talk, I shall be discussing how Africa-China cooperation is forging a path to a shared future. I am Bayo Olaoye. As a student of the society and globalization and an ardent follower of great power politics in Africa, I have come to the realization that Africa's development to a very large extent is gradually bearing Chinese characteristics, as China too is tremendously benefiting from the continent's rich resources and large market. Through bilateral and multilateral frameworks across different human endeavors, African countries have found and pursuing common purpose and common destiny with China. For example, initiatives like the Belt and Road Initiative (BRI) and the Forum of China-Africa Cooperation (FOAC) are building common prosperity in some African countries as a clear evidence of win-win cooperation. This means that both the developed China and developing African countries are creating a community of shared interests, responsibility and destiny whose well-being and security are interrelated. But come to think of it, we are all one human family, living in a shared earth, our only home, the only planet we have and the only one that is known to support life. It behoves on us to care for each other and its future. Humanity, that is, all human beings collectively living on earth, should take responsibility in caring for its peace, security, health, happiness, and sustainability. Africa too is making attempts to strike harmony between humanity and nature. To get there, humanity must cooperate across every sector: climate change, food security, debt management, and pandemics are some of the areas where interdependence and interconnectivity of nations are needed to address them. Therefore, the support from outside to mitigate Africa's challenges received attention from China. Many African countries are addressing poverty, diseases, illiteracy, violence and insecurity through trade and economic and security cooperation with China. While some are being solved, others are getting more complex and intertribal in some African countries. Amid the great power rivalries in the region, Cold War mentality and the weakening global governance, the situations in Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso and the Democratic Republic of Congo (DRC) are giving way to alternative and responsible partners. For instance, Niger complained that what is called of the condescending attitudes of France and Western powers in negotiating with them to resolve ongoing political impasse. On the other hand, China has demonstrated itself as a responsible partner to lift those countries out of economic and security challenges. No complaints of discrimination or domination. The no-holds-barred modernization and revitalization of many cities and towns in Africa are also development in terms of roads, bridges, rails, airports, dams, hospitals, fintech, and economic mutually beneficial cooperation. There are good testimonies of these infrastructural initiatives from Mozambique, South Africa, Zambia, Tanzania, Kenya, Ethiopia, Djibouti, Ghana, Senegal, Morocco, Egypt, and other places. Africa's mode of production and services have significantly improved through Chinese technology and innovation. Information, communication, transportation, power, agriculture, defense and security, and other engagements have received the quality boost from China. Africa's connectivity and exchanges have become faster, deeper, broader, and more extensive than ever before. In the past, telephone calls were routed through Europe. To build a genuine shared future and prosperity, Africa and China need greater cooperation and solidarity in working together and aligning individual interests to solve problems. There is no better place to forge than in Africa. The way Africa and China are going promises to build a community of shared future for humanity. But Africa must adhere to principles of openness, inclusivity, mutual benefit, equity, and justice for its people, for this cooperation with China to be viable and beneficial. I am Bayo Olaoye. Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are three reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationships with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News. In Lagos State, access to clean water and sanitation has long been a persistent challenge to residents. To address these enduring issues, both government, practitioners, stakeholders, international partners, community leaders, civil society organizations, in conjunction with international agencies such as the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, have taken steps to seek sustainable solutions to the complex challenges facing the water, hygiene, and sanitation sectors in Lagos. In today's news talk, my focus is on the critical role of water in fostering peace, cooperation, and socio-economic development in any society. I am Bayo Olaoye. There is a need to emphasize the fundamental importance of water as a human right, and that there must be collective action to address the inequalities in access to clean water. There is also the intrinsic relationship between water scarcity and conflict, with the potential of water diplomacy to bridge divides and build lasting partnerships. Recently, the Lagos State government took the bull by the horn by establishing the Water, Sanitation and Hygiene Policy, also called WASH, as a guiding framework for equitable distribution of clean water and sanitation services and empowering communities to take ownership of their water resources. The program's support for various activities in the water sector, including capacity building and rehabilitation of waterworks, represent a holistic approach to water management and underscores the dedication of government to promote water security and sustainability in urban areas. The Lagos State Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, emphasized the pivotal role of water in fostering peace and cooperation among communities and commended the WASH policy, pointing out that the state government will not leave anyone behind in its quest for water security and peace. The WASH policy represents a milestone in streamlining the frequently aggregated WASH sector, emphasizing crucial governance reforms, sectoral coordination, institutional role classification, and service decentralization. Tokunbo Lawal emphasized the proactive and structural framework adopted by the government in executing the policy. Key initiatives included establishment of a planning committee tasked with overseeing the implementation, holding quarterly review meetings to monitor progress, and organizing a workshop to delve deeply into the intricacies of the policy. These policy-led initiatives underscores the dedication of government to address the complexity within the WASH sector and signifies a significant step towards achieving sustainable and equitable access to water, sanitation, and hygiene services for all residents of Lagos State. There is a need by the Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission, SOUQ, to establish a robust regulatory framework designed to imbue the sector with a culture of regulation ensuring adherence to set standards, and promoting the entitlements of consumers to quality services. Standards for services must be established, which serve as benchmarks for service providers, ensuring consistency and reliability in service delivery. Finally, while advocating for the rights of the consumers to quality services, LASWACO must emphasize the importance of transparency and accountability in all aspects of its operations. I am Bayo Olaoye.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana.
My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep
watching SOUQ
News TV.
The best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found this route in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the life different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more. SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the MSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
SOUQ morning once again. It's Friday and we are excited. Well, guess what? We've been excited 24 hours before you. Why? Because on the aisle and on SOUQ, the weekend starts on Thursday. All right. Welcome to the show, SOUQ Business Landscape, on a lovely, lovely clement morning. It had rained, but we're not wet. We are just cool like that. It's SOUQ News Television, and we're on to the first programming for the day. We'll take a look at headlines, business headlines from business publications from across the world. We're discussing how it affects the economy, how they're shaping policy from country to country, how the investments are going on, stock markets, and all that good stuff that helps you up your money. That coffee break calls right now. When I run out and go for it, stay here with me. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. That was a quick one. All right, so we jump onto business day. And before we go, I want to remind you, remember and do not forget, it's the hashtag SBL. Always, once it's Monday, Wednesday, or Friday and Friday, it's a hashtag SBL all day, although officially we do from 7 to 8, right? Business Day Nigeria. ExxonMobil's $10 billion in Nigeria's deep water assets to unlock 180,000 barrels per day. Once again, ExxonMobil's $10 billion in Nigeria's deep water assets to unlock 180,000 barrels per day. This sounds good. To many, it's not up to what we are being touted to produce. But hey, Cardoso lures investors with historic OMO yields. Cardoso lures investors with historic OMO yields. Yield on 1 year, OMO bill hits 32%. Naira as well rebounds to 1,576 Naira to the dollar. How filmmakers can tap into $1 million biopics market. This is a special article on page 30, and it's looking good for all the creatives out there, especially for our Nollywood brethren. You got to go check this out. This is on page 30. Quick, we'll move on to Business Daily in Kenya. Kenya eyes UAE-backed 193 billion shilling debts as IMF delays. IMF is delaying that check, as we like to call it. But Kenya is eyeing the UAE-backed 193 billion shilling debts. Treasury seeks to diversify financing options for them. Then on Wednesday, we talked about SOUQ. The SOUQ bond is seen as cheaper than the Euro bond, which is an ongoing struggle for them. CBK insiders, bankers vie for second deputy governor post. CBK insiders, bankers vie for second deputy governor posts. Catch that one on page 6 as well as we move on. Delays in repairing leaking fuel pipe disrupts flights at JKIA, one of the popular airports. They're talking about delays in repairing. There's a fuel pipe bust and it disrupts flights. And I can imagine, it reminds me of down here when we go through those issues, delays for hours. Sometimes we need to talk about those early flights as well. So it's not all bad. Spam emails cost Kenyan banks in privacy breaches. I don't know how this works. Spam emails cost Kenyan banks in privacy breach. These emails come at the speed of about 5 to 6 in a minute. Guys, you need to slow down. So now it's costing Kenyan banks. Okay. Banks forecast bigger cuts to base lending rates. Banks forecast bigger cuts to base lending rates. Lending rates are being abased, and banks are looking at that, preparing their minds out in Kenya, because the lending rates gonna go up. So another article that catches our eyes: if health information exchange system is implemented well, this is a quote by the way, if it's implemented well, it has what it takes to be a game changer. Catch this one on page 29. It's something that's speaking to, well, the game changer for the day. We move on to South Africa Business Day. HSBC to exit as South Africa banks hold firm. HSBC to exit as South Africa banks hold firm. HSBC is quite big, it's one of South Africa's biggest banks across Africa, actually, the Southern Africa and the East, but they are looking to exit. Hey, Ramaphosa tells of his Musk bromance. So at the last episode on Wednesday, Ramaphosa was talking about the meeting he took with Elon Musk and what they're doing with Starlinks as it entered Kenya for the first time, and he talked about making sure it infiltrates across the country. So Ramaphosa tells of his Elon Musk bromance. I wonder why they've had to put this headline like this. Bromance indeed. Okay, poultry body eyes VAT exemption. Poultry body eyes VAT exemption is something that is looking good, because when we're talking food, especially with the inflation across board, not just in Nigeria, we're talking across the world, not just Africa as well. So if VAT exemption is coming to poultry, to the poultry body as it affects them as a whole, it's something to be should I say, what's the word? Celebrated. That's the word I was looking for. NASPA's record as 10-cent soars. NASPA records as 10-cent soars. Starts on the headline. It starts on the front page, I beg your pardon, and you could close it on the back. Hollywood and AI. Rom-com in the making. Hollywood and AI. Hollywood and AI. I don't know if Hollywood, if there's infusion, let me say when, because it's looking like it's happening already. When there's infusion of AI into Hollywood, I think it's, for many, let me be on the fence on this one. For many, it's amazing because AI is infiltrating everywhere, infiltrating all the creative arts. We're talking media, print, radio, filmmaking across board. So this is something that many are celebrating, but many are also looking at it as it would strongly downplay the arts. But let's see. We'll keep an eye on that one. Robust strategy can boost South Africa global trade performance. Robust strategy can boost South Africa's global trade performance. Well, if it's going to have a boost, how strong is the boost? If it's actually going to have a boost, people doubt it might not. But let's see. We'll take a break now. When we return, we will go from Africa to Asia, and we'll begin with my favorite country, Bangladesh. Stay here. Keep sipping on that coffee.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
That's what I was into my coffee just before I got back onto you. So business posts World Bank to provide $3.5 billion to support Bangladesh's reforms. World Bank to provide $3.5 billion to support Bangladesh's reforms. There's something about Bangladesh, right? There's something really special about Bangladesh. Last week, if it's not last week, I think it was on Monday, the show on Monday, we talked about, we had, when we were looking at Bangladesh, we had 4 headlines where IMF gave them some money, the World Bank gave them some money, Germany give them some money, and this is looking good. So World Bank is back again and talking about supporting the reforms. Bangladesh is looking good. It's looking like fertile ground. I just might be moving out there soon. China wants to invest in solar panel manufacturing, deepen ties. China wants to invest in solar panel manufacturing, deepen ties. So this is how China moves, of course. China gets into a place and it takes over. So Well, I'm sure we could do with more solar panels, because out here in Africa, it's something that is contributing, supporting, if I may use the word, our electricity sector. I'm gonna leave it at that, so we don't come off as something else on this about this news. It's good news, by the way. SOUQ prices rise by 36% compared to last year. SOUQ prices rise by 36% compared to last year. Catch all the news, all the back and forth between SOUQ and the economy on page 10. Bangladesh inflation to rise by 10% in fiscal year 2025. This is coming to us courtesy of ADB, Africa Development Bank. It says Bangladesh inflation to rise by 10%. Now, if we're talking about Bangladesh inflation rising, what's with all the loans that came in? It's something we have to wrap our heads around, but hey. Uzbekistan urged to provide more market access for Bangladeshi products. Uzbekistan urged to provide more market access for Bangladeshi products. And most of Bangladeshi products are, if I'm not mistaken, fabric-based, basically. So Uzbekistan is urging them to stay with them, if put correctly. Economic Task Force to prioritize reforms. Project discipline. Economic Task Force to prioritize reforms. Project discipline. All right, on to Financial Express. Out in India, Asia is just a lovely continent with all the good news coming through. Financial Express India, government retains H2 borrowing goal. Government retains H2 borrowing goal. So it's talking about gold bonds are to be used as and when required. Gold is something that has backed them for a while, and they're talking about their borrowing goals will stay for a while and supported by gold bonds. New IT portal to fast-track refund of unclaimed shares. New IT portal to fast-track refund of unclaimed shares. So the blueprint prepared facility is to be up and running by what year now? Blueprint prepared facility is supposed to be up and running by next year, early next year, 2025. Butch hopes for equity market-like growth in core bonds. Butch hopes for equity market-like growth in core bonds. President Modi launches 3 India-made computers. This is such great news. So Modi launches 3 India-made computers, and it's something they're celebrating today, and it's worthy of mention across the world, because once you're a producing economy, you're a producing country, it ups everything about revenue and income for you and eases things up. Wazir X gets 4-month moratorium from Singapore courts. Wazir X gets 4-month moratorium from Singapore courts. FMCG firms see rural growth topping urban. Wow. FMCG firms see rural growth topping urban. It's something, a discussion I was having sometime last week. We're talking about who are the people, of course, the food inflation and all that's going on. Who are the ones that are purchasing more, seemingly? Because we realize that in the rural areas, more purchases are going on. For instance, many of the products, many of the manufacturers, especially FCMG, FMCG, by the way, sorry, are making and cutting down on production. Not just cutting down, they're making bite-sized products. So let's say, for instance, 100 mg products, they're making 10, 15, 20 sizes, smaller sizes. So in the rural areas, people are buying more. Let's say the things that cost, should I say, let me use bread, for instance. Bread will cost 2,000 naira. But they're going as far as considering people because of the lack of money availability. So they're making, for instance, bread at 2-3 slices and it's costing less. So when in the rural area they're buying more of those, turnover growth is increasing. Amazing stuff. Government hints at rise in prices of ethanol sugar. Government hints at rise in prices of ethanol sugar. There's a special that caught my eye, and guess what it is? Why Telegram is a problem for governments. That's it. So the messaging app has agreed, right, to provide some user data to law enforcement agency. Why is the question? Catch the full gist on page 8. But as we talk about this, user data, we're talking privacy here now. It's something that is a thin line akin to breaking the law. But catch that full gist on page 8. Accenture sees fiscal year 2025 revenue growth of 3 to 6%. Accenture sees FY25 revenue growth of 3 to 6%. That's a great thing. That's good news. Market surge to close at new record high. Market surge to close at new record high. Still in financial aspect, India is booming. Listing time cut to T+3 for debt securities issue. Listing time to cut T+3 for debt securities issue. Center not try to take on WhatsApp spam menace. Complaints are going on about spam on WhatsApp. I guess WhatsApp is taking the toll of emails. So they're saying that it's Center not try that will take on WhatsApp spy menace, and we look forward to that. Meta debuts first ever AR glasses called Orion. Facebook debuts their first ever AR glasses called Orion, and it's something that Apple has been in the market, or rather been in the garage working on. They've been working on that for a while. It was almost launched earlier this year, but it was held back. So Facebook has jumped the gun and check out their first AR glasses called Orion. Inducent Bank aims to triple AUM to $30 billion in just 3 years. Inducent Bank aims to triple AUM to $30 billion in 3 years. China to issue $284 billion of sovereign debts. China to issue $284 billion of sovereign debts. We'll segue to Gulf Times business in Qatar. Natural gas offers key advantages as cleanest hydrocarbon fuel. Natural gas offers key advantages as cleanest hydrocarbon fuel, says Al Attiyah. Al Attiyah is in charge of the environments, and he says, and it's in quotes, cleanest hydrocarbon fuel is what natural gas is going to be giving them. Oil markets seen to face soft demand. Oil markets seen to face soft demand. Brent is expected to average 73 in 2025. Brent expected to average, say, $73 in 2025. Qatar Bank's net profit to remain stable despite rate cuts. Qatar Bank's net profit to remain stable despite rate cuts. And the emphasis is on stable because it's in quotes. And that's a good thing happening in this era of inflation and all that's going on. China is said to weigh $142 billion capital injection to bolster top banks. China said to weigh $142 billion capital injection to bolster top banks. We had on the show, my analyst, Dr. Idausa, has said a lot of times, and we always reiterate that banks are the only ones seemingly, allegedly, cleaning out in this period. So if the injection of $142 billion is going to use to prop them, many ask why. Okay. Business Standard India, we're on to you. U.S. tariffs risk Chinese goods flooding India. U.S. tariffs risk Chinese goods flooding India. They have made tariffs up to 100% on key items from China, which takes effect today. Tariffs up to 100%, that's double. They want them paying double. If not, slow your roll. Don't take over our markets. That's what they're saying. And it's taking effect today. As well as India's trade barriers with China is posing such a big risk to their business. That's another reason. Now, top 5 imports, as they you could see on the front page. Iron and steel is 1. Lithium ion battery is 2. Aluminium ore, 3. Aluminium ore and concentrates is 3. Then syringes with needles, 4, and graphites. Those are the top 5. BSFI sector valuation discount at new high. BSFI sector valuation discount at new high. And this valuation, they're talking about the rating has been much sharper, mostly for non-BFSI companies. So it's a back and forth. Promoter dilution in small, mid-caps surges. Promoter dilution in small, mid-caps surges. So similar levels were last seen as far back as the fiscal year of 2007. And we're talking, they're heading for exit, small cap, mid cap firms with Q on Q fall, right? Quarter on quarter fall is what's happening in their promoter stake, as well as lower profits. And for these companies where the promoters are sharing, that shareholding, basically their shares have declined and they're still finding a way to hold on to it. Also, dilution that's in it, the big pharma, of course, they're among the key sectors. And the numbers of the company based on change is what's in the stake for promoters. Still, quarter on quarter, as in percentages, is something to check out for us on the front page. Take a look at all the tables and the graphs to get a clearer picture. Pickup in public expenditure may keep growth steady. Pickup in public expenditure may keep growth steady. It's coming from FinMin, the Finance Ministry, and it sounds like not a warning bell, but to let them know what's going on and how it's going to play out. MFs dive into FOF waters to fish for debt alternatives. Such a lovely copy. MFs dive into FOF waters to fish for debt alternatives. Metals, auto stocks drive indices to fresh highs. Wow. Metals, auto stocks drive indices to fresh highs. Now this one says, U.S. economy rebounds, sees 3% growth in quarter 2. 3% might seem small, but it's huge at the same time. For growth in the second quarter, That's something to celebrate. OpenAI audacious plan to make AI flow like electricity. OpenAI audacious plan to make AI flow with audacity. AI is going to be flowing like electricity, and it's something they're celebrating. We're looking forward to that one. We segue on to Financial Times, our last publication for the day. Saudis, okay, UK and US, Financial Times. Saudis ready to ditch $100 oil targets and raise their outputs. So the kingdom aims to regain market share. They've lost for a while, and it's looking like a good move for them. Long spell of subdued prices assumed is something they don't want to do much. So Saudi Arabia is ready to abandon its unofficial target of $100 a barrel for crude oil as it prepares to increase its outputs in a sign that the kingdom is resigned to a period of lower oil prices. Now, this is according to people familiar with the country's thinking, and it says it might play out as they have planned. Washington is focusing on Zelensky's move to soothe Trump anger after visiting swing states factory. It's something for you to check by yourself. We don't need to get into that. When you hear Zelensky, you hear Ukraine, you hear Russia, you know what all that is about. No, so there's a big read on page 15, Musk's space battle to grab radio spectrum. This is one that I should be studying myself. Musk's space battle to grab radio spectrum. It's a big read on page 15. Go check it out if you're interested. Then there's a special publication, editorial. It says, are machines better at truth than humans? Are machines better at truth? Truth in quotes, than humans. It's won by John Thornhill. John Thornhill is such a beautiful writer for the Financial Times, and it's an exciting read, and to go check it out myself. To take a look at the briefings on the side, Altman poised to gain as OpenAI chases profit plans. So AI startup is moving ahead with plans to restructure as for low profit group, and is in discussions to give Chief Sam Altman, of course, a stake to confront a series of its exits, including Chief Tech Officer Mira. Back and forth. OpenAI has been on the news for a minute. Israel defies truce efforts. That's another one on the briefing. Delay hits Ubisoft shares. Delays hit Ubisoft shares. Beijing is promised to intensify fiscal fraud, like next China's stimulus pledge. Now, the city of Beijing has promised to intensify fiscal support for the economy, fueling markets with hopes of more intervention just days after announcing the biggest monetary stimulus since COVID. Sounds good. Turk's biggest bond sale, right? Now, Ankara has raised $3.5 billion in its biggest international bond sale, supported by a buyback of debt, as Turkey seeks to bolster investor sentiment with a bold economic turnaround program. German growth warning. So the country, Germany, is a leading economy that institutes have downgraded Germany's growth forecast for this year, and it's warning that its struggle to return to pre-pandemic rates of economic expansion is high, and it's something that might be immediate. Spain's of blockbuster deals totaling 2.3 trillion lifts value of global M&A by 17%. Spate of blockbuster deals totaling $2.3 trillion lifts value of global M&A by 17%. So a series of mega deals led to a 17% increase in the value of global mergers and acquisition in the first 9 months of this year. And with this recent spate of blockbuster takeover approaches adding to hopes of a comeback for M&A. Raw recruits put Ukraine battle plans in jeopardy. They're talking about Kiev's forces that have inflicted huge losses on them, and catch that one as it goes down. Also, we also like to wrap up Financial Times with the news of world markets. Take a look at the bottom of the front page. Stock markets news, currencies, crypto, commodities, and government bonds. We've come to the end of SOUQ Business Landscape. My name is Hans Mba. Thank you for staying here and engaging. Remember, hashtag SBL is the keyword. Check us out on YouTube and across all social media. Engage with us on these headlines you've heard. Engage with me on the Telegram one. Have a lovely morning as you get onto our next programming at 8. Early exchange on SOUQ News Television. Thank you for watching.
Is having a family of intellect, especially a father full of wisdom to lead aright. On Saturday, April 20th, a heartwarming ceremony unfolded at Brookstone School Hall in Owodionere, Ikorodu, Lagos, as the UK-based Nigerian Pa Michael Onafuye launched 3 inspirational books. The event not only marked the culmination of Pa Onafuye's literary endeavors, but also served as a testament to his zeal for intellectual exploits, spiritual gifts, and guidance, as well as laid down legacies for his family. The books, titled War Against Limitation, Maximizing Divine Mandates of God on Your Life, and God's Word of Assurance is Your Sure Word of Insurance, brought together family, friends, and religious leaders from within and outside the community.
In the midst of men, deliver me.
During the event, Dr. Ayo Onafuye, doctor of the celebrant, read an excerpt from one of the books highlighting the importance of maintaining faith during difficult times. His son, Dr. Tosin Onafuye, also delivered a keynote address pointing to his father's wisdom and spiritual leadership.
He is one that seeks to redeem the value of humanity through service and the production of service. Too often we hear preachers saying that we are here to serve humanity, but you look at their portfolio and it doesn't match up. But my father is one where his sermon is embedded in his daily practice. And Dad, I don't just say that because we are in front of people. Like I said, the MC has given a brief background about myself. I'm university, this university, that, but that is not possible without you. My dad has emphasized the importance of education. He's not a shepherd that declines or puts to sleep the importance of reading. He is one that even though he's not at a PhD level, when he speaks, the wisdom that comes from his well of understanding is above the certificate. Because the certificate, to an extent, will fetch you money, but the wisdom my dad will give you will help you navigate life.
My father, a devoted shepherd of our great parish, CCC, White City Parish in the UK, has dedicated his life to serving not only his congregation, but humanity as a whole. Through his unwavering faith and timeless efforts, he has used his spiritual intellect and charitable practices to touch countless lives, offering guidance, comfort and hope to those in need all around the world. His commitment to spreading the message of love, compassion and forgiveness has inspired me and my many siblings. So every beginning of each section offers you a Bible passage to tailor your prayer points to. So the passage from the prayer of praise is from Psalm 107 verse 8, and it says, "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men." So to start off, in my book, Living Above Limitations, I emphasize that choosing to rise above traumatic experiences and embracing the joy of praise is key to embodying the ideal spiritual life for genuine believers.
The ceremony also marked the launch of the first book by the author's youngest son, Temi Onofuye. Temi expressed gratitude to his family for their unwavering support throughout the writing process.
When I started writing, I never knew I would come this far. I mostly thank my dad for encouraging me to start writing in the first place. And I also thank my mother and my siblings for supporting me throughout my journey. I also thank God for guiding me when I'm writing the stories, giving me the ideas. And I thank God again for giving me this opportunity to come up in front of all of you and speak my mind.
The president and CEO of Femi Wash Media Limited, a special guest at the event, commended Pa Onofuye for his dedication to his children's education, noting their achievements in academics and their commitment to following in their father's footsteps.
So you're a good example for every UK resident like you and I and some other people that are here to emulate, because you're a shiny example, you're a shiny light. I'm proud of you and I'm proud of your children. So for you to be able to conceive that idea, write the first book, the second book, the third book, and getting up to this one, I'm proud of you, sir. I'm very, very proud of you. It means you're a winner.
Speaking with SOUQ News, the Onofuyes and well-wishers shared their thoughts.
Focus, have faith, have the Spirit of God in you, do the will of God, do it good, do it right. When you do it right, you get it right. And when you have time for God, God will make this possible for you. Just have hope in Him. And whatever you believe in, focus on your belief, work on your belief, and don't just sit back. Strive in that belief. And one way or the other, God will pull you through. God will take you there to that destination.
We've seen him as somebody very unique. He's always different. Everything about him is always different. So we knew that God's grace is with him, and that's why. And that his dad being an author noticed in him that he had something in him. He loves writing as well, just like his father. So he actually, encouraged him to start doing that. And if you read the book, it's all about what's happened to him. That's why that title comes in as, world around me. So that's why he's an author, the young author for today.
What mostly inspired me was my dad, my father. He became something that I could look upon and look forward to, and he's already a great example of what would happen if you started writing. So now every day he just encourages me to start and pursue my career that I want to achieve, which is writing.
To be fair, I saw him go through a few challenges, which hasn't always been easy, obviously, as his child. But at the same time, it was remarkable the way he came from those challenges and how he handled them first of all, and then what he produced through those challenges. And that's always been something that has inspired me.
We've been for a few years, and since I've been with him, I really like him. I really enjoy him, having him as my in-law, because he's very quiet, jovial, then intelligent, then accommodative, and very spiritual. So I learned a lot of him from him. Even I told my niece that I feel jealous of him.
One thing I want to say mostly that I know about him is he's always learning. As he is always learning, he's always also teaching you. There is no day, even in church, that we're doing maybe a spiritual program, he will always want to bring something out that you, as an individual, as a youth, as a child of God, something to direct you back to God.
It is with great pleasure and excitement that I stand before you today as we gather to celebrate the launch of a remarkable literary work.
The unchecked activities of the touts and extortionists at Lagos seaports and along the economic community of West African states, ECOWAS corridors, have severe impacts on trade facilitation, transport businesses, human lives, the maritime industry, the economy, and the country's international image. Despite promises from the state government and calls for collaboration among government agencies and security authorities to address the menace at Tinkan and Apapa ports, as well as the Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway extension points, continue to increase. SOUQ News found that the number of extortion points along the port corridors manned by both state and non-state actors, which was estimated at 30 by the Nigerian Ports Authority 2 years ago, has increased to about 60. In July 2024, the NPA lamented the increasing extortion activities at Lagos ports as its investigation identified collection flashpoints ranging from 500 naira to 15,000 naira. From Ijora Olokpa to Apapa port and Mile 2 to Tinkan Island port, there are about 60 points where truck drivers pay between 1,000 naira and 5,000 naira daily. The most notorious checkpoint collects between 5,000 naira and 20,000 naira daily from each truck accessing the two ports in Lagos. Truck drivers I spoke with lamented that they are forced to pay about 70,000 naira daily to access the Lagos ports to these touts and extortionists who use dangerous tactics to collect money without minding the lives at risk. The Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway, which is a critical international corridor, also suffers from over 20 extortion points, with each truck paying about 60,000 naira daily. Approximately 3,000 trucks access the Lagos ports daily, each spending about 130,000 naira on extortion, totaling 390 million naira daily. This is a huge loss to the country and its citizens, and yet our security personnel are always there. What a waste. This menace not only causes financial loss to truckers, but also significantly increases the cost of transportation of goods, with customers ultimately paying 20% more. The NPA, in collaboration with the Lagos State government, last month went on a week-long clearing of illegal structures used by extortionists along the corridors of Lagos ports to enhance trade facilities and improve the security and safety of port users. However, the NPA soon decried the resurgence of extortion points along port access routes, noting ineffective efforts to curb the menace. The General Secretary of the Association of Maritime Truck Owners, Amato, Mohammed Bala, raised the alarm over rampant extortion checkpoints surrounding Apapa and Tinkan ports, with violent activities of both governmental and non-governmental entities on container trucks along port corridors and international routes. According to Bala, these issues severely hamper the progress and stability of trucking operations and the country's gross domestic product (GDP). Bala pointed out that despite his position as one of the largest employer of labor in the maritime industry, contributing significantly to Nigeria's GDP and being the lifeline of ports and supply chain, its operations are under constant threat. The General Manager Operations of the Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners, NARTO, Mr. Stephen Okafor, noted that extortion activities translated to budgeted expenses for truck owners, contributing about 10% to 15% of their daily overhead costs. He said the cumulative financial loss runs into billions of naira yearly, affecting not only the transport sector but also the broader economy. According to the findings of SOUQ News, these hoodlums compromise safety by climbing onto the trucks, dragging the steering wheel with drivers, cutting container brake hoses, and unlocking container twists, sometimes causing containers and trucks to fall. Bala stated that truck drivers face brutal attacks while their trucks are often damaged, rendering them non-compliant with minimum safety standards. He also mentioned frequent thefts of truck batteries from vehicles queuing along the ports. A truck owner, Collins Ejiofor, told me that an average of 20 truck drivers die yearly due to the activities of these hoodlums. So, what is the federal and state governments, as well as the Nigerian Ports Authority, doing? Are they going to fold their arms and watch helplessly as these hoodlums bastardize our economy? I thought we have a Minister of Maritime and Blue Economy. Where is he? What is he doing? Is this not his job? Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility,
we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Mba. The Naira bounced back on Thursday, appreciating by 5.8% to close at 1,576 to a dollar at the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Markets. This followed a surge in dollar liquidity, which jumped by 232.49% to $334.05 million, compared to $100.47 million traded the previous day. The Central Bank of Nigeria contributed to the market by selling $60 million to banks and offering bureau de change operators up to $20,000 to boost liquidity and meet rising demand for invisible transactions. On the parallel market, the Naira also strengthened, closing at 1,695 Naira to a dollar, a gain of 5 Naira from the previous day's rate of 1,700 Naira. Intraday trading saw the local currency fluctuate, with the highest rate at 1,699 Naira to a dollar, at the lowest at 1,569 to a dollar on Thursday. These developments come as the CBN continues efforts to stabilize the FX markets and address demand pressures. The federal government has launched a new plan, agricultural reform plan, aimed at boosting domestic food production and reducing Nigeria's reliance on imports. Speaking at a press conference, Finance Minister Wale Edun emphasized that the country's future depends on achieving self-sufficiency in food production, a key pillar of the government's economic recovery strategy. The plan includes providing small-scale farmers with essential inputs like seeds and fertilizers through initiatives such as the Nigerian Agricultural Growth Scheme, aiming to enhance both wet and dry season harvests. As a temporary measure, the government has authorized the importation of maize and wheat to stabilize the food market, but stressed the importance of prioritizing local production. The reform plan aligns with Nigeria's broader economic goals, addressing rising food prices and the underperformance of the agricultural sector. In addition to agriculture, the government aims to improve public services, support small and medium-sized enterprises, and strengthen security as part of a comprehensive strategy for long-term economic stability. The Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company has announced securing $228 million in blended financing to support affordable housing for vulnerable earners in Nigeria. This funding is a result of a partnership between NMRC, the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, and local institutions, with $200 million provided by the DFC and $28 million sourced from local financial markets. The financing aims to address liquidity challenges in Nigeria's mortgage market, focusing on providing long-term funding to help bridge the nation's housing deficit and promote equitable economic growth. A significant portion of the funding will be directed towards low-income earners, informal workers, and women who face significant challenges in home ownership. NMRC's Managing Director Kehinde Ogundimu expressed optimism about the positive impact this financing will have on Nigeria's housing sector, with an estimated 20% of the loans going to low-income borrowers and 40% to women. The facility will be on lent through primary mortgage banks and commercial banks, expected to benefit over 6,000 households across the country. The administration of President Bassirou Diomaye Faye has revealed that Senegal's debt and budget deficits are much wider than what the previous administration had reported. According to an audit report, the debt and budget deficit at the end of 2023 was over 10% compared with around 5% reported earlier. This revelation has led to a halt in Senegal's request for an International Monetary Fund loan disbursement. The government is now working with the IMF to determine corrective measures. The previous administration is accused of falsifying figures and lying to the country and its partners. That's the news update at this hour. Many thanks for watching. I'm Hans Mba. Stay tuned for Early Exchange.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the SOUQ Exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, ending into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development. The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, good morning and glad to have you join us as always on that program that sets the pace for your day, that program that gives you the sense of direction when it comes to issues related to business, finance, and the economy. It's the Friday edition of the program. Thank God it's Friday, so we often say here, you know, there's this vibe, this glam that comes with Friday, and we're starting on that note this morning. You know, we always do updates on Friday, and our update today is going to start from India, where we're looking at the economic projection for India, where India is projecting to be a $10 trillion economy by the year 2032. That sounds like a dream that should be realized, isn't it? We're going to look at that, look at what needs to be done to ensure that India repositions itself. And the desire is to reposition its economy ahead of that of US and that of UK, perhaps to be the largest in the world. But we're going to look at how possible that is going to be. And another good news is the fact that the federal government has decided to put smiles in the faces of core members in Nigeria by increasing their allowance from 33,000 naira to 77,000 naira. In respect to the provision of the new Minimum Wage Act signed into law by the president a few months ago. That sounds like good news for core members, what we popularly call Alawi it's a good time for core members, for them to do small yanga, and it's Friday. So let's give them that privilege. All right. I'm not alone. As usual, the table is full now. We have Blessing here, who is also smiling because the allowance for core members.
No, it's not allowance. It can't be about the allowance because I'm not a core member.
And anything really brings excitement.
No. That doesn't bring excitement to me because it doesn't affect me in any way.
Yeah.
The only thing that makes me smile is that it's Friday.
Yeah. Oh, interesting.
Yes, thank God it's Friday.
So I could read in between the lines.
I know you did that to pull my leg, so it will be you out in the secret. I'll just do that by myself. But for the 77,000, I think, I don't know, it's like when you have a last child, the last born thing. So after giving other children what you have for them, the last one sort of gets extra. Maybe that's the thinking of the federal government. So that's where the federal government is coming from by making minimum wage 70,000 and making the core members allowee 77,000. So there's extra of 7,000 being like, okay, you're the freshest, you're the youngest. In the labor market, you are like at the bottom.
I read one interesting comment from someone who was asking if he can come back for his youth service now.
Yes. If I said that yesterday, that some persons will be wishing they deferred. Those who were still within, those who had not served, they wish they deferred and say, I'm serving now. Those who they served last year. And some are wishing, can I just go back? Maybe if they're not employed yet, can I just go back and do youth service? So that's 77K every month. Well, that's a good one from the federal government. Though we don't understand the rationale, although they say it's the Minimum Wage Amendment Act 24. So I'm wondering, does that apply to civil servant? Does it mean 77,000? 7K is not bad.
Some state governments have made promises to start paying by October, like Edo State and some other states, the minimum wage, which is 70,000 there. So
are they paying 70,000 to 77,000?
No, for core members, 77.
And that's what I'm asking. Does this amendment act that makes it possible to pay core members 77,000, does it apply to civil servants?
No, that of civil servants is 70,000. You call it minimum. So in your own wisdom,
so this is maximum wage for core members. Well, I think Sam Arodi is waiting to react to that. What's your thoughts on that?
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I think it's in line with a new policy initiative of the federal government. So if there's a minimum threshold of 70,000 naira as where you can operate from, therefore university graduates who are already serving as core member getting 77,000 as an allowance, I think is a major boost in terms of what they take away. Each time I see this increment, I just look back what I collected and I see the value of the naira that has really fallen below. I wouldn't mention the figure of amount I collected because I don't put it
to mention the figure. It just
I collected a little above 9,000 there. So see the match.
Yeah,
that's what you collect.
No, but I think at your time that 9,000 had much value. You could do a lot with it.
Yeah, that's it. And in fact, I think the increase came. That's a month after our what you call the orientation activity. It used to be 7,000 plus, so they added 2,000. But I'm not jealous.
I started with 150 naira.
Oh man!
And it was increased to 200.
Oh wow! We're already getting into the second topic because it's quite interesting, and I think that core members are happy. Good enough. We have some of them at SOUQ News, so they should be buying some. So things with their new allowee and say, hey, you didn't get 77K in your time, take some. I'm just joking because they still will never admit.
Interestingly, they are collecting 2 months arrears of that money.
You can understand from July, August, September. Oh my goodness! But they will never admit it enough. They keep telling you that's not enough. We spent so much, but I think it's better. More than twice what it used to be, 33,000 naira.
All right. Before we get deeper into the core member thing, it looks like we are being trapped to discuss it first.
You know what money does.
So let's start with India, which India is projecting to be a $10 trillion economy by the year 2032. When you hear this kind of projection, you you're wondering, you give it a kind of mixed feeling, you know. But let me find out from Sam. How do you react when you have this kind of projection coming from India, given the track record or what the Prime Minister has been doing in recent times? Are you that optimistic that this dream, I call it a dream now the desire to expand the GDP by 10 trillion in the year 2032, how do you react to this kind of news?
I think there's no misfeeling about it. India has been strategic from when it gained independence in 1947 from the British. And between 1947 and 2010, they were able to move their GDP to 1 trillion, which was a remarkable feat. But when Modi came in 2014, he put some policy initiative in place that has stimulated economic growth in India, particularly with Make in India initiative that provided a lot of incentive for manufacturing and assembly plant that has encouraged a lot of manufacturing into India. So if you look at the global industrial production index, is estimated by 2032, which is the benchmark year for this $10 trillion economy. India has been projected to overtake China, the United States of America, and UK in terms of its economic fortune. So, and I think they've been deliberate since 2017 by having a policy initiative that every 18 months, $1 trillion will be added to the economy. So if you do the mathematics, just add 7 or 8 years, this is 2024 to 2032, therefore it is possible. And that trend has been there in the last how many years. So they will even go above that, that mark. And mind you, India is a home to ICT, and they have made major contributions. So if you look at the best companies, 100 companies in the world, about 90% of them are managed by India. So those elements have implication for manufacturing, which is core of India industrial policy initiative, driven by Modi, who did very well in the state of Gujarat as a minister, and he has transformed India beyond, particularly with the initiative on Make in India initiative, plus another initiative that promotes manufacturing called Production Link Initiative. So those initiatives has positioned India to get to that benchmark.
All right, so but if we look at it, the plan of or the projection of India to increase the worth of their economy from about $3.75 trillion, which it stood at last year, to about $10 trillion by the year 2032. Well, that may look like it's quite feasible given the progression that you just analyzed, how they intend to progress their economy. But in terms of overtaking the US and China in manufacturing, do you think that India has that capability?
India has the capacity and the capability, and I just mentioned the industrial production index, which is a metrics for measuring companies that has capacity for manufacturing. India is at the top, and based on their own production initiative, they have their own initiative that drive manufacturing. And if you look at the policy framework of 18 months, that's about 1.5 years, that 1 trillion will be added to the economy. Then if they have grown that economy from 2010 to a 3-point-something trillion, so if you just do, that's approximately 8 years, and you just add 1 trillion, maybe by 1.5 years into 2032, then that figure is achievable, and they have milestones already put in place to get to that level of development. And I'm sure India will get to that level.
All right, India could get to that level, but beating the US, will the US stand still? Will China, of all countries that is actually into manufacturing in the way that the world has never really seen, using manpower, using machine, and exporting to other countries, would they stand by and watch India beat them, overtake the market?
Yeah, beyond the international politics and conspiracy from the global north, particularly the US and maybe China, I think when you talk about global competitiveness, the issue of politics may not stand. India is exporting ICT massively, even to this other country. And now that they have a policy initiative back home to drive this process, it might be very difficult with the level of conspiracy from the West to be able to put India down. That initiative is there. Their manufacturing outlook is very good. And the ICT, in terms of AI-generated machine tools and all that, India is top-notch in that arena. And I'm sure they will get into that space. And nothing is sacrosanct or cast in stone in the international arena, in spite of the politics. And I think India is well prepared to compete with those other countries with the kind of policy options and the capacity they have to drive that process. So the Global Industrial Production Index is an initiative of one of the financial institutions in the US that has been driving that process. So those indicators are showing that India will even surpass even this projection by 2032. So how it plays out remains to be seen based on your question. But if you look at the trajectory in terms of economic growth, the deliberate policy in manufacturing, the deliberate policy in terms of bringing assembly plants with a lower cost of production, the cost of labor, because Modi actually took the Indian labor law that reduced some of the imperatives that were like bottlenecks in employment, in companies able to hire and fire. So those policy regime had favored some manufacturing companies that have find a kind of safe haven in manufacturing in India, particularly even pharmaceutical. If you look at the partnership or collaboration between Nigeria and India in terms of pharmaceutical products that comes in, and you look at that element and you disaggregate it vis-a-vis the general GDP, representing about 32% for manufacturing, maybe another 25 for some other elements to grow that economy. I'm sure India should be able to get to that level.
Now, when you talk about GDP, it's usually a reflection of the total number of goods and services that have been produced locally. And India is considering looking at the manufacturing sector to drive this initiative. Do you consider that to be strategic? And what is so peculiar about the manufacturing sector in India that they are counting about, 32% value to the GDP and then driving this kind of initiative between now and the year 2032?
The core of any nation is productivity. So when you have productivity, you have disposable income, everything in the economy is working, then you can energize economic growth. So since they have a policy initiative that is critical to their own economic growth and development, and they stay on course in terms of the figures and incentive they want to drive in that process. So manufacturing is core. So that is a basic element. And they are encouraging, they provide incentive for companies to come to India. So you have tax holidays, you have cheap labor that drive those processes. So once those kind of safe havens in the place for industrialists, investors, they have no other option than put their investment in India. And I'd say that's one of the reasons that Modi is having that bragging right that by 2032, they should be able to be competing or at the same level with China, United States of America, and possibly the UK. So those are some of the issues. So the policy framework is there. The enabling environment to drive that process is also in place. Therefore, and they have the intellectual and the creative capacity and the innovative capacity of the workforce to drive that process. So, and they have a big foundation in terms of STEM education. So science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is core. And India has been exporting this element. So exports is seen to be about 25% of the GDP every 18 months to the level of 2032. And I have no doubt in my mind. So if you look at those statistics, the one from their own production link initiative that drive manufacturing assembly plant. If you look at the global industrial production index, India is already at the very top, and the figures are showing positive. And to that extent, we can see that it can compete favorably with China, and they will be at that level of play.
All things being equal.
Yes, all things cannot be equal. Even the economist ceteris paribus has already been other things being equal. All things cannot be equal. But if you look at the analysis and look at the projection, an era where machine tool has become very critical or as an enabler for measuring successes of nations, individual companies, then those projections based on those analyses will come into play by those years based on those extrapolations that they have made. And if you look at the trajectory from 1947 to 2010 to 2019 to 2020 and 2018, then those figures will get to that level.
All right. Away from the competition that could ensue or already exist with India, China, and the US, as well as other countries, what benefits would India's increase in manufacturing bring to the global market? Now, India is known for production of textiles, apparels, pharmaceuticals, automotive. It has a growing automotive industry, agricultural products, as well as services, outsourcing of certain service, financial services as well. So what benefits will India's increase in manufacturing and even in its services bring to the global markets?
They're already playing at that space. If you talk about service delivery, even the financial service sector, let's take Africa, for example. Most of the financial institutions, even the fintech institutions, rely essentially on the services that they get from India. So that outsourcing regime in terms of business outsourced to other part of the world, they're going to play at that level because they have the level of capacity, ingenuity, creativity, and innovation to drive that process. Their manufacturing will enhance local productivity. And once there's productivity vis-a-vis the population of India, over 1.something billion people in that environment. Therefore, and I say that there are labor law that favor manufacturing and assembly plants. To that extent, once that is in place, productivity is increased, then you have more disposable income, people have more money to spend. Then if you look at the role of India, even in the diaspora, in terms of remittances, what goes back to India is very massive. So those elements will continue to drive that economy for a long time to come.
You were almost answering my next question, but it's also good. You're heading towards the right direction. One of the strategies being deployed by India is to promote what we call Made in India initiative.
Make in India.
To encourage local production. Talk to us. What will be the impact of these in helping to expand the GDP?
Like I said earlier, Make in India initiative is one of the elements of production link initiative, which is a major plank of the Modi administration. First and foremost, when it came in 2014, it was re-elected 5 years later. And that initiative on a sustainable manner is to promote key manufacturing, providing incentive, providing tax haven, providing opportunity for assembly plant to come to India. So that deliberate policy option will continue to drive that GDP. And they've been very purposeful in terms of driving that policy framework. In that regard, therefore, Make in India initiative is one of the flagship policy framework of the Modi administration to energize industrial revolution in India. And because they have the capacity, they have the skill set, and they have all the elements that you need to drive manufacturing, then in that regard, therefore, the Make in India initiative will continue to sustain economic growth and development, and be a major driver for the $10 trillion dollar economy that is being projected for the next 8 years or thereabouts.
So the Make in India initiative makes India a manufacturing hub, but there are several other manufacturing hubs in the world. There is the Vietnam manufacturing hub. There are also that in some of them in
even in
Europe,
Germany.
Germany, some countries in Europe, some countries in Asia being manufacturing hub. But if you look at the manufacturing hubs across the globe, it seems India has some advantage. There's certain advantage that Make in India gives India that kind of puts it over other manufacturing hub at this time.
No, I think so. I think earlier in the conversation, I spoke to that fact that India is the world capital when you talk about ICT. And if you look at it from factor endowment, what we call comparative advantage, India has that advantage. So in terms of global competitiveness, India is already playing in that sector. Because if you look at the export in terms of ICT alone, India is leading in that direction. So they have that competitive advantage in terms of STEM, which is a hallmark of industrial revolution. So that industrial hub will continue to be a major driver in terms of the global economy, because in terms of capacity, in terms of skill set, even in terms of industrial development attitude, India will continue to play at the highest level. So they have the competitive advantage and they have the factor endowment that will shape that initiative for a long time.
Let's look at what qualifies a place or a region to be a manufacturing hub. One of them could be infrastructure, it could be labor force, it could be access to markets, it could also be the availability of raw materials. Now, if we'll take a look at some of these things I've highlighted and look at Africa, we find that Africa has labor force, has access, it also has the raw materials. But what is lacking is infrastructure. What is wrong, or what is the issues with Africa capitalizing on these other factors to make it a manufacturing hub for the rest of the world?
I just mentioned factor endowment, which you spoke to as you're trying to raise your question. The point here is that in Africa, we have a challenge of leadership and policy somersault, where a country puts a framework, policy framework in place that drives that process in terms of development. But in Africa, because of the colonial configuration, the 54 or 55 country that make up Africa has different policy framework, have different political leadership, have different agenda. Therefore, they are not able to galvanize the other factors or factor endowment. If you talk about capital, you talk about labor, you talk about the enabling law and environment that sustain industrial development. Those elements beyond infrastructure is lacking in Africa. Therefore, this policy of taking our primary products away to the global north, even to India and China, doesn't help in terms of our industrial development. So at a continental level, the advisory will be, let's put a continental policy framework in place. Even some that we have in place can even drive the process of industrialization or industrial revolution for that place. So in comparison to India, there's a framework that drives the process. There's a visionary leadership that is staying on the curve or on the course to drive that process.
All right. Globally, countries are dealing with high cost of living, and so India is not exempted. And so the plan by the Indian government is to see how they can increase minimum wage by next week. The plan is to increase it by 1,035 Indian rupees per day. What will be the impact of this on improving the level of productivity and perhaps also impact on this projection for India?
No, the productivity is already there, and it is based on the indices of productivity that the wage in terms of what people earn daily is going to be improved upon. So that sector will drive process. So as you're able to grow the economy, then the wage element or salary element will improve. And the disposable income that is available, government will earn more taxes. When people have money to go to the market, then they are able to pay taxes. Then manufacturing are able to put products for the consumer in the marketplace, and those products are sold. And the economy is energized, and everybody is happy. So I think that increase is a welcoming development, and that will energize even those people who want to bring investment in terms of building manufacturing plants in India, and see the level of even exports of human capital, even from India, will equally increase, and the number of remittances that comes into India will equally improve. So it's going to be a win-win situation for those who are bringing investment in, a win-win situation for the government, a win-win situation for the citizen. And mind you, the population is so large. So India and China in the last 20 years has brought a meaningful number of people from poverty to economic prosperity, and that will continue to improve. Essentially, and that's the role of any government, to improve on the welfare and security of its citizens.
All right, now looking at India and the US and China having strategically taken over the global markets with how they position, even some of the industries in China, US industries manufacturing in China. And if you look at some of them in China, in India too, are US industry. Now, some countries may have the capital for production, but do not really have other factors. Can they take a cue from what the US has done?
No, that's for global competitiveness. What is important is if you look at the various factors of endowment, where do you think you can put your capital? Where do you think you can get relatively priced labor so that you can do your business? So I think the India initiative should be an encouragement to some other countries who want to take that viable policy option to drive their own process. Therefore, whether US could go to India to do manufacturing, the reason of going to India is to see that there's a cheap labor cost vis-a-vis when they put that plant back in the US. So countries that have certain endowment will continually get investment into their environment. And once those investments come to their environment, then it's just a win-win situation, even for the investors and the country where those businesses are domiciled.
But if you also look at what happens in a manufacturing hub where you have lots of investors citing their companies there, does it pose a threat to indigenous companies? How do you think India has been able to balance it?
No, I don't think it poses a threat. Rather, it's an enabler in terms of transfer of technology, human resource element. So you're able to build capacity. So some manufacturing that will come have ancillary service sector that serve those industry. Therefore, it becomes beneficial. So you bring a manufacturing, maybe a car manufacturing company, then the other ancillary products that manufacture the accessories of the car that supply those other factor inputs to the core manufacturing industry. So I don't think it's a threat. It's an enabler to other ancillary service sector with the other economy that can take advantage. And I think that's the deliberate policy India has put in place. Okay, you have a good tax regime or a holiday that enable you to recoup part of your investment. Therefore, while you are doing that, you are developing a local, some other subsector of the manufacturing industry that take advantage of the major manufacturing hub. So, by and large, it's beneficial, rather not an impediment or it has a negative impact on the local manufacturing center. Rather, it's improved on those capacity for them to be able to serve those core manufacturing hubs.
Interesting. Now, it's no longer a breaking news that India is projecting to be a $10 trillion economy by 2032. But I want us to bring in the concept of SWOT analysis into this. We've talked about the strengths, we've talked about the opportunities, but let's talk about the weakness and the threat as well. we can't say all is good for India now, and so they need to just sit comfortably that, okay, the year 2032, this is going to be realized. Let's also look at other factors that could be of challenge to India and that they need to tackle or manage now for them to be able to achieve this dream. One of them is also the issue of aging population. So what are other factors that you think India needs to put in place, like could be of strength or weakness that could ravage achieving this kind of...
Okay, if you use the SWOT analysis, I think India, in terms of strength and opportunity, is higher. So what you do, if you do a SWOT analysis, the two critical elements is strength and opportunity. So you play up your strength and opportunity, then you diffuse your weaknesses. But what is important, why these projections are to a very large extent accurate, they are local issues. So if you add it to your SWOT analysis, you now do what you call PESTA analysis, political, social, technology, and legal environment. So the political environment in India, to a very large extent, is tense. So the new nationalism in India between the Hindus and the Muslim has always been a major tension arena in terms of the India political economy. But overall analysis, if you look at some of these other factors you talked about, I think the strength and opportunities far outweigh threats and weaknesses. Therefore, even in management, you say you don't focus more on the weaknesses or threats. Rather, you emphasize the strength and opportunity. So you're able to pull up your elements. So even in human resource, you emphasize the strength of your workforce while you try to diffuse their weaknesses, then create more opportunity for them to grow. So in businesses as well, those factors are critical. So if you look at the variables and all the elements of analysis, the strengths and opportunity far outweigh. Even if you put them in percentage, they are far above 50%. Why they deal with the local issues, then the core focus of manufacturing would be a major policy framework that will continue to put India in the global map.
While I agree with you, it's also important to put things in perspective. When you are aware of your strengths and your opportunities, it's also good you are aware of your weaknesses and the threat for planning.
Of course, that is already in place. So when you put a policy initiative, they will have done all the scenario planning for the next 8 years. So each of those opportunities, strength, you match them with the weaknesses and threat and see how you can diffuse those weaknesses and threat. So the focus is to get a $10 trillion economy in spite of those challenges.
Okay, still talking about SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. Let's take a look at Africa. Interestingly, the GDP of Africa as of 2023 is almost the same as India, $3.75 trillion. Do you find that appalling that the GDP of a country is almost equal to the GDP of a continent using the same SWOT analysis? Could you speak to the strength, weakness, opportunities, and even threats of Africa? And how can Africa use its strength to make less the threat that it has or maximize the strength that it has in the economy to grow? It may not be like the dream of India to make it a $10 trillion economy.
I think it should be.
Can Africa do that? It could be maybe a $5 trillion economy, it could be maybe 8, but $3.7 trillion for Africa as a continent as against $3.7 trillion economy for India as a country. Don't you think that's too much?
Let's just go beyond the geography. If you look at the population of Africa as a collective and look at that of India, it's almost at par. So look at it from that analysis. So we'll put them into the quadrant of SWOT analysis. Africa has primary commodity, which is a major strength, but this ability to turn this primary commodity into a manufacturing hub has been a major impediment to African development in the last 60-something years of where most African countries became independent. So, and I spoke to that earlier, the political leadership is not homogeneous to a very large extent. So you have various interests playing in Africa. You have the Portuguese playing their own game. You have the French playing their own game. You have the English playing their own game. So it becomes very difficult to come to a point of convergence in terms of policy framework. Like I mentioned in subsequent interaction in one of your programs, Africa has put a policy framework in place to trade among Africa since 2021. That policy framework is still wobbling after so many years. So until we're able to come to that realization that for you to do well as a continent, whether as a country, then you must be deliberate, particularly in terms of industrial policy. Because once you have a good industrial policy, then your national productivity is enhanced. Therefore, you can drive revenue and taxes. Then your citizens will have a good source of livelihood that will translate again to you earning more money. So therefore, to answer your question simply, is that the political leadership must consider Africa as one industrial hub. They must trade among themselves. Then these fringes of colonial heritage must find a way to remove that lenses in terms of how we view development. So once you're able to come to term or convergence in terms of industrial policy, then we can compete and even do better than India in the next 8 years.
All right, interesting narrative there. We're not done yet, but it's time for us to go on a break now. When we return, we continue our conversation with Sam Oruje, who is looking at the economic projection for India. Stay with us.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Mr. Earl Exchange, and we were looking at the ambition of India to grow its economy from a $3.7 trillion economy into a $10 trillion economy by the year 2032. Is that possible? We've looked at all of that. And what can Africa learn from that, given the similarities between India and Africa as a continent, despite the unpleasant fact that the GDP of Africa, which comprises all 54 countries, is almost equal to the GDP of India, one country. What can Africa do better? Sam Rojo, who is a public and international affairs analyst, has been speaking to that. Now, having highlighted the strength, the weaknesses of Africa and what Africa can do, what can the company, the businesses in Africa do to also grow it? For an economy to grow, it's not just about government. It's not just about the political class. The businesses too has something to learn. Now, if we look at the West, there are companies that also have subsidiaries in Africa that have lived or existed for way over 100 years, 200 years. The multinationals. How many multinationals can we say originated from Africa, have subsidiaries elsewhere? How many can we point to? What are the critical issues with businesses founded and run by Africans in Africa?
I think, Blessing, what is important here is if you do a global comparative analysis in terms of businesses, I think leadership or the government has a major role to play in driving those processes. What do I mean? You need to put a policy framework in place that drives development. So when you put those policy framework in place, the implementation, the execution, and the monitoring and evaluation of those policy framework must be seen to be working. But where you have a policy somersault, you have a lot of Western conspiracy, not wanting Africa to develop, and you have a leadership that is docile to development of its people, even in businesses. So the question really, essentially, why other people have various roles to play, but it's within the purview of African government or governments to put policy framework in place to drive that industrial development agenda like India that we'll be talking about. Once that is absent in terms of how we can drive Africa to the next destination, then we will continue to be like a pawn in the chess game of neoliberal Western democracy that is just mounting democracy, whereas they are pillaging the African continent. And I make no apologies about that until we have that discipline, because some other country, even India, got its independence from Britain in 1947, but their culture was retained even when, whereas African countries were seen still having the value of the colonizing master in terms of policy. You want to do anything, see, go to the UK to get a blessing before you do any policy initiative. So, until we find a way to wean ourselves from this colonial overhang, there's little that Africans can do, but we must put that policy initiative in place. The African Union is trying to do something, but they are not disciplined enough, in quote, to be able to drive those processes. So when you go to those places for summit diplomacy and they are in the UN assembly, canvassing for all kinds of things to come to Africa, but you have not put your home in order, but you're just canvassing. So do things that will make people respect you, make people bring money to your environment. Once you have development partners coming, corruption has been a major impediment to growth in Africa. So by and large, is essentially about creating the environment, then looking inward, like the initiative Make in India. And we used to have some clamor, made in African good, made in Nigerian. To what extent do we sustain those policy framework or policy initiative? Once you don't sustain those things, then there's going to be a problem.
All right, let's get into this debate about the real concept and the value of GDP. There are those who argue that when you talk about GDP, it's only talking about size, not actually strength. You know, when it's not a true reflection of economic growth and development. It's just about size, which if you look at what is playing now is in most African countries, that could support that theory. But in the case of India, do you see an exception here? If they're projecting to hit 10 trillion naira economy, does it actually, apart from size of the economy, portray the real sense when it comes to economic growth and development? And then what value will this bring to India if passed by the year 2032 they achieve this milestone?
Why GDP is nominal in nature, taking the sum aggregate of the productive base of any economy, that's one in terms of linear development model, where we just talk about growth. But then, when there's growth, it imparts development to a very large extent. But if we go into the debate of economic growth, GDP, and other indicators, we have other indicators for measuring the national wealth of countries beyond the GDP. But the GDP from the UN system has been the minimum threshold for measuring economic growth. So you have other economic development index, you have what we call quality of life index, the ratio of early childhood, what is the element of number of children that are in school. But by and large, once you have that nominal GDP, it will impact in some of these other variables that we just talked about. But essentially, if you can't grow the domestic product, then development will become a mirage. But then there are new debates where the UN system is trying to move away from GDP as the basis of economic calculation of national wealth. So we have what we call intermediate accounting, where national income beyond GDP should be measured in terms of the economic well-being, the environmental well-being. To what extent do you value the livelihood of people who depend on agri products beyond the final product? So, but that debate is ongoing. But this other element, which is GDP, will energize all these other variables. So if the GDP is growing a certain percentage, therefore it will impact in development. So if we are bringing manufacturing plants, some companies will build schools within that plant. They will employ teachers. So there will be some level of development,
which will also impact economic growth. But the other side to the question is, if India by the year 2032 achieves this milestone, what value will it bring to India? What kind of perception or economic value will it bring to that nation?
No, there's no doubt if you can grow your GDP to that in 8 years, the implication is that your productivity, national productivity as a collective is enhanced. The number of people that are gainfully employed will improve. The number of exports, your manufacturing that you export to other countries will equally improve. Therefore, it will impact on the development of the country. So the welfare and security of Indian nationals will improve in 8 years based on the 1.5 year incremental development model that they've been pursuing since 2010. That will be a win-win situation for the national.
On a final note, does economic power equal political power? So if India moves up economically, does it also mean more political influence for India in the global space?
Of course. So if you look at the indices of power, one of the indices of power is economic might. So if their economic opportunity improve, therefore their play at the international arena will equally improve because they are major world power to reckon with because they have the economic power. So you cannot diffuse economy from politics. They go side by side. So once your economic power is improving, your political power and influence tangentially will equally improve. So once that happens, yes, India become a beautiful bride, the international arena.
All right. Let's see what Nigeria could learn from India. Nigeria is also projecting to achieve 1 trillion naira. $1 trillion economy with what this administration is doing. Let's look at what are the takeaways for Nigeria, looking at what India is doing, the approach to expanding its GDP. What are some of the things that you think Nigeria can also imbibe to achieve its own dream?
Yeah, fundamentally, we must take the India model of education with a massive investment in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And that's one of the core of India. I recall growing up, a greater number of teachers that we had in the high school were Indians in the 70s, 80s, up to part of the 90s, before there was a reverse migration of Indians going back home. So fundamentally, number one, Nigeria must invest in education. I think we need a revolution in education. The kind of education that we have cannot take us anywhere. So fundamentally, we need a critical mass in education. Number two, the policy framework to sustain the 1 trillion projection for Nigeria must be sustained based on strong policy framework. Number three, we must look inward to consume made in Nigeria. Maybe we'll borrow lessons from India rather than made in Nigeria, make in Nigerian products. That's number three. Number four.
What about the manufacturing sector?
I'm coming to that one. So number four, you must provide a meaningful tax holiday for people when you create some economic zones or hubs that are not sustainable. Rather, you put a policy framework, whereas beyond the Lekki, some other free trade zone, you put a robust policy framework that will make people to bring investment in. Then security, number five, is very essential. Nobody wants to come and invest in an insecure environment. So if you take these five major elements, there are other ones. So if you benchmark it with your SWOT analysis model, then these are the critical mass that can take us to where we want to be. But if we don't put that essentially about science, engineering, technology, and mathematics are the major driver of modern development. So we must make investment in human capital to drive that process.
Wow. Many thanks, Maruji, public and international affairs analyst, for dissecting the issues, looking at India's ambition, how it can come to be reality, and what other countries, particularly countries in Africa, can learn from it.
Thank you.
Let's take a quick break. On the return, to be time to look deeply into the Alawi issue. If you're not Nigerian, let me break that down for you. The new federal government approved allowance for core members in Nigeria. Stay.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insights that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
We've got just what you need right here at SOUQ Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
If you're just joining us, you're at the right place and we got you covered. We started today's conversation by looking at the economic projection for India, where India is projecting to become $10 trillion economy by the year 2032. And we had to look at some of the factors that will help India achieve all this. And now let's talk about the good news trending in Nigeria, the Alawi thing. When it comes to the issue of money, it brings excitement. Core members are in a good mood now. So if you know any core member, wherever they are, they're in a good mood now. Maybe it's time for them to be your friends, because they are any more now. The federal government has grabbed headline with with this news of increasing their allowance, what is popularly known as Alawi, from 33,000 naira to 77,000 naira in compliance with the provision of the new Minimum Wage Act for corps members to improve their welfare. And we're being joined, it's a conversation, it's a family kind of conversation by Praise. He's also joining us in this conversation. He's a young person who is also concerned about this. You've been following this report, in the news.
Yeah,
And,
I have.
how do you feel with this kind of report?
I feel good. I feel good
Because
because
it's money.
yeah,
Money
you
brings
know,
excitement.
and it came in a very short notice. We've been expecting it, but all of a sudden we just woke up one morning and we just saw the news flash, boom, and everybody's excited.
It seems to me that this thing has been an age-long thing. I remember when we were, engaging in our youth service too, we're having that impression too that one way or the other, the allowance is going to be increased. So it seems to me that feeling comes from one generation to the other.
I think there's always been clamor for increase
Increasing.
in core members' allowance, and it happens from time to time. From when it was paid 9,000 plus, the one that
Yeah,
you
yeah,
got,
yeah.
It's-
Sam got 150. That's interesting.
that's I think that's consolation for you.
Oh my.
So
What's
when it was
it?
increased to 19,800, and then from 19,800 it was increased to I think 33,000, and now we're seeing 77,000 there. Well, like she said, a short notice. So I guess you must have been praying with economic realities like 33,000 there. This is not going to take me to my bus stop, let alone to my house. So now that it's been increased more than twice, that's more than a double increment from 33,000 to 77,000 naira. And the implementation is even backdated. So it counts from July to September and then moving forward. To the economic realities, for you as a core member, do you see that as sufficient to take on the cost of core members? Do you see the Alawi as this is good? This is good.
You have to take a deep breath.
Yeah, I have to, because the truth is,
Okay. I think we need to get some some pen and paper here and calculator and begin to itemize your expenses for
That
the
sign
month.
is telling more of the story rather than the words.
Do you think it covers the expenditure of an average core member and is enough to see them through month after month?
okay, it can only be enough if a core member has support in the sense that you have external support. Maybe you stay within your family, within or with your parents. You have family support, you have spouse support, you have support from the firm you're working in, transportation support and all
Maybe
of
some
that.
stipend paid
Yes,
your place of primary
now
residence.
77,000 with whatever backlog or whatever. The backlog is not so much, just 2 months, July and August. Yeah. So 77,000 for someone who is feeding him or herself, paying his or house rent, clothing his or herself. We have many youth.
Why must you buy clothes? We're giving you 7 over 7. The Ajuwaya attire. Why must you buy clothes?
Many core members.
That's a joke, by the way.
No, I needed to be sure you were serious. As if we're going to wear the Ajawaya 24/7.
Jackets there.
Even the Ajawaya uniform is going to get tired and worn out. Except to have to, and we don't have them in pairs. We just have one. You get. So for a core member who is feeding, clothing, using, transporting him or herself to work, paying house rent, because sometimes your firm does not give you
any stipend.
Stipend or accommodation. I don't think it's enough.
Well, the reality is, even if the allowance increased to 500,000 naira, I don't think it will be enough as well. If you look at the economic realities, the standard of living, especially when you live in cities like Lagos, Port Harcourt, kind of where the cost of living is not smiling, it's not a joke. you also need to compare the fact that these are individuals who are also trying to make things out of life. But for the federal government, I think is a starting point. That's why they call it minimum wage, because it's just a benchmark. For you as an employer, you can decide, okay, after paying my core members 77,000 naira, okay, there are other allowances that I could choose to pay them. It's the discretion of.
Hoping that firms would actually still pay core members 77,000 naira in addition to what?
Given my own experience when I had my youth service, apart from getting allowance from the federal government, we were also getting allowance from the state.
They do pay.
Then even from the employers as well. So by the time you combine all this, it's also adding to the value. But I think the federal government is trying to make a statement, send a signal that yes, we are aware of what they are going through at this period, the sensitivity of a time like this. And they are trying to set that pace that, okay, apart from what we've done globally, for civil servants or public servants, benchmarking the minimum wage at 70,000. Let's extend it to core members who will call the federal government Peking now. They are the parents. So the federal government is the parent now. They want to take care of their kids, the core members who are serving across 36 states in Nigeria. And they feel, okay, let's extend it to them. They don't need to be graduate or employed before they start enjoying this benefit. And I think it's the starting point. It's a good one. However, it's also important for other stakeholders to see how they can also imbibe this to improve the welfare of core members. Because if you break the 70,000 naira, for some people within 2 weeks or a week is gone. Especially if you're talking about a lady like the person seated close to me here now, the cost is more. For guys, you're talking about khaki, maybe for a guy can choose to wear khaki
every day for the 1 year.
But for a lady, they will ask a question.
This particular hair I'm wearing is worth 45/50,000.
You're a big spender. Why would you see? Why can't you go African? Cut your hair for 1 year.
If I don't want to cut
African
my hair,
queen.
No, see, I want to live a life in as much as I want to see life like having it in abundance. That's why we encourage, or the federal government encourage core members, even minus federal government, parents, the firms who work as siblings, people encourage us to have a skill, to have an additional income.
I was going to get to that part. Good, you got there before me. I know that right in camp, there are different skills the core members are being taught. They have the opportunity of learning skills because the NYC scheme encourages entrepreneurial development. So from the many skills that you had opportunity, or core members like yourself had opportunity of learning, is this a good time to put them to use? When they ask questions like, what can 50,000 naira do for you? What kind of business can 50,000 naira start for you? Perhaps you're the right person to answer that question right now.
Okay. So, 50,000 naira will do a lot. 50,000 naira, first of all, you don't even need a shop as a core member. Hopefully, you will definitely get somewhere to sleep because you cannot sleep under the bridge.
There is the NYC Lodge, which many local governments should have. I'm saying should have.
Yes.
Because I don't know if at this time some local governments still maintain that, but ordinarily there should be a lodge that every local government have for core members.
Okay, let us assume that there's no provisions for this lodge because most of the time it's always dilapidated and, out of consistent use of core members. So, and people who just came out from school, I'm young and Gen Z, they just want to go get something out there for themselves, So I would say make your house your shop. Get your business, put it in digital space. These days, most people do not even have a physical shop any longer. The online space is your new shop. So 50,000 naira can actually start. It may not do a lot, but it can start. I've heard of people who started with 10,000. I've heard of people who didn't even start with anything.
What kind of business specifically? Could you give some examples?
Okay.
Maybe from some of the
some
skills
things
required during camp.
Okay. Well, I didn't get any skill during camp, but because I already had a skill. In fact, I am during Said, I was already a caterer before I got into
So you were
school.
a resource person.
Yes, I
while
was
in
a
camp.
resource person
Okay.
while in camp. So I joined the Said tutor to teach the people because I felt like I don't
for you.
I know these things you get. So I was just like an extra hand, and that was a plan when I was in school. Yeah, because I wanted to go to NYSC and face other things. I was in the OBS crew, so I wanted to go to camp and enjoy my media life while I do other things. So that was a plan. So we encourage everybody to have a plan. We encourage everybody to see the vision before they do some certain things, because the truth is, even if Nigeria was so good,
The economy.
the economy, sorry to say, was perfect and all. There's no, even America doesn't have a perfect economy. There's still some lapses and all. They cannot give you everything. You need to find something for yourself.
Okay, but I'm still waiting for you to tell me,
Okay.
as well as just watching one or two businesses. You already have a skill that you teach people that they can get into it with the Alawida they're being paid.
Okay, so I sell jewelries. I'm also into the beauty business. So I sell jewelries. So when you get to, there's a popular market at Trade Fair. They call it GL. You get jewelries.
You haven't paid us.
Yeah.
You could tell us about the jewelry.
But I think the sense she's trying to make is we're at a time where you can't depend on one source of income. Let's even expand it beyond the issues that has to do with core members.
Yeah.
As someone who in the 21st or 21st century, it is expected that you have what we call multiple streams of income. Because if you are a public servant, whatever level you have, it's also expected that that little that you have, you expand it, you put it into other things, which is the point she's trying to make. She's into this and that to see what she can do to have the multiplier effect. And you also must resist this temptation. And this goes to all core members wherever they are watching. There's always this tendency when your salary is increased or your allowance is increased. There's always this temptation to say,
your desires
to spend more.
increasing.
It's at that time you get to supermarket and certain things are staring at you.
Impulse
Come
buy.
and buy me, come and buy me. Things you felt, some will say, okay, my village people has been on my case for long. Now that I've made it, it's time for me to show people that I'm this.
You made it to 77.
So I think it's also important, which is implied to what she's saying, that it's a point at the time for core members to also manage what they have. Now, the concept of, that's why they call it alawi, is not supposed to be
It's not salary. It's just an allowance.
just like stipend, to motivate them. Like you talked about the couples lodge and all that. In the past, we used to have that. So it means ideally as a core member survey, you're not expected to pay for rent. So if you have a lodge provided for you, either by the local government or the state government or by an employer or whoever, is responsible for your stay for that 1 year, it is expected. For instance, I stayed in the family house during my time, so I didn't pay rent, and I know core members understand what I'm
I'm
talking
also not paying rent.
So the impact of that is that means you can.
Congratulations for the non-rent.
So the beauty of that is with your alawi, you can focus on other things. But my appeal to core members is don't be tempted to say, okay, now you're earning
You're a big
77,000.
girl, you're a big boy.
Yeah,
Leave the town,
you also
pay
need to
rent.
say, you realize that there was something that happened during that time. A lot of people didn't realize that they've made some mistakes until a month to the end of the service year.
Out of
And reality,
1 year.
They couldn't
reality
save.
hits them. Like,
Yeah.
you're getting out of this Alawi system.
A system.
You don't know if
That's
you're
why
glad the
after
job
you
is soon.
service, some desire this kind of alawi should come again because they didn't plan. If I was so disturbing that some people were borrowing money to travel to finance their travel back home and all that. So you must understand that this is a time for you to save money.
Yeah.
If people always have this excuse that I don't have enough to even save, then you never have enough to save. So it's a
I want to
starting
say
point.
something.
Yeah.
You see, for me, as a financially literate person, I've been, on many financial platforms, learning, I invest in stocks, I see things. I've come to understand that there's no difference in terms of money. If you manage your money well, there's really no difference from the 19.8 they were paying and this 77,000. Because as at then, 19.8 to club members covered a lot. This 77,000 to an extent, it is a big, huge money compared to what we've had, but though the cost of things are actually eating into it.
Speaking about the value.
Yeah. But that's not where I'm going to. If what I'm trying to say now is if your 77,000 is well managed, you will do exploit with it, because there were lots of people who managed that 19.8 and did wonders with it.
As there were people who were able to live with 33,000.
Exactly.
So giving them 77,000
Exactly.
should leave them with some extra to do other things, savings and maybe investments. Good one. But let's look at, Femi has talked about people now spending more during impulse buying. Are there ways to creatively live within your means and still enjoy your time as a core member? Particularly if you're posted to a city like Lagos, where you feel like, wow, this is the time of my life. I must.
The center of excellence.
Because we understand that for core members, there is the youthful exuberance.
Yeah.
Just coming out of school, where you were always handed money. Your parents, for a lot of students, their parents funded their education, aside from a few who had to pay their way through school. So they used to be given money for your upkeep and all that.
Just is like me now.
Free
They don't
money.
answer me anymore.
Not paying rent by yourself, not paying your bills by yourself. So now some parents to carry that over into youth service for their children and provide them with money for every other thing. So the allowance comes like free money to them, some extra to party with and to shop and play with. But let me also point out that there is reality after youth service. I also saw core members during my time as a core member who went into 2-3 months to the end of it, were like, wow, man, how do I cope? You know, when this money stops coming, because they've been spending. And then we had an area inspector who would, at CDS meeting, often ring it as a bell to say, whatever you're spending, have it in mind that by the time you leave here, you see those parents of yours that are giving you money. When you return home, it won't continue. Most likely, it won't continue. Whatever you are spending, make sure you're putting aside some money for which you would go for interviews. So you get the opportunity to go for an interview, but it's far away, maybe in another state. You don't need to start asking, please give me money for transportation.
It doesn't even sound sane.
So
it doesn't sound nice.
Good enough. You're a lady, you know, and you mentioned how much you bought your hair. So how can you still live, enjoy the city, but not at the expense of your finances? What
Okay.
advice to fellow core members like you?
Okay. First of all, I'm so lucky that I am serving close to my parents. So, and from where I'm serving in the another part of Lagos, my parents are in the mainland. I'm here on the island, so I can easily go home when it gets stuff. I go home when it gets stuff.
Aren't you a lucky girl?
I am a lucky. No, I am blessed. I am blessed because this is what I wanted. I craved for it, and God just did it. So I am blessed. So when it comes, but still in all of this, I don't still want to put the financial burden on my parents. So I manage how I save, I manage how I spend, I manage what I eat. Then I'm coming
Do you
somewhere.
buy Ashwebis?
Ashwebi.
This is also the time to some friends will be getting married, some other things will be happening, and family members who know that you're not saving. 77K. Favor, you're a big girl. So there's this event, family. Do you do all of those things? Things that take money away from you without knowing.
Okay, it has not been long I started serving.
Okay.
Just few months back. So I've not
You haven't received such calls.
Yeah, I haven't started receiving such calls.
When you do, how do you intend to respond?
Okay, first of all, I have some. I do things not when I want to sew clothes or buy clothes. I do not buy for the present. I buy for something that would, I can use for other occasions because I'm a socialite. I go out. I'm a social butterfly. So I try as much as possible to always look good. So when I am sewing a particular clothes or a color of a fabric, and you come and tell me I want to come and buy my Ashwebi, and it's the same color I have in my basket.
Maybe the same material even.
Guy, I'm not buying.
Interesting.
I'm not buying it. I have this color. Are you taking it or not? If maybe I have to come as a bridal train, and you said no because I have to follow, your trend and everything. I will be your guest.
So you built the ability to say no when necessary.
Of course.
Good one.
This is where financial discipline comes in. I always say that there's always that temptation or the pressure to spend more. It's just about discipline. You must understand that, okay, like it's always advised, you don't do what you call impulse buying. You plan for your money. If I'm going to spend this money, why am I spending this money? What value, for what reason, and what will be the impact on my income or finance at the end of the month? But Praise, I would like you to speak to, there's something I observed during the service year.
Okay.
There are people who argue that the service year is a time to make money. Some will say it's a time to build their skills, to maximize their potential, and prepare themselves for the life after service.
Okay.
What kind of preparation do you think core members should deploy to that 1 year service in order to add value to life after service? Or how do you maximize that kind of moment?
Okay. First of all, I would say you don't prepare for life after doing service year. You prepare for life while in school. Because service year is just 1 year. And to be honest, it's not enough.
But the preparation should also start from there.
For people who did not prepare or prepare enough while in school.
Yeah.
For someone like me, I have been preparing from my level 100. So service is like another, and is an upgraded platform for me. To be honest, there's nothing I'm doing during my service year that I was not doing while I was in school. You get me? So for people who maybe while away their time while in school, it's a great time. I realized that many people gain financial strength, many people expand their social circle during the service year. It's more like the scales just fall from their eyes and they're like, my time is going. My time is going. So you see ladies in their service year, they're in their 23. Oh, I'm still going to get married. I've not done this. Then everybody's starting, to fix one or two things. So I would say your service year is actually a great time to maximize opportunities. Then I want to say something about workspace, making money and all that. If you find yourself as a core member in a firm, because the truth is there's no way you as a core member will be doing well and a firm will not want to have you.
To retain you.
Yeah, to retain you. That's the right word. You get. So whatever you are doing during your service year, if you're posted to maybe a school, a media house, a hospital, or wherever, it should be that at the end of your service year, it is you who's deciding that, oh, I do not want to stay here. I want to go. Not that your conduct makes them to feel like, oh, we don't want this person. Because the truth is, there's unemployment out there waiting for you. The chances of you getting a job is dicey. So you must maximize that opportunity. So I really do. When I see people telling me after my service, I want to prepare to go and get a job, I mean, like,
what if they had one uncle or aunt that assured them that don't worry, just send your CV, and they're like, I don't want to be here. In fact, this is not where I should be. So because I already have assurance. What if they have kind of assurance?
Different strokes for different folks. It's a luck. What they call it? That you have those privileges does not mean another person doesn't have a privilege. There's a proverb, there's a pidgin proverb. They say, sorry, I'm going to be using
it, of course.
Okay, good.
It's a Nigerian language. Why
they
not?
said Pikin way they feed himself, suppose guess, but when no get sponsor, suppose get sense. You get me? So if you know that you do not have this privileges of one uncle like me, I don't have, so man, I got.
Let's come to the issue of place of primary assignment.
Okay.
There was a time where people were posted based on what they studied, their discipline. And at the time, there came a president, talking about former president Goodluck Jonathan, who felt like you see a graduate from a Nigerian university, and sometimes you're wondering, did this person actually go through the 4 walls of an institution? Didn't sound like people who are educated. They can't even defend your course of study. So let's post them to schools to become teachers in the space of the 1 year, so they can prove to us that, of course, they really went to school. And so we found that a lot of core members at that time were being posted to schools to become teachers. So what's the posting like at this time? Should it be any different? Should we get to that time when it's based on your discipline? If you studied mass communication, for example, so at posting, naturally, you should be posted to a media house. So you get that experience with the industry before you get into the labor market, or anywhere. What's your take? How's it now, and what do you think it should be?
Okay, this particular question, we've said it as in within my folks, my friends, we've said it. Me, even while I'm alone, I think about, like, why can't people just post people to what they studied in school? I really do not think that making coppers teachers, some of them are not even trained
for teaching.
Yes. Some of them do not even have the certification. They don't even know what classroom maintenance looks like. So isn't it better if we take this, if people are being designated to their profession? But to an extent, I think this should be based on, sometimes they should just call us, and ask us.
So how many core members? How many core members will they be able to cover?
You know the challenge here.
What do you really want?
Let me set this narrative. The challenge here is, if you look at the number of core members that are being churned out every year, you'll be amazed.
Thousands.
Thousands. The challenge here is the disparity between the number of core members and their available opportunities.
Is it really available?
No, the point is, you have more core members. For instance, in a place like Lagos now, where every young person, there's always that desire to go to Lagos because of the opportunities in Lagos.
Okay.
But you also realize that it gives them to a situation where the infrastructure or the opportunities in Lagos are overstretched. So the challenge here is for someone who is an engineer, placing him in the right factory in a village where there is no factory. So you see, that's a disparity. So what they do, like a makeshift, is to ensure that, okay, for you not to just be idle for 1 year, let's post it. That was what happened to me. I was posted to a school.
That was.
But I also created another opportunity for myself. I had to teach. But
you had to teach subjects that were needed.
I also had to approach a TV station and say, because I knew right from 200 level that this would be my path. So I had to join OBS when I got to camp, and then did some other things. But I was posted to a school. That's the story. I was teaching at the point. I was also by the side, doing one thing, freelancing for
you knew what you wanted.
So what I'm trying to say is also important that you have what we call sense of purpose or direction during your service here. You know what you want to achieve, so that even after service, you're not looking for a job. Even if you're going to look for a job, you have sense of direction. You know what to do. So most of the time, I think is what NYC and the federal government needs to improve on, to see how the potential of people or the skills can be maximized. If someone is trained for engineering, the expertise of that person is needed in engineering, should be deployed to at least a manufacturing sector or a company where that expertise will be needed. For someone who's a medical doctor, you have nothing to do with a secondary school teaching.
No, I think there are those, the doctors are
professional,
exempted. Doctors, lawyers, they're exempted. They actually take them to their area of
pharmacy and the rest of
why should the doctors, the student doctors, be taking an area of expertise because other places
they are seen like this person's would be more their presence would be more beneficial in the hospital. They're in short supply even.
Services.
So where the hospitals are needing doctors, you can take them to the schools to be teaching biology. So that's maybe part of the reason. But I get what you want to say, that it should be the same for other disciplines.
Which is part of the argument. There are those who are arguing that NYC should be scrapped. Some are saying it should be rejigged in a way that it will accommodate the present reality. For me, I don't think it should be scrapped. But I think there are certain things that need to be improved on which has to do with placing people in their place of assignment where they need to serve. Those are things that can be reworked in a way. In fact, I'm looking for a time that once you're enlisted in that scheme, after that scheme, you're not looking for a job. It means automatic employment for you, whether automatic employment or empowerment. So there are those who are arguing that, okay, the 1 year service should be a time to empower these graduates so that by the time they are done with the youth service, they are creating jobs, not just looking for a job. And for those who are going to look for a job, maybe they must have been attached to one organization before the end of their service year. And back to what she said, for core members as well, if you're serving in a place, ensure you add value to that place so that you can be retained.
Because even
it's your pride.
The uncle or aunt assured you that, hey, send your CV. Might just be scammed.
The bigger one might not be.
You get out, you just
assume.
might get the biggest shock of your life.
Yeah, that's
it becomes what we call in local balance posting. I post you. Until you learn the hard way that, hey, that was just a false hope.
That's why some people desire now the alawi they were getting, and they're still getting it now because they now realize that, oh, they should have taken advantage of
some persons wish they can work at here right now and earn 7K monthly. But I'm going to ask you finally from me, what's been the experience of NYC for you so far? I know you're just a few months into it. Part of the reason the NYC scheme was created was to foster national unity so that Nigerians who grew up in a particular region can experience life in other regions, be exposed to other cultures, to improve the tolerance that we have for one another, knowing that we have diverse culture. What's been your experience like meeting people from other states, other culture and background?
Okay, firstly, meeting people started from camp. I served in started from camp. So, meeting different people. I schooled in Benin City. That was another world on its own. Then I came down to, Lagos camp and all. So, lots of people from the north, sleeping in the same bunk bed and all. So, we dine together, we eat together, we have a social night together. It was fun. It was fun, actually. I can remember seeing an Akwa Ibom girl, the way she speaks, and I'm just staring at her like this. I was like, is this how you talk? These things, you won't see them in Benin. You won't see them in Benin. Even if you see them, 1 or 2 or 3, but you have them. And funny enough, when they see their people, they just form a clique. And you're like, oh, now so then they form their
same way you have seen your own people
together. So then, now serving in Lagos, where I'm working, it's really doing a lot. I've left my parents' house, fending for myself. I'm being able to stretch. I think another thing NYSC does is to take you out of your comfort zone, put you into the real world, and you work like, I must say, my work life exposure has changed. While I was in school, I interned for a few media firms and all, but it was not so professional. They were still like pampering me. This one is a student, so just take it easy. But then I came into a firm and then I had to wake up early. I had to be like a staff.
So you're learning real life.
Yes. Really having fun. And I'm wondering, your zonal inspector or your state coordinator should be proud of you.
You are saying you're representing
I don't know about any other core member out there, but for me, this 2 months has been amazing.
Hopefully, before the end of the service here, the right man walks in. You could become couple.
Becoming down.
Let me find out. There's this when you have people who are married doing their NYC, where NYC will sponsor their wedding. Do they still do that?
I've not heard of that, but I know of people finding love.
I think that still happens when their core members may be serving in the same locality, so they just support them. And many persons can still trace when they met their spouse to NYC. Because they couldn't have met if not for NYC, because the pool of people and even
you see what this shouldn't be scrapped now.
Tend to be more during service, during camp.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Praise Nguzi, for being on Early Exchange with us today, talking about the National Youth Service Corps, which is a mandatory 1-year scheme for ever graduate in Nigeria. You must participate in that before you get into the labor market, except where there are reasons for exemption. And so far, from what Praise has said, it's been a worthwhile experience. We've had just a few months into it, and she's happy that the scheme hasn't been scrapped. She's also advised core members who are rejoicing, hey, 77K, oh yeah, hit the market. They're saying to you, know that after hitting the market, life may just be, real life may just be waiting for you after your 1 year service, and all of the money with which you hit the market, you may be needing them. So be wise. What they say is enough for the wise. And I trust that you watching Ed Exchange today has made you wiser, and also made some people wise. I'm Blessing AG. Thank you so much for being a part of Ed Exchange all through the week, by watching, by sharing your comments, sharing the page, just sharing the content to other people so they can benefit from it. Let's do this again Monday, 8 a.m. West African time. Yeah, thank God it's Friday, so you're free after today, after work, after business, to go do some Owambe. I hope you haven't bought Ashebi on credit, or like you didn't pay them, they will come knocking at your door. But be sure to enjoy yourself. Catch the needed rest for next week. I'm Blessing AJ. Bye.
All right, the reality is the NYC scheme has come to stay, so it shouldn't be scrapped. Yes, we agree with that. All we just need to do is to see how we can improve the templates to ensure that it is reflecting the present reality and is making our graduates better. Don't forget, it's Friday, so you need to have fun. Early Exchange will return on Monday, bigger and better. And don't forget, Market Insight comes up at 11. And we'll always have a time to have another conversation. This is our offering for today and a way to set the tone for the weekend. Thanks for watching. I am Femi Ayodele. We'll see you next week.
I'm a film producer and director.
My name is Kylie Baker. My name is John Njama.
Hey guys, what's up? Check Edgar here and keep watching.
Keep watching. Keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News Television.
Never stop.
Watching SOUQ News Television.
Edgar doesn't lie.
Keep watching
SOUQ News Television. Every single time Edgar says so.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethoughts. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very, very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical, therapy, and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos. From a historical viewpoint, the first terrestrial signals of television broadcasting in Nigeria occurred when the then Western Regional Government established Western Nigeria's Government Broadcasting Corporation, popularly known as WNTV, on Saturday, October 31, 1959 at Agodi. WNTV was not just a pioneer in TV broadcasting in Nigeria, it also enjoyed the status of being the maiden TV station in the whole of Africa. WNTV belonged to the Western Nigeria Television Service. Africa has seen the emergence of exceptionally gifted stars in the broadcasting industry, particularly television gems.
She's a wonderful woman.
An icon and a legend.
She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding quality precede them.
Miss Nigeria. Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Long time she was hitting the headlines. When television started, Julie was already reigning as TV star.
Oh, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. She's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person, and she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos.
A wonderful, wonderful woman. She's an inspiration. I mean, this was somebody that I used to watch on television when I was a child. And when I met her again in England, she would sit down with me, we would have a good chat and about so many things. I've learned a lot from her. And there are times, you know, we'll go out for a meal and she'll be telling me about the good old days of Nigeria. And really and truly, I want the good old days of Nigeria to come back. She's mentored a lot of people, a very down-to-earth lady. And I saw her recently. It was amazing. When she gave me her contact number and she could recall the number from memory, somebody was saying, how could you have done that, ma? I said, I really don't know. An eloquent speaker, elegant lady, a beautiful soul. I mean, there are too many qualities this woman has. And she was saying, do you know what? We have to do something for this generation. And these are people that we admire so much and will continue to admire them because they are like an institution. What can we do? We should have something like a walk of fame, honestly, for people like her. Ms. Taiwo Ajayi Lycett. This is also an institution as well, the veteran actress. And she is a very strong advocate for arts and culture. People like her, people like Chief Julie Coker, they ought to be celebrated. And this is why I always say, maybe this is me putting on my Renew African Mindset cap on again, promoting healthy living in the elderly. They ought to be celebrated whilst they're still alive. And this is what we should be encouraging. To tap into their talents, to bring up the younger generation.
I am the adopted son of Chief Julie Coker. She's actually my auntie, yet or more. I mean, when my father, became late, you understand, she took me in under her wings, and I've been with her ever since the age of 6. And if I'm going to talk about her memories, there are so many, they are numerous. It's like the memories of a mother and a child. Yet, we've done everything. I was almost everything we did together. We traveled to Los Angeles together for the 1984 Olympics. She took me along with the NT entourage. We covered the event together. I learned a lot from her. So there are so many memories. But whenever she travels, she along with her son, second son, Richard, always tag along with her wherever she went. So it's normal. My memories are that of a mother and a child. Chief Julie Coker is, to me, an icon and a legend. And the history of Nigerian broadcasting can never be complete or even written at all without the mention of Chief Julie Coker. First, she was more or less the first woman in so many, in broadcasting. She was the first, before Nollywood, she acted. Before you heard any musician, she went into music. So, as I said, the history of entertainment and broadcasting can never be complete without her name.
Incidentally, Chief Julie Coker is a younger cousin to my late father, Wilbert Eden Okoro Sr. My background, I'm a journalist by background. I'm a chartered member of the Institute of Public Relations. And incidentally, Chief Julie Coker is a younger cousin to my late father, Wilbert Eden Okoro Sr. Well, we've had fond memories of Auntie Julie Coker, let me put it that way back as a child growing up. We used to be very proud and still very proud of her as a pioneer newscaster in Nigeria. She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much. She's done, as a pioneer newscaster, like I said, we've always been very proud of her. She has been very professional, and as children, we always look forward to 9 o'clock news where Auntie Julie Coker it's on to cast the news, and we're always out there to see her. She has paid her dues. She has spent all her time being particular about professionalism in the industry, even up till now. She's done so much in the industry. She's done so much in the industry. Growing up, she has never been someone, and she's a lovely auntie. We always go to her. She always wants people to come around her. In spite of her status, she wants us, the children of her relatives, to always come over to Ikoyi, to Victoria Land, wherever she lived. And there's one particular thing that I know about her, is that she never discriminated. For the people who lived with Auntie Julie Coker, I never lived with her. There's nobody that lived with Auntie Julie Coker that never traveled outside the country for holidays. So she's always like that. She wanted the best for everybody around her. Coming to relationship in the church where I attend, where my father and my great-grandfather attended, she was not a member of my church because she was a Catholic, but because she had affiliation with that church, because her mother was a member of that church. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. And that's Holy Covenant Family Church, the only Chekwe church in Lagos. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. She put in everything to make sure that the church is improving and all of that. Beyond that, our association with the church generally, our Catholic church, up till now, she's a strong member of the church. She has all her faith dearly, has a very close relationship with our God, our Creator, and she's done so much in that direction. Up till now, as I speak with you, she's still a strong member of the Catholic Church, and she has both the UK, in Nigeria, the Holy Cross, the Falmouth Church. She's had a good relationship. She's a God-fearing person. She's lived all her life taking care, showing care and concern to people, and that has always been our hallmark. A legacy of hard work, dedication to duty, to our profession, a legacy of love. I think the legacy of believing in God in whatever comes our way. You know, she's had her vicissitudes of life, and she's been able to overcome all of this. I mean, losing 2 children, you never can, you know, the strength to overcome all of this is awesome. But beyond that, more legacy is that she has done so much for this country. I could remember that even, I think just quite recently, she was talking about retraining of broadcasters. That's her passion. She has a legacy. She's done so much. I mean, so it's a lot of things that she has put into making Nigeria, into contributing to Nigeria. So her legacy, I can't even say, I can't pinpoint to only one thing. She's done so much across board, and so she's worth celebrating.
Let us honor this world-class broadcaster, a national and universal figure of distinction. Chief Julie Coker was born on July 25, 1940 to an Egba father from the Coker family in Abeokuta, Ogun State, and an Ishekiri mother from the Okorogeye Bodo family of Warri, Delta State. She was raised by her mother on Lagos Island and attended St. Mary's Convent School for her primary education.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding qualities precede them. My own recollection is that she was already a public figure, very glamorous on television before our past course, and of course, as it so happens in such circumstances, you actually, the reputation precedes the actual meeting. So, and I think it must have been in the early 60s when she was the glamour girl of Western Nigerian television. And I think before then, she was at Holy Child College, and from there proceeded to a much more public posture. And of course, if you go even earlier than that, you have to admit that she is the product of the cross-culture of the Benin, Warri, Sapele axis, and then of course in Lagos where she went to school. And then to cap it all, Ibadan, which was at that time the melting, not just the melting point, but the boiling point in Nigerian political affairs. But so she was already in the public consciousness through being being a regular feature on television. And then, of course, she married one of the Nauros, Michael Nauro, was an old boy at St. Grace College, and had been a superstar in football, athletics, music, and what have you. And I think at that time, St. Mary's College boys had a monopoly on Holy Child girls.
Julina Sapele girl. I'm from Ogwanja in Sapele. Right now, I'm president of Sapele Boma Boys. So I know Julie after she was born. Miss Nigeria, Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Julie. Long time she was hitting the headlines when television started. Julie was already reigning as TV star in Ibadan. That's where TV started in Nigeria. The rest is history. She's still fine. Making headlines wherever she is.
Well, people see her outside as a celebrity. I see her as an auntie. Like you know, she's my mother's first cousin. Her mother and my grandmother are sisters. Or we are sisters because they are all late. And it's an auntie I've always admired. As a child, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. And we grew up knowing Auntie Julie as someone who worked in WNTV, WNTS in Ibadan. And we all grew up to love her. She was very beautiful. She still tries to be beautiful now, even at her age of 84, she'll be 84 in July, like you know. And we worked together in NTA. I left NTA some years ago. We left NTA around the same time. I was the company secretary legal advisor to the NTA. And I was the closest to her because we saw every day at work, being that she's my auntie as well. We got on very well. She's very patient. And she's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person. And she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody. She's accepted all God has given her in a very, very graceful way. She continues to be happy. And I just wish her all the best. In those days, they didn't have the gadgets we have now. Then, most things were very practical. Today, a lot of things are automated. We had very hot studios. They used to rehearse a lot. But now the internet has made life very easy. Now you can just be in a room and have it as your station and everything. Then we had huge transmitters. I remember going from state to state to launch transmitters in the 80s. And Auntie Julie was one of those people who started television, one of the first broadcasters, and they did a very good job, and they should be honored for their role in the pioneering television services in Nigeria. We don't know the criteria they use these days to honor people. I've seen many people who've done so much, they are not honored, and people who've done nothing and are honored. At the end of the day, it's God that honors you. I know she's a very good Christian. She goes to church regularly. I'm not that super religious, but she is. She doesn't joke with her religion. She doesn't miss her masses. And I believe that's what has kept her going in spite of all the tragedies she's had in life. She has good relations and a big family. And she's, like I'll tell you, a very, very happy and contented person. Contentment is a virtue that one has to have. So at the end of the day, if they talk about television, I mean, she should be honored as one of the pioneers of television in Africa, because the first television in Africa was in Ibadan, like you know. So, and if she's one of the pioneers, I guess she has a place in history. That's what I've been talking about, being a pioneer television star, a superstar. I mean, she did a lot of programs, like you know. She was a beauty queen. We should not forget that aspect. So in those days, people want to see beautiful faces on television. And she combined both beauty, eloquence, gait. She was very calm. I've never seen her lose her temper. I do. I lose mine. But I've never, no matter how you sort of annoy her, she's always very calm. She never loses her temper. And she has a lot going for her. But contentment is the greatest, I say, and the fear of God. Like I told you, she's very religious. And I think that's her greatest strength.
And Only Child College, Obalende, Lagos, for her secondary education. Her journey to the limelight began with our winning the Miss Western Nigeria Beauty Contest in 1957 and our coming second in the Miss Nigeria Beauty Competition in 1958. She joined the Western Nigeria Television, WNTV, in 1959 as the second female face on television in Africa. She attended numerous courses in England, United States of America, Germany, and Norway, where she was groomed in the art of television broadcasting. Upon her return from one of these overseas courses, she joined the Nigeria Television Services (NTS), which later became the Nigerian Television Authority (NTA). She became an icon at the WTA, where she anchored the network news and numerous programs and events. She retired as an assistant director, marketing and state operations. Though now retired, she is not tired, as she tirelessly runs a pet project, Richard Coker Foundation, a charitable organization established in memory of our late son, Mr. Richard Coker Enaro. The major objectives of this organization is to help people suffering from sickle cell anemia. This documentary spotlights Julie Coker, particularly her family life and her days in the broadcasting industry, from her humble beginnings through the various travels and triumphs of being raised by a lone parent, her dear mother, her meteoric rise to stardom, and managing fame and popularity at a young age.
I am a broadcaster by training, and broadcasting has been part of my life since I was 8 years old. And by the grace of God, I practiced the profession and got to the pinnacle of my career, having worked with the NTA as a news correspondent, sports commentator, and sports anchor. Chief Julie Coker is not only a beautiful, delightful, immensely talented woman, but is a Nigerian, and I dare say a human being that comes only once in a lifetime. And when God created her for a purpose, because she's been able to effortlessly, effectively, and joyfully serve God and save humanity. She is a Catholic by faith and religiously goes to church every day, even at the age of about 83 years old. And she's been a broadcaster by excellence. She's been able to impact the lives of not only Nigerians but foreigners alike, both in Nigeria and in the United Kingdom, where she presently resides. She's from Delta State originally, and we've known her and admired her and worked closely with her all these years till date. Reverberates in my heart and in my mind is the fact that she's been a beacon of hope for both young men and women, but particularly for women. Because for any woman that aspires to be something in life, you look at the life and time of Chief Julie Coker, you know she's a woman who has gone to school, who has practiced her profession, who has served God religiously, and who is still serving God, and somebody that is a good example of what a woman, a mother, and a grandmother should be.
Yes, my name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a legal practitioner. I've been at the bar now for well over 40 years, and I'm also a former commissioner in Osun State. Chief Julie Coker. Well, Chief Julie Coker is an icon of Nigerian broadcasting. I don't think there's anyone of my age who would know her. I'm 64 years, and of course I've known Chief Julie Coker since I was a young boy, when she was at the NTA. She also happens to be a good friend of my mother, and I've retained a good relationship with her ever since. But most importantly, she remains a household name. I think she's what we call a mother of the nation. Everyone is very fond of her, and everyone remembers her for the good and sterling work she did while she was with the NTA. I said, when I was a young boy, we used to watch her on television. She was very well spoken, very well presentable, and she came across very well. And that's an everlasting memory. That's the memory I actually still have in my mind. I mean, obviously now she's much older now. She's like I said, the granny of the nation. But that long-term memory of her on the NTA, reading our national news, remains a lasting memory for me. Well, I think the most important thing they can learn from her is to be professional. Chief Judy Coker was professional and remained steadfast. Up till today, she is very committed to broadcasting. I don't think there's any broadcasting program that Auntie Judy Coker is called upon that she does not attend. She goes out of her way to attend, and she does her very best to promote Nigerian broadcasting and information in general. So I think that the lesson people can learn from her is the fact that you should remain dedicated and committed to whatever your lifetime profession is. Well, the legacy she has left behind in the media is the fact that you must make yourself enduring. You must also appeal to a wide audience as well. And actually, Judy Coker has done that very successfully. She remains an icon. She remains a woman who has appealed to the nation. Even though she's in her 80s now, she's still very fond of, still very much loved. And it's important, therefore, that whatever we set out to do, that we endear ourselves to the vast majority of the nation, of the people we work with, so that we leave a lasting memory and legacy for those people. And that's what Auntie Judy Coker has done rather successfully. Nowadays, our politicians, our leaders, enter government, get themselves engaged in all sorts of things, and there isn't what you call total commitment to the cause. They're not particularly interested in trying to improve the lot of the masses. Neither are they very thoughtful in the legacy they will leave behind. And I think the likes of Auntie Judy Coker, at least from that particular generation, have shown that it's important not only to remain steadfast in your chosen profession, but also to think of how you can possibly improve your profession, endure yourself to a wide audience, and always think about how you can possibly improve the lot of the people. And most importantly, it's not always about financial gain. It's more about service and commitment. And I believe those two words, service and commitment, are the important things that this particular generation of leaders can learn from Auntie Judy Coker.
Auntie Judy Coker is a legend. She's known globally for being a legendary broadcaster in the business, from Nigeria to the UK to the US. She's had a history in her career of being someone that everyone looks up to. She started her career in the late 50s, and even in the 60s she met people like the late great President of the US, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, and she also met people like Muhammad Ali in her time. She's well known as not just a broadcaster, but a music artist and someone who has an album with an artist like Anderson .Paak, who sampled her song A Rayon on his own album Saviour's Road a few years ago, something that got to #1 in the Billboard charts in the US. I know a lot about her. She's someone who has gone through life's tragedies, but through that she's become strong in the sense of running a charity like the Richard Coker Foundation, which was founded in 2004 on the passing of her beloved son Richard Coker Enahoro, and it's run by herself and my brother Baba Epega. They are the chair people of the whole foundation, and they forge a way to make people aware of sickle cell illness, something that affects so many people in the diaspora of Africa and people of African background, and some Asian people as well. And it's something that she's a very strong and vocal voice for, not just in the UK, not just in Nigeria, but all over the world. She's a relative of my mother's, and her son was our beloved cousin, so she's a great aunt to us. and in fact like a mother, because on the passing of my late mother, Ibiene Adokia Pega, she became like a mother to us since 1992 and has been very close to all my family, myself, my sister Yewande, my brother Baba that I mentioned, and my daughter Dylan Ibiene. So it's something that I can say that she's very close to us, like a mother to us. Has in fact stood as a mother to us in many, many, many circumstances and life occasions. My memories of her go back to the first time I remember being at one of her shows, her 7-Up birthday party that used to be on Nigerian television. I remember attending that as a child, and it was a wonderful, wonderful experience, and something that I treasure very much so. You know, we shared so many wonderful memories with her. It's something that I just can't forget. And what legacy has she left in broadcasting? Her legacy is something you can't stop even, because it's something we all look up to. Most recently, this past April, we had a visit by Tom Parker Bowles, the son of Queen Camilla of the United Kingdom, who came to Lagos to take part in the food festival, GT Bank. And he spent time with Auntie Julie. We introduced him to Auntie Julie, and he was thrilled when we told him of her background and who she was. And it was something like meeting the equivalent of Elizabeth Taylor of Nigeria. She has left a brilliant legacy, not just in broadcasting, but in film, in her mentoring, in a legacy that goes back to even working with the late Orlando Martins, who was a great uncle to us and the first African actor to carve out a career in Hollywood. Orlando Martins was somebody she works with over at NTA in the early 70s. Her legacy for Nigerian women, I would say, is that she's somebody we can look up to. She's somebody that we can regard. And we have great people like Sade Adu, who's the greatest singer of all time, I must say. But someone like Auntie Julie is somebody we can forge a career and look to her if we want our own career in broadcasting, in marketing, in entertainment, in public speaking, because she's just brilliant. And for all Nigerian women, she's somebody that we can all look up to and really admire, because when you think of great women of Nigeria, like her niece, Senator Danjuma, Senator Daisy Danjuma, she's in that scope of people that we look up to and say, yes, you know, someone that she can be a guiding light. Because like I say, my late mother, Ibiene Adokia Pega, was very close to her, and they were like sisters. And so for me, when I see her, I see a mother figure. And what the government should do in finality of this discussion is to give a Julie Coker Day. Why don't we have a Julie Coker holiday? I think it would be wonderful for the government in Nigeria to give up a day, a media day, where people get introduced to broadcasting the history of Nigeria, our influence in the arts, because we're doing so well. I mean, we have great artists to this day. We have people like Burna Boy, we have Davido, we have actors, Chiwetel Ejiofor in Hollywood, we have Davido Yellowo, we have wonderful talent, and people like Auntie Julie paved the way.
I retired as the Director of Public Prosecutions of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and later served as Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. It dates back 50, 60 years ago. We were young, we were just starting life. Then later she lived close to me. She's super. Her nickname is JC. JC, Julie Coker, superstar. Not in the sense of acting on it, but because she's a unique person, a woman of empathy and concern for others' well-being. And she's very truthful and loyal, which are rare qualities in around today. She's a very, very sincere person. If Julie tells you she's with you, you have nothing to worry about. You can't doubt her sincerity. We've had high and downs, and we've been there for one another, which is what life is all about. Julie has climbed so many heights and smashed so many glass, but she doesn't carry it as an ego. She's one of us. She's real. And whatever has happened to Julie in life has not weighed her down, has not stopped her from being who she is, which is a great talent, a great virtue, a great quality. That's what I like about her. She's not one of these people who worship for the sake of worshiping. She's of true faith. Easygoing. She comes and goes with a clean heart. How many people do that today? How many people have been through what Julie has been through and is still the same loyal, friendly, happy, easygoing person? Not many. She's received so many knocks, but she comes out in flying colors.
This documentary is a recount of her rise to stardom from a harsh start of life, which teaches us that with determination, perseverance, and aid of helpers, anyone can reach his or her divine destiny. She surmounted all the barriers that would otherwise have put down or derail the faint-hearted. In summary, this documentary teaches us that with doggedness, ability, creativity, and integrity, we can reach for the stars. Julie Coker is an inspiration not only to broadcasters, but to all aspiring broadcasters. Life is an epigram, a vital spark, a quest, a solemn message to the world. We must do everything within our power to leave the industry better than we meet it.
Oyeyimika Adeboye is one who comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. This daughter of a trailblazer began a career with Nigerian Bubble Company and broke barriers at Cadbury, an organization she joined as Finance and Strategy Director and rose to become the first female managing director. Let's explore the world of this amazing African business leader who's built a legacy of excellence, inspiring future generation of female leaders. Oyeyimika Adeboye comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. Oyeyimika was born to late Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, a foremost entrepreneur of his time. He was one of the pioneers of indigenous manufacturing in Nigeria, alongside the likes of Al-Hassan Dantata, the great-grandfather of business icon Aliko Dangote, and Louis Ojukwu, father of Odumegwu Ojukwu, the Biafran leader. Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola became the first president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria when the body was formed. As daughter to the man who created a multi-million-dollar conglomerate, including 3 factories, a realty franchise, a cattle ranch, a 5,000-acre plantation, a sawmill, an exporting business, as well as established Adeola Odutola College and Adeola Odutola Elementary School in Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State. In addition to having a mother who was a very successful businesswoman, Oyeyimika was highly inspired towards business by her parents who served as role models. After her basic and secondary education, Adeboye earned a degree in economics and accountancy from the University College, Cardiff, Wales. In 1986, she qualified as a chartered accountant in the UK before returning to Nigeria in the 90s. She became a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales and a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Nigeria. She also got Executive Management Education Certification in Finance and Business Administration from the Institute of Management Development, Lausanne, Switzerland, between 2000 and 2007. Oyeyimika began a career outside the shores of Nigeria as an article clerk with a United Kingdom accounting practice. On returning to Nigeria in the 90s, Oyeyimika took up a job with the Nigerian accounting and tax practice of Arthur Addison & Co. for a couple of years. From there, she moved to Nigerian Bottling Company PLC in 1994, where she held the position of Finance Director and Chief Financial Officer for about 13 years. Returning to Nigeria from the United Kingdom proved a career-defining moment for Oyeyimika. She recalls the experience of a female English friend who worked in the UK as senior manager for many years, but didn't make partner at the same firm where other male managers were admitted into partnership. Among other reasons, the possibility of career limitation consequent on being female and black were good enough reasons to make Oyeyimika return home. In November 2008, Oyeyimika was headhunted to join the board of Cadbury West Africa as Finance and Strategy Director, West Africa, and a director on the board of Cadbury Ghana Limited. She was also a member of the Audit Committee of the company until October 19, 2016. She is a member of the Executive Management Committee and member of the Risk Assessment Committee of Cadbury Nigeria. She spent a total of 10 years and 7 months with Cadbury before being appointed as MD, Cadbury Nigeria PLC in April 2019. She also became MD, Mondelez Cadbury West Africa. 2 months later, Mondelez International is the parent company of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. After consciously building a career in finance, strategy, and business administration, both in Nigeria and the United Kingdom, for over 2 decades, one can almost say that Oyeyimika had spent all the years preparing for the top. Her appointment as the MD CEO of Cadbury Nigeria PLC is a testament to the company's acknowledgement of fine talents. Position as the Managing Director of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. In April 2019, she was announced as the successor to Amira Shamsi. By this development, she became the first female MD of the company in its over 50 years of existence.
It's very important as you're growing your careers. You know, you come here, you learn a lot, and this is a fantastic initiative, by the way. You come here, you learn a lot, and then you go out there and you're wondering what next. What I always say to people is don't limit yourself. You must never limit yourself. I gave you a statement. I said I'm a finance person, today I'm a general manager. I did not learn general management in school. So whatever you're learning here, I'll call it a drop in your learning pool. Okay, you spend a year here, you learn something. Whatever you learn from here is a drop in your learning pool. Some things you will learn in life. You know where HR people, she's gone, I wish she was here. They always tell us that your development, 80% is in your hands, 20% is in your employer's hands. You know, your employer can do a lot for you, but all they do for you is really 20%. If you don't get up and do something for yourself, you cannot promote yourself and you will not grow your career.
Oyeyemika Adeboye sits on the board of trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, named after her father. The foundation targets its philanthropic works towards providing educational, industrial, and technological development for Nigerian youths that may be unable to gain admission into tertiary institutions for their higher education. Adeboye is a member of the board of Odutola Holdings Limited, a family-owned group of companies. Oyeyemika also serves as the chairperson of the advisory board of Genesis House, a home for disadvantaged young women, which was set up by Freedom Foundation. She's a member of the board of the Parity in Income and Education Foundation. Just like Oyeyemika Adeboye was able to break the corporate glass ceiling as the first female MD of Cadbury Nigeria PLC, today, women are given the visibility and exposure that was probably not a priority in the past. While there is still a huge gap in the recognition and appointment of highly performing women into CEO roles, the trend is fast improving as organizations are intentionally taking steps to ensure that women get the opportunity to take on very senior roles. As part of her philanthropic work, Adeboye is a member of the board of trustees of YEO Foundation, which provides various initiatives to empower less privileged women. She also contributes her time to partner with Handmaidens WRLS, a Christian NGO which seeks to mentor and empower professional women along an ethical career path. Oyeyemika is a member of the board of trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, a family-owned philanthropic foundation set up for the purpose of providing educational, industrial, and technological development of Nigerian youths who may be unable to gain access to higher education. For these accomplished women, only God comes before her family and the scale of priority. She enjoys running and spending time with her family over a sumptuous meal. Oyeyemika Adeboye's values are shaped by faith as a Christian. In an interview granted to Punch newspaper, Oyeyemika admits her faith-based values, which borders on integrity, is key to decisions she makes and work ethics.
Just do what you need to do and do it well, to your best, you know. Mr. Oshika talked about it, to the best of your ability. Do your best. What do I want to say? Yes, I said be ready to make sacrifices, but be mindful of your priorities. I want to talk about priorities. As a Christian, you know, and as a mother, as a wife, there's some things in my own life that I know are important. You know, when you're talking about work-life balance, so many things would try to tear you apart. You know, you have to have your priorities. So I took my priorities right. I said, in any decision, in any situation I face, I stick my finger out and I say three things. The first thing is my faith, my God. So if anything at work is going to take that away from me, I'm really willing to give up that work. You know, and I say it boldly that as a Christian, if I have to compromise my faith, then it's not worth it.
Growing up in a home with strict moral upbringing, she recounts a disciplinarian father never failing to apply the rod when it was necessary, as well as her mom. These values have shaped Oyeyemika's character and decision making. The journey of Oyeyemika exemplifies dedication, talent, and importance of breaking barriers. She continues to inspire future generations of female leaders. There's never telling where this wonderful, amazing woman is going next as she continues to break corporate ceilings.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, leaving a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency, and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights? The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors. This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the chief executive officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted, extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices, thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market rulings, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
or elsewhere in the world. Of course, you can always reach us and follow up on our conversations every single moment of the day on social media. You'd find that handle scrolling on your screen. Welcome again to Market Insight. By the way, here we take a look at the markets, help you break it down in its finest granularity to help you understand what is really going on, and of course how it does affect your business, how it does affect your pocket. My name is David Chiedu, and we're doing this one today. Today we're talking about what happened on Tuesday at the NPC, where the CBN raised interest rates again for the fifth time in a row, in the last couple of months in the year 2024. We're going to delve into the conversation, and talk about it in copious detail, understanding all of it and what it does mean for us on a day-to-day basis and in terms of Naira and Kobo. We'll do that very shortly. But first of all, let's take a look at what is happening, or rather what has happened so far during the course of the week from Monday till yesterday on the trading floor of the Nigerian Exchange Group. Now, at the end of yesterday's trading session on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, a total of 344,355,846 shares in 9,005 deals, corresponding to a market value of 6,609,136,259 Naira 8 Kobo were traded, compared with the previous NGX trading day, that was Wednesday, September 25th. Thursday's data showed a 43% decline in volume, a 47% decline in turnover, and a 7% decline in deals. Now, the current market capitalization of the Nigerian Stock Exchange is sitting at 56.6 trillion Naira. In the aggregate, 120 NGX listed equities participated in trading, ending with 28 gainers and 27 losers. FTN Cocoa Processors led the gainers with 9.82% share price appreciation, closing at 1 Naira 79 Kobo per share, followed by Elijah Lakes going up plus 9.8%, Deep Capital Management and Trust going up plus 9.78%, and Regency Alliance Insurance going up 8.62%. On the losing side, we saw Caverton Offshore Support Group coming out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 9.73% at 2 Naira 97 Kobo per share, followed by Cadbury Nigeria going down minus 9.39%, Associated Boss Company going a negative 8.73%, and Mac Nichols going down 7.89%. United Bank for Africa recorded the highest volume of 29.2 million traded shares, followed by Access Holdings at 27 million, Honeywell Flour Mill at 25.5 million, and Sterling Bank PLC at 25.3 million. Now, regarding the performance of the NGX market indices, the benchmark NGX All-Share Index shared 463.86 points to close at 98,523.56, representing a one-week gain of 0.53%, a four-week gain of 2.41%, and an overall year-to-date gain of 31.6%. Other remarkable indices that performed were the NGX Top 30 Index, including the Insurance Index, Consumer Goods Index, Industrial Index, Oil and Gas Index, and the Main Board Index. Well, that's what it looked like on the floor of the NGX trading floor during the course of the week. We'll take a short break. When we return, get straight into the conversation off the back of the MPC interest rate hike. Stay with us. Welcome back to Market Insight this beautiful Friday morning. Now, as I mentioned, we are talking about the CBN's Monetary Policy Committee interest rate hike happened on Tuesday. We're talking about the overview, or we're taking a look rather at it, doing an overview, and of course, talking about the implications across the different sectors of the economy and how it does affect you and I, really, in the actual sense of it all. Now, in a move that stunned the financial markets, the CBN Monetary Policy Committee voted to further raise interest rates by 50 basis points to 27.25% from 26.25%. The Apex Bank further increased the cash reserve ratio of commercial banks by 500 basis points from 45% to 50%, while that of merchant banks were increased by 200 basis points to 16%. Furthermore, the MPC raised the asymmetric corridor around the MPR to plus 500 and minus 100 basis points, while the liquidity ratio was retained at 30%. Now, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, noted that the decision to further tighten said monetary policy was a unanimous one by the members of the MPC. Now, this decision to raise interest rates was premised on recent events in the economy regarding inflation and the stability of the foreign exchange market. He also mentioned that the threats of inflation, flooding in many parts of the country, rising energy costs, and all of that, led to the further tightening of the monetary policy, as he were, and he saw the need, or they saw the need, for this particular implementation to be executed, as it were, or this particular action, beg your pardon, to be executed. And now, considering where we are in the last 6 or thereabout months with lowering inflation rate, talking about headline inflation, more questions have arisen as to where this leaves us. We'll examine this and more on the program this morning on Market Insight. We're being joined by an associate professor of economics at the University of Lagos. He is also a sustainable development economist and a macroeconomist. We're talking about Dr. David Martin Okay. He joins us on the program live in the studio this morning. Dr. Okay, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
And now we're going to start off fundamentally with a very, very basic aspect of this conversation. We've seen the numbers. We know what the MPC did on Tuesday, but we need to get a sense of what it does mean for, let's make heads and tails of it. That you are an expert in that regard. So can you give us some more insight with regards to the numbers? Help us make some sense of it.
Okay, thank you very much. Monetary policy rate, is the rate at which the central bank discounts the first class bill. In essence, the central bank has these instruments to use depending on the ups and downs in the economy. So if the central bank sees that, for instance, there's a macroeconomic problem, for instance, you have unemployment rising, you have poverty level, increasing, you have inflation rising and all of that. So the central bank can decide to increase the monetary policy rate. Of course, there are major goals of the central bank. The central bank has the major goal of fighting, or let me say, combating inflation. Of course, the central bank can also ensure that the economy continues to grow such that the employment rate, keeps rising, or get to the point that we can say is fully employed. But we don't have that case in Nigeria, so that unemployment has been rising. But the basic goal of the central bank is to ensure that inflation is low. And if you check the last Monetary Policy Committee decision, you discover that they actually heightened the monetary policy rate. And they saw that the headline inflation reduced to 32, around 32.15% in the second quarter. So they felt that, yeah, the policy worked, and they felt, given the situation in the economy, the best thing to do, of course, all the members of the Monetary Policy Committee, agreed that the monetary policy rate should increase. So that's the background. Now, we then look at what does that mean to us.
Before we get there,
Okay.
Doctor, I'm also curious as to, and I want to know exactly what you think. This idea of maintaining a stronger stance, if you like, or a tightening stance, dates back to the last administration of the CBN 2 years ago, when they started their hawkish trajectory, if you like, from May 2002, and they've continued on that particular trajectory at this point in time. So a lot of, experts in that field expected them to take a more dovish stance, per se, or take the dovish route, considering, the fact that over the last 2 months or thereabouts, we've seen headline inflation and food inflation falling, leaving out core inflation, by the way. And of course, also off the back of what happened last week with the US Fed rate cut, we saw they took a more dovish stance, reducing interest rate. But now we're seeing the Central Bank of Nigeria going, the converse routes, going hawkish as opposed to dovish. What do you make of this? Do you think, they're on the right trajectory?
Yeah, I think the central bank is on the right trajectory. And the reason being that, inflation is not healthy for growth. Constant increase in the inflation rate makes people poor. Nigeria today, people are suffering. Everything is difficult. So, and if the inflation continues to rise, that is not healthy for the economy. In fact, research has shown that for a developing world, the inflation rate that's healthy is around 7% to 13%. Some research, stipulates or suggests 9%. So if you look at our inflation rate at about 32.5, the headline inflation rate, 32.15, you see that that's a very high rate. So the central bank has the option whether they should maintain the monetary policy rate at the rate it was last 2 months or to increase it. But the fact that they saw that the inflation dropped, and they feel that, like I said, the major goal of the central bank is to ensure low inflation. Because in macroeconomic objectives, you tend to trade between low inflation and a high growth. And if you check the growth trajectory of the economy of Nigeria, the first quarter, we grew more than 2%. The second quarter, we grew more than 3%. The global growth rate suggested for 2024 is 3.1%. So it means that Nigeria is not actually doing bad when it comes to growth. So it means that, okay, at the fact that growth also, that high inflation rate, is also not good for growth and for welfareism. So it then means that it makes sense for the central bank to heighten the monetary policy rate. Now, when the central bank, can I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay, when the central bank heightens the monetary policy rate, in essence, we say the central bank, contracts the economy. So, and that has a number of transitions to the economy. So the first transition we see is in terms of the interest rate challenge to the economy. So it means that the interest rate now has increased. And then it means that people, they were probably consuming certain capital goods, maybe buying houses or some other capital goods. What it means is that they would not be able to take, because the lending rate would be so high, and so maybe around 30-something% and all of that. So it may not be healthy for them to actually borrow. In essence, borrowing is expensive. So they will say that, probably I will reduce that consumption. So, and then the firm also, would not want to go to the deposit money banks to borrow because it's expensive. So in that way, investments will fall. And so when investment falls, the aggregate demand, in the aggregate demand, we have the consumption component, we have the investment component. And we have the government expenditure components, the state, local government, and federal government. And then we also have the net export, the export and the import. So, and investment is one of the volatile variables in that aggregation. So it means that the aggregate expenditure in the economy, if you sum it up, that is this, if you sum all the expenditures, the aggregate expenditure will fall. And, so there is this relationship between expenditure and inflation. So when the aggregate expenditure falls, it means that economic activity is expected to fall. It means that we're going to lose certain level of growth, so to speak. But at the same time, it means that we are going to see a scenario where the inflation comes down.
And this will happen over time.
Yeah.
But
that's one channel. There are several of them.
Okay, we're going to get into those. It gets even better. Now, I'm wondering about the timing, because over the last 24 to 48 hours, I've heard a few, experts, both on the local and international scene. One of them is the chief of the African, I can't remember her portfolio right now, but I think it's the African chief or something of Standard Chartered. She said something along the lines of whether or not the CBN is in order as far as the timing is concerned. And I'm inclined to, asking questions based off of, her concerns, as it were. So is the timing at this point in time in order? Because when you view it, broadly, it looks like a piecemeal approach or a fragmented approach when you compare all the variables at play. Now, on the surface, it looks good, or it could, be perceived to look good. But, overarchingly, can we actually say that it has been effective? Can we actually say that, it will be sufficient at this point in time?
Yeah, okay. Just like I said, the timing, whether we should increase the monetary policy rate or we should reduce it. So like I said, it makes economic sense to increase the monetary policy rate, even at this time. Now, the reason why people say, why don't we go for expansionary? But if we go for expansionary, so from economic trajectory, the links and its channels, inflation will increase. And when inflation increases, it means that your purchasing power will drop. And if your salary has not increased and everything is hiking, prices are going up, it means you are becoming poorer. So it does make sense that you contract the economy. Now, some other people have suggested that why can't the fiscal sector encourage, the agricultural sector, for instance, through the Bank of Industry and other means to ensure that the industries are able to access credits and all of that, and so that we can continue to increase production and all of that. But that will become a kind of a conflicting policy,
How so?
In the sense that, theories have shown, of course, it's also in practice, that if the central bank that regulates the monetary sector pursues a contraction of monetary policy, it's expected as part of policy congruence that the fiscal sector also pursue a contractionary policy. Now, if the fiscal sector does otherwise, if they do otherwise rather, so what happens is that, of course, this to say that, we do not want this trade-off. In essence, we want the central bank pursue inflation, ensure that inflation drops. The fiscal sector pursue growth so that we can see growth, right? But, like I said again, that can also result to more money entering the economy. And in the process, what you want to see, the level of drop that you may likely want to see in inflation, you won't have it. So for you to have it, it makes sense that they have to agree on the same policy trajectory. So then what should the government do then? In essence, it makes that the government, for instance, you ensure, because if you check the inflation rate, for instance, discover that the food index comprises the larger components of the inflation rate. So it makes that the government must ensure that there's security in those areas, in Benue, in all parts of the country, so that, production of, food items, can continue. In essence, it doesn't cost the president to be having meetings upon meetings, briefs with the security chiefs, ensuring, that makes they are not spending any money. That's to ensure that the security chiefs, they do their work. And if we do that, we'll be able to see that the production will continue to increase. If you check the last growth in the second quarter, you see that 20% of the growth came from crop production. It means that there are opportunities in crop production in Nigeria up to today. You also see that about 20% of that growth also came from trade. It also means that people can still continue to trade and buy and sell. The economy is good for it. And you also see in the area of information, so people can continue to invest, in the telecoms and the information services and other parts of the economy. So in my mind, I think whether it is right time, I think it is.
All right, Doctor, I'm going to take you up further on this, aspect, talking about on this portion of the conversation, talking about the fiscal side, because, a few arguments recently have been made in that regard. But that would not be before we take a look at just a little excerpt from, the MPC meeting Tuesday, hear what the CBN governor himself had to say with regards to said proclamation. Of course, it's public knowledge right now, but let's just give you a sense of, how it all went down in a few seconds.
Decisions of the MPC. The committee was unanimous in its decision to further tighten policy and thus decided as follows. 1. Raise the MPR by 50 basis points to 27.25% from 26.75%. 2. Retain the asymmetric corridor around the MPR at plus 500 to minus 100 basis points. 3. Raise the cash reserve ratio of deposit money banks by 500 basis points to 50% from 45%, and merchant banks by 200 basis points to 16% from 14%. 4. Retain the liquidity ratio at 30%.
Now, that was the CBN governor, Olayemi Cardoso, making that announcement. We've been talking to Dr. David Martin Oke. He's an associate, professor of economics at the University of Lagos. Now, earlier, Doctor, you were talking about the fiscal side of things. Now, there's some arguments have said that, listen, the CBN are on a metric that has more or less little to do with the monetary side of things. That in fact it has a lot more to do with not significantly though, but considerably more to do with the fiscal side of things. Especially when you talk about mismanagement, and all of that. And then some others have said that the rising prices aren't particularly demand driven. In fact, that they're due to increased production costs that are tied to, rising energy costs as well as FX issues. What do you have to say regarding that? Is the CBN attacking the problem from a lopsided point of view? Earlier you talked about the government focusing more on the fiscal aspect. Do you think right now we're putting the cart before the horse?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Like I said earlier, the central bank has its goals, and largely to ensure that there's low inflation, what we call the price stability, to ensure that the economy continues to grow, to ensure that employment increases, to ensure that the exchange rate is stable. Now, for instance, when it comes to exchange rate, I was talking about the monetary policy rate hike. Several link. We have the exchange rate link or channel. We have the price, the asset price, or the wealth channel. We also have the balance sheet channel, etc. But if you look at the exchange rate channel, that channel says if the central bank hikes the monetary policy rate, what happens is that the interest rate has gone up. If you compare that interest rate, or what we call it, can say the return of investment, because it has implication on return of investment. For instance, now we are saying that individuals can borrow. Individuals, can save, right? The borrowing is not good, right? But that individuals can save, but probably because you can get higher interest rate from your saving, but that's not really the case in Nigeria because the saving rate is low. Sorry, please. So what I was trying to say in essence is that the rate on investment in Nigeria compared to other places can be higher. So that can encourage inflow into the economy. Now, when that encourages inflow into the economy, what happens is that, the increase in that inflow will cause the exchange rate, to appreciate. Now, when the exchange rate appreciates, it means that the price of export is very expensive and the price of import is cheap. So it encourages us to import rather than to export. And in the process, the net export reduces, the aggregate expenditure reduces, and we have low inflation. So that is the exchange rate challenge. So if central bank doesn't pursue that, what it also means is that if central bank pursues expansionary monetary policy, it will depreciate further the exchange rate. So it means that the exchange rate will depreciate further. So it means that it doesn't make sense because the exchange rate, the price of naira compared to the dollar or the euro or the pound sterling is too high. So it means that for me, the central bank isn't the right trajectory. But there are other things that the central bank can do.
Like?
For instance, if you listen to the central bank governor, he said that they are going to pursue some untraditional, methods, but he didn't mention what exactly untraditional method. The method that's not traditional, unusual method that they're going to use. What I was thinking is whether he's saying or they mean that they are going to use quantitative tightening. For instance, where they're going to probably sell, government's debt.
Okay.
So and then
debt or assets.
No, debt in this case.
Okay.
That has implication, of course, for their independence. Okay. Now, another thing
is that what you meant by quantitative tightening?
Yes, quantitative tightening. And again, the central bank itself. But if they pursue that will affect their independence, because they are more or less are relating with the fiscal with the government in that process. And if the independence of the central bank is compromised, that means that it can also affect their potency or their activities in terms of reducing the inflation rate. So the central bank must ensure that they continue to remain independent. Now, the other thing that the central bank can do, if the central bank wants to continue to reduce inflation, is that the central bank can communicate to the public and say, in the next monetary policy meeting, we are still going to hike the interest rate. So if the central bank does that, it makes that the contracts, and other things that, people will do, they will factor in that into the model and ensure that they do not increase the wage or do not increase the contracts at the end of the day. So, and at the end of that, so that means that the aggregate demand will also continue to come down. And then the central bank will be able to continue reduce the inflation further.
Now, we know that the CBN means well, because of course, at the base of all of it all, the idea behind this particular move is to drive inflation down. that has been, adequately established, over the last, couple of days, following this recent rate increase, as it were. However, other issues are, there are other attendant issues, and you've just spoken a little bit about the forex market. Now, immediately after that happened, just 2 days ago on Wednesday, we saw the Naira at the official market, by the way, going to an all-time high of 1,667 Naira. So I'm wondering, what does it translate to as far as the day-to-day trading in the local market is concerned?
Yeah, like I said, if the Naira continues to depreciate, what it means is that, the value of the Naira will also be affected. There's relationship between the exchange rate and the inflation rate. So if the Naira depreciates, the inflation also has a way of increasing. But, like I said, for the central bank, to fight that, and one of the things to do is to ensure that there is contraction in monetary policy. So when the Naira continues to depreciate, theory says that, suggests that, people will want to export. If you are a productive organization and, you are producing, you have the export capacity and you export, so it makes that you'll be going to make more money because the Naira is depreciating. So if you sell, you're going to get foreign currency. If, for instance, if you sell to the United States, so you're going to get dollars and then you are richer. So that means they encourage export if the Naira continues to depreciate. But that works if the economy is a productive economy. In essence, there must be infrastructure.
Which we don't particularly have.
And you also see that our problem is largely not as a result of these policies, implementation and all of that. It's just that we have the problem, what we call the, institutional problem.
Okay.
And one of
now, how can these institutional problems be dealt with? Is this something?
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when our participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests that's against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the MSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
You're still watching Market Insights on SOUQ News Television. Many thanks for staying tuned. Apologies for that little glitch. We have been talking about the fallout of the CBN's MPC meeting 3 days ago rather, that saw interest rates going up to 27.25%. And we've been talking about all of what it does mean for the Nigerian local economy. And Dr. Okay is in the studio with us. He's been talking us through all of these issues and then some. So, Doctor, you were talking to us about what the federal government can do besides the CBN with regards setting up, veritable institutions, as you were, that can help, for want of a better or the appropriate term, pad up sections of the economy, particularly in the physical aspect of things, that can help support the CBN's monetary policies, as you were. If you just kindly round up with that thought in just a few words.
Yeah, I was just trying to say that the government must ensure that the organizations that have been set up to ensure that corruption, goes down or is minimized to the barest level, must be seen to be independent and must conduct their activities in a way that ensure that corruption, is detected by everyone in the society, and so that has a way such that the little resources that the government has or the income that we earn, can actually trickle down to development projects, can actually be used for the purpose for which, they are meant to achieve.
Now, let's also talk about SMEs. We've talked about, what it means for trading and all of that. We even hinted about what it could mean for, certain sectors of the economy, production, manufacturing, and all of that. The SMEs are, for all intents and purposes, the driving force of most economies of the world, if not all. As far as we are concerned, we have the SMEs in the country accounting for 96% of its business activities and providing 80% employment opportunities, as well as contributing about 50% to the country's GDP. Now, with this particular development, credit becomes, rather difficult to access because of the rates, as you were, and it's most likely going to discourage business growth and expansion. Where does this leave the average businessman? Where does this leave the average, worker who is gainfully employed, and all of that? It doesn't sound like good news for all intents and purposes. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it doesn't sound as a good news at all. But it makes that the SMEs should think inward, and say, should I need to diversify? For instance, I mentioned trade. If you can go into trade, maybe at the moment, I'm just suggesting, probably you can do that. But if you need resources, to run your business, then you have to think inward, probably 10 SMEs, they can come together and see how they can raise fund, maybe internally or wherever. But there are ways to raise fund. For instance, 5 persons can come together and say, oh, if you collect your salary, so you're going to bring 200,000. This brings, 5 persons come together and they're able to contribute 200,000. That's zero interest rate. So at the end of the month, somebody gets 1 million, and at the end of another month, another person gets 1 million, because it's quite expensive to borrow. In a sense, it also makes that whatever resource that you have, whatever income you have, you don't spend it anyhow. So in essence, you must be mindful of your expenses, because we are not in a good time. We are in good time when the central bank pursues expansionary monetary policy. Money flows to the economy. But when money doesn't flow to the economy, it means that the government the central bank wants to contract the economy as individuals, as firms. So it makes it's not the best time to increase salaries. And if you must increase salaries, you must ensure that the workers do their job. Of course, quite important that you pay what we call efficiency wage to get the best out of your worker. But you must ensure that, they do not waste the time. Okay.
But also another issue here worth pointing out, as I have already mentioned, are the people who are essentially dependent on said jobs, in the small and medium scale enterprises for their means of livelihood. The ones who struggle already, the businesses that is, who struggle already to keep the lights on, will struggle even further to be able to accommodate everyone in their payroll. And that means some people will be losing their jobs. What does this mean again for the economy? Put that also together with the average market woman, or the average market, the average trader who just wants to get by, on a day-to-day basis. In terms of Naira and Kobo, this is definitely going to, it's not a good look for them. So I have, been made to understand. But what's your take on all of this as we round up very quickly?
Okay, thank you.
Because first of all, pardon me, please. First of all, we know, and I said, it has already been established that this is what the CBN wants to do, which is more or less laudable. Them wanting to drive down inflation. That's established adequately. However, the manner in which these actions are taken is what people are asking. Why and what exactly it would mean for us. As I said again, it's a piecemeal approach, but over time, it doesn't look like it's been very effective. It doesn't look like it's helped, quote unquote, helped the average low income or middle income earner. Well, let's take out middle income. The average low income earner, because there's multidimensional poverty in the country at this point in time. So putting it all together, again, I reiterate, it's a source of concern in the moment. Let's wrap up with that.
Yeah, it is a discretionary monetary policy. We also have what's called automatic stabilizers when it comes to the fiscal sector. For instance, when you give out, kind of bursaries or kind of grants and all of that, those are automatic stabilizers in the economy. Now, but what it means is that the hard time doesn't last all the time. People must know that. For instance, at a time when there was the global recession, and they asked Kings then, what happens in the long run? And did he say, in the long run, we are all dead? In essence, the hard time doesn't last all through. So that's going to be a point that is going to be a turning point. So now, at a hard time, what it means is that everybody must look inward.
Okay. So again, lastly, very quickly,
Yeah.
Dr. Rather, do you see, and again, I ask this because there are also fears regarding it. Do you see inflation rising, core inflation? Because we saw that while headline inflation and food inflation fell, we saw core inflation rising just very marginally. So do you see inflation rising across the board, whether it's core inflation or food inflation that already dropped? Do you see those rising too, in the near future, say over the next 6 to 12 months or thereabout?
Yeah, like I said, in spite of the policies of the central bank, if the structural, changes that are needed to ensure that Nigeria economy continues to grow and is sustainable, if they are not there, the inflation rate can still increase at any point in time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor, for joining us this morning. We've been talking about the CBN's Monetary Policy Committee meeting that led to the increment of the current rate hike, interest rate, beg your pardon, from 26.25 to 27.25%, talking about the implications for the economy. Dr. David Martin Oke, an associate of economics at the prestigious University of Lagos, has joined us this morning. He's also a sustainable development economist and a macro economist. Doctor, many thanks again for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. At the official market, we saw the Naira trading to the US dollars to the US dollar at 1,628 Naira. On Tuesday, we saw more fluctuation with the trade going at 1,676 Naira, and even more fluctuations on Wednesday, seeing the exchange
just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch. Neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain. The armed forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafaba, the National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of legendary contemporary Nigerian artists, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC.
1977. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by techno expert SOUQ, a Bulgarian company mirroring African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages. And hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News. David Chiedu. The Nigerian Senate passed the second reading of a bill aimed at combating illegal mining and its associated crimes on Thursday. Sponsored by Senator Mohammed Onao, the bill proposes the creation of the Nigerian Mine Rangers Services, a specialized security force to safeguard legal mining operations and enforce regulations. Illegal mining has fueled kidnapping and banditry in various mineral-rich states, leading to massive losses, with Nigeria losing about $18.9 billion annually. The NMRS will be tasked with enforcing mining laws, providing emergency services, and supporting sustainable mining practices. Senators, including Orji Uzo-Kalu, lauded the bill, stressing its potential to cut economic losses and reduce criminal activities. The Senate Committee on Solid Minerals will further review the proposal within 2 weeks. And the federal government has started paying the newly approved minimum wage to over 1.2 million civil servants. The warrant signed by the Accountant General of the Federation, Dr. Oluwatoyin Madenyi, directed the payment for September. Civil servants on grade level 1 will now earn 930,000 naira annually, while top officials on grade level 17 will receive 6.9 million naira. The new wage bill will cost the government 4 trillion naira annually. Labour unions welcomed the move, urging other sectors to comply, although reserve requirement ratio by 50 basis points, freeing up 1 trillion yuan in special sovereign bonds as part of the stimulus. Economists believe by 0.4%.
Blackface Nigeria, and I used to be a member of. I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of.
Sorry, before you proceed, it used to be Blackface. So come from that Blackface story before it became Blackface
Nigeria.
Yes.
Yes. So many people were wearing blackface, and I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the blackface from Nigeria. A kind of profession where you stay away from the regular, you stay away from the crowd. If the media is, the social media is a crowd, the real artists who don't want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction or what's supposed to be like. I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course.
Check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recent shop and stuff, and more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently there was a deal, such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment. What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. Or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, you know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to try to invest in the sector if the government is not giving the entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing
When
up.
you're on the right label.
Right label.
Okay,
that's
so
like
so there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, you know, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused? We see people, anyone, or should we be focused? We see people, anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. You know, they fuse all sorts of things. So in a week you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things, outside were called Afro.
I went to one interview and is that Afrobeat or highlight? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to tell that was like in 1980, that should be 1989, 88, around that time, you know.
Wow,
that period, very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu, you know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or inter whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music
perform.
and all of that, you know.
Correct.
So I started saying that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also decided to take it serious was when I started going to Rap City jams. And with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man,
please explain what Rap City Jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City Jams. Rap City Jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there, and from and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent, you know. So I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though, you know. And it was like he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish one or two things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys, and as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians, thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort, but I know for me to bring my contribution in, And it wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they gave shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys records, and we parted ways. So people went to different record labels. You know, just like
talking about different record labels. Do you remember that time? I think it was Christmas. You were in Enugu with your brother, Innocent, one other person. You had was it?
Everybody knows. It's not like it's you know, they offered me their contract, but I didn't accept. You know, like Kenny's Music offered me their contract, I didn't accept because I was the witness to Teni Tutila's contract, and I told Tutila that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him, then it's okay. But let him come out.
It's his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So documented, everybody knows, right? From then till now, how long has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So the question now that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula balu all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't like the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy, you know?
Yeah.
But what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process, and I kept telling them, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually
23, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're all there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to counsel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain. Even
You know, I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote
harmonies.
the more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier, bros.
Correct.
And we had gone to Ray Power, to third anniversary for Ray Power. So when we got there, we met Kenny Ogungbe, and Kenny was like, you guys should do a jingle. It's Ray Power's third. Blah 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 blah. Like I said, I'm that guy.
Yes, you are.
So
correct.
if there's no commitment to an investment, it's a total waste for the investor. And no investor wants to go through that. And I think that's what Tijo went through, and that's the reason why he didn't worry. He just
finished.
The project is finished, and the person might have his reasons to say. But then since he released the album, he's still indebted to the band.
True.
Regardless of sales or no sales.
Or if it was finished or not.
If it was finished or not, because he shouldn't release it if it was not finished.
Correct.
Exactly. But he had his way, he has his own way, or why he did what he did.
So why didn't you follow through, why didn't the group, and when I say you, I mean the group, why didn't you follow through with the people that wanted to invest? You know, the Duke, the Ateke Tom.
So the people that were trying to invest had to be discouraged. Like Ochacho was discouraged, I believe so. You know, so they just be discouraged and they'd be like, man, I don't think these people are together. But then the plantation is working regardless. And I'm going to put the album out.
So what's happening with the plantation right now? Because I know there's new music out. New music been out for a while.
Yes, some new music coming again.
What's the plan for the Plantation Boys?
Well, the plan for the Plantation Boys is the name is going to stay, but there'll be features. Different people will come and feature for the band and go. If you write for the band, you get your royalties. If you feature on the song with the band, you know how that pans out. You get the shows, you get paid, you go to Sound Exchange, you register, you get all those things, you register, you get your money to yourself. So, but if you don't want to participate, you can stay in the comfort of your zone. Then let the people that want to take the name to the next level, take it to the next level. Buhari was president last dispensation. He's not president.
Network.
The network. We got it late. People were using Turaya in Nigeria here and forming big boys when everybody would have had flip phones. So why was that? What was supposed to be? We were supposed to be on the same pedestal. Everybody equal.
True.
So some of these things don't come to us for us to have general knowledge. So it takes some time. So few people get the knowledge. Before they can pass it to the rest of the people, the harm is already done. So that's where the media has to help in sanitizing the society and send information to the society on time for them to be aware.
Positive information.
Positive information.
Good information.
Yes.
Helpful information.
Yes.
Which is what we do here at SOUQ News.
You guys are doing a great job.
IL 104.9 FM. That's what we do.
You guys are doing a great job, man. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. You guys media is the best, man. Perfect. You guys the best, man. Perfect.
Right.
Man, you guys blew my mind when I came
So-
here.
so-
I won't bring my employment letter when I do the job.
So
But I said that the Oga chair I want to sit down. I don't want to get job for another place. So the Oga chair I want to sit down. That chair, I love that chair. You see that chair, see the view. God damn it.
that wants to make music for a living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Talk to her.
Yeah.
As a record label owner, as a producer of music,
Yeah.
as someone that has done
Yeah.
almost
Yeah.
40 years,
Yeah.
30, 35 years in the biz.
Yeah.
Talk to that person.
The first thing you have to understand about your music is stay dedicated to your craft. If you believe your craft is what you're going to use to, you know, survive and take care of your bills, family and dependent relatives, you have to concentrate on your craft. There are several people that say they want to make music today. They wake up in the
Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi, the local government chairman, Muibi Alade Folawiyo, and the senior special assistant to the chairman of Lagos Island Local Government, Honorable Bola Oloniyi. The attendees had this to say.
So we've got family planning, we've got free antenatal, as most of you are aware, free antenatal for all our pregnant women up until.
Tests were conducted. The Lagos Island Local Government, Oham Antonia, explained the importance of the care for mothers and their babies.
It's about nutrition, the kind of food to give to their children, even the kind of food pregnant women take when they are pregnant. And it must be what we have in the community, the food we can afford.
$29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, product, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative (ACI) must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for SOUQ News.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development.
We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire on
Hello. Exhilarating.
in the hearts of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire. SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello, sports fans, enthusiasts.
For different ways to make money. Sports is the best way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
Word around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories
shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is
to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This
every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve. Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a housing ground. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria. In 1949, with a daily service and joined the Nigerian stations in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs. Charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captive on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. the three wise men has been relocated thrice from each of
also home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a rot. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment. Subsidy launched the Nigerian Education Loan Fund (NELFund) student loan program on July 17, 2024 to give tertiary students access to education. The loans are intended to help students pay for tuition fees and other costs while studying at approved institutions. Loan schemes such as this for tertiary education students already operate in about 13 African countries, countries like Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Ethiopia, Malawi, Zambia, Lesotho, Namibia, implemented transparently to gain the confidence of Nigerian students. Chike Okulu, reporting for SOUQ News.
Different walks of life, adorned in pristine white ensembles, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle.
Person from Ghana na Ghanaian abi, person from Togo na Togolese abi, person from Zambia na wetin, person from Mali ko Malians ko. I am person from Holland now waiting. Hollandia you got.
It was a radiant spectacle that transformed Freedom Park into a vibrant atmosphere of music, style, and culture. The event delivered an unforgettable experience for attendees. The display of lights and visuals created a magical ambience that complemented the music and fashion perfectly. Attendees showcased their unique interpretations of the all-white dress code with a touch of Ashoke, Ankara fabrics, and more. From minimalist chic to bold avant-garde, the fashion statements were as diverse as the crowd itself.
The whole fashion in an African society is that, apart from the fact that
Africa has taken over the world. Rule the fashion industry world global wide.
Beyond the music and fashion, the event also showcased AO Afrique's latest designs, a blend of ashoke with a mixture of trendy Gen Z style and a variety of local brands. Pop-up shops and stalls offered attendees the opportunity to discover and purchase unique pieces in tie-and-dye and batik and Ankara fabrics.
One of the things I try to do for him, and he knows that, I'll buy his design and give it to people in the US to wear. And we don't cherish what we have. You go to a church, you go to a mall, and you are dressed up, and they come to you and say, look, where did you sell this? That's how we've been marketing it. And it's really
next edition, maybe we'll have more models. Maybe we'll have more. Maybe we'll have some other designers come join in. You know, so the runway will not be these old designs alone. We'll have other designers come. Maybe maybe we'll have something that we can bring in some international press to see what's good. You know, so I think it will. Knowing Ago is a crazy guy. Knowing him, I know he's going to sit down. He's going to call me like tomorrow and next and say, so yeah, start writing. What do you think? And how do we do it? So next year, I hope to see a bigger, better, way of doing it. So to me, it keeps getting better every year. So that's what I say.
Tonight it's all about AO Afrique's designs, even as celebrate African fashion, African music.
6 or 7 years into All White Group, we added fashion into it, where we showcase through runway at every event. So this gives us courage because our designs are unique. It gives us courage, gives us inspiration and motivation to do this year in, year out. And it has helped the brand, and it has, changed the lifestyle. Designs are appreciated, welcome, and then turned into a dressing style of so many people. Just like worshiping. I thank you, everybody. I thank you.
To something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years, It was just, you know, a little 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only we read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were so in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child, and not along the religious lines now, but actually they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. Credits to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able. You could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, you know, can, you know, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You know, you still have young hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. So by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things, and the man looked at me and said, how come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent? And I didn't know what he meant, because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence. Went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I are being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce but when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. For those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Those days, someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen. I had learned from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and we didn't have too many, what do you call it, the photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson, and we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague. It's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver, you wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like Didu and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can. Do things. But if somebody says, no. Nigeria, that shook the whole world. Everybody, attention. You see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just bathing in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe it? He came and had his own first attack, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his own team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know. Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy our own Nigerian people. Wanted to destroy. It hit the whole world from the British Guyana, the black guy. And said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, oh, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive. To make them thrive, and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly? I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know, that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government. Able to revive the image and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened. And that's, it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, people like Segun Bishop I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can I have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Adel Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said, you should go and ask the president of SOUQ. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of SOUQ. If he finds that he asked how much the dress cost. Courts now, and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now, because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and supply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If Awolowo can start free and fair education to children, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But that's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family would not, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who's been abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school, you know, get through all those kind of trauma. I was lucky that are able to, you know, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, you're able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, you know. I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, you know, try and rise up to that challenge. Our chief, Folani Koka, was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the... Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, I mean, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about us. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more, there doesn't have to be more women in the scene. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they're going to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because by my mother. I was taught to sing Ichekiri songs, to speak Ichekiri well, to address issues that affects the people of Warri. My stepfather, who also had a hand in my upbringing, was an Ichekiri man. So I was brought up in Lagos, so I have the books. And he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News, keep out,
watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy.
Chased from the backstage just because 50 Cent wanted to come to backstage. So we're here and perform alongside with our own artists when you're supposed to allow them to, meet and greet and get to understand how the industry works, how American business work and all that. But you rather chase your own.
Yo, bro, what's going on? So grabbed him, roughed him up, and like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane. I don't know who that dude was.
What happened, man?
We're on the airplane runway about to take off. All of a sudden, I just see one. It's like a movie. I just see a dude standing in the middle of the runway, walking towards the plane while the plane is taking off. Man, guess what the plane did? Stopped.
They didn't necessarily know who Idris was because there was no, like you said, there was no mingling between the artists at the time. But they knew that this was a guy that, number one, was buff. You know that he wasn't a pushover. And then this guy was visibly angry. And they just, they were afraid for their life. But of course, we know that wasn't what it was supposed to be. But I've read 50 Cent's book, right? And 50 says he was offered $4 million to do that show. How much were you paid? The other people on the roster, did they get as much as you? Not to now compare with the $4 million that 50 got.
In 2004, I was in Germany with my crew. And I was invited to perform alongside with 50 Cent. That was a month after. So
You already pressed at that point, like, why are you treating us like this?
That's what's up.
So this was at the Lagos.
It happened at the Lagos show at TBS, right here. A lot of the Nigerians. We don't speak fuck in Africa. I don't know what fuck is all about. My name is Idris Abdul Karim. I sold 4.6 million copies in a pirated country. Why don't you come tell me how the American market works? The reason why we're all happy you're here is because we want to learn from you. Get to know you and learn how the American market works. And he went back downstairs to speak with the organizer. I was watching the organizers and they were like, they don't know. So he came back and said, we just spoke with the organizer and they said they don't fucking know who you are. Before I know what's up, man, they attacked me.
So the security kind of probably, took it as if, he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and,
we have content, we're just like the Americans. The reason why Americans are what they are is because their leaders created a beautiful platform for them. From the politicians to the multinationals, to everybody in different platforms. So it is our own responsibility to do the same for ourselves.
So it's been 20 years since that time. The music industry has experienced an explosion like none other.
That's right.
You are older now, right? You are not as active as say you were, you know, you're in your prime. But do you feel a sense of betrayal looking back now, like
at that time when everybody was saying that no, rap music or Afro music will never be what it is? That no, go back to the studio and record juju music. Go back to the studio, record Fuji music. Where are you from? Go back and Tinubu came, skyrocketed to 1,200.
So for you,
how much is spaghetti during Good Luck Jonathan? It was 60 naira. During Buhari, became 130 naira. Now, spaghetti is 800 naira. That's 200%.
which one of them again? Which light they like?
Not today, that he had AIDS when we know they killed him.
That's how you feel about
Please, guy, watch out for the documentary. Idris is coming to expose a lot of things to you guys.
The recent increase in Nigeria's interest rate to 27.75% by the Central Bank of Nigeria is causing a surge in house prices and rents. Real estate developers warn that the banks lending at rates close to 40%, they will be forced to raise prices to offset higher construction and maintenance costs. This is likely to worsen Nigeria's housing deficit as fewer developers can access credit, driving up demand for the limited supply of properties. Industry experts predict significant rent hikes, especially in mid-income areas, and more defaults in rent payments as tenants struggle with rising costs. Odunayo Ojo, CEO of UPDC PLC, noted that housing prices are expected to increase faster than rents, which rates have significantly harmed manufacturers. Man also criticized the high electricity tariffs and multiple taxation, which further exacerbates operational difficulties in the sector. Meshaye, represented by Man Director General Segun Ajayi Kader, called for reforms to address these issues, including investing in renewable energy and supporting non-oil exports. The association emphasized the need for favorable loan conditions and reduce custom duties to boost production and economic growth. The Major Energies Marketers Association Nigeria has revealed that the landing cost of petrol in Nigeria, with Brent crude trading between $70 and Madagascar and Mozambique, which have seen significant damage to their marine ecosystems. Debt for nature swaps allow countries to restructure expensive debt into cheaper, eco-focused bonds with savings directed towards environmental preservation. The deal is expected to help safeguard thousands of square miles of coral reefs, mangroves, and fish stocks while benefiting coastal communities. The initiative, supported by the US and UK governments, aims to accelerate marine conservation in the region where fishing rights and conservation funding have long been contentious. A blueprint for the swap is expected by June 2025, with negotiations ongoing to address how debt will be allocated and conservation funds managed. Experts believe that achieving 30% marine protection by 2030 will require innovative financial solutions like this. The project is seen as crucial for mitigating climate change impacts and protecting the livelihoods of 70 million people in the region. SOUQ Chili Oil, a South African natural oil brand, is strengthening its UK presence with a significant expansion into Sainsbury's stores. Starting October 5, the brand's product will be available in over 350 Sainsbury's locations, building on its successful UK market entry in 2022. This development follows SOUQ Chili Oil's established traction in international markets, including the US, Ireland, Denmark, Germany, Australia, and its home market of South Africa, where it leads its category. Co-founder Ken Kinsey-Quick hailed the Sainsbury's listing as a major achievement, underscoring the brand's commitment to global growth. With the UK's growing demand for premium spice-led condiments, SOUQ Chili Oil sees immense potential for continued expansion. The brand offers original and garlic variants priced at £8.50 per 250 ml. This strategic partnership with Sainsbury's positions SOUQ Chili Oil for further success in the UK market, catering to consumers' evolving taste preferences for bold, high-quality flavors. Meanwhile, the Uganda's government announced plans to significantly reduce spending and domestic borrowing for the 2025-2026 fiscal year, with overall government expenditure projected at 57.4 trillion Ugandan shillings, down from 72.1 trillion shillings in the current year. Domestic borrowing is set to decrease by 53.9%, with the government aiming to borrow approximately 4.01 trillion shillings through treasury bonds. The Finance Ministry did not provide specific reasons for these cuts, which came amid rising public debt that has raised concerns among opposition politicians and led credit rating agencies like Fitch and Moody's to downgrade Uganda's credit rating. The Finance Ministry's Permanent Secretary, Ramasand Kilbe, indicated that the government's funding priorities would focus on agro-industrialization, tourism, and minerals, including petroleum. However, external debt repayments are expected to increase to 4.03 trillion shillings in 2025 and 2026, further tightening domestic fiscal space. The government's past borrowing has been framed as a strategy to drive economic growth, which has reportedly outpaced many other African nations since the COVID-19 pandemic. Zimbabwe's gold-backed currency, known as the ZiG, experienced a dramatic decline of over 40% against the US dollar on the interbank market from Thursday to Friday. The Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe reported a mid-rate of 24.3902 ZiG per dollar on Friday, down from 13.9987 the previous day, marking a 42.6% decrease. The ZiG, introduced in April, represents Zimbabwe's sixth attempt to establish a stable currency in the last 15 years. The sharp fall of the ZiG currency raises concerns about the ongoing economic instability in Zimbabwe, which has been grappling with high inflation and currency volatility. The government had hoped that a gold-backed currency would provide a more stable alternative, but the recent development suggests significant challenges ahead for the nation's monetary policy. And to news in the Middle East, UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan met with former US President Donald Trump during his official visit to the United States, highlighting the enduring partnership between the two nations that has spanned over 50 years. Sheikh Mohammed acknowledged Trump's role in bolstering the strategic relationship during his presidency. This meeting is part of Sheikh Mohammed's first official trip to the U.S. as president, which also included discussions with U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo to enhance economic collaboration in technology and AI sectors. Earlier in the week, Sheikh Mohammed held talks with President Joe Biden, where they reaffirmed the strong U.S.-UAE strategic and defense partnership and explored new opportunities for cooperation in renewable energy and investments. Bilateral trade between the UAE and the U.S. reached $31.4 billion in 2023, with significant UAE investments in the U.S. supporting over 166,000 American jobs across various sectors. The discussions during this visit emphasized the UAE's commitment to deepening economic ties with the U.S., particularly in technology and renewable energy. Also, UAE-based renewable energy firm Masdar is set to enhance its presence in the Iberian market following two significant deals in Spain. Recently, Masdar acquired Sata Yield from Canada's Brookfield for $1.4 billion, marking its second major investment in the region in just 2 months. The company also secured a minority stake in a 2-gigawatt solar portfolio managed by Endesa, a subsidiary of Italy's Enel, earlier in July. According to M&A chief Faisal Tahir Bati, these developments signal a strong commitment to expanding in the Spanish market as Masdar aims to build a leading position in the sector. With a goal of achieving 100 gigawatts of renewable capacity by 2030, Masdar has already invested in approximately 20 gigawatts of renewable projects globally, valued at around $30 billion. The company is actively engaging in talks with Endesa to develop up to 5 gigawatts of additional capacity associated with the July deal and plans to connect the SATA pipeline to the grid by 2030. As Masdar seeks to forge new partnerships while remaining selective, it aims to leverage its growing footprint in Iberia to capitalize on the increasing demand for renewable energy investments amidst rising interest rates and debt cost. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia is reportedly preparing to abandon its unofficial $100 per barrel oil price target as it aims to increase production and reclaim market share, even if it results in lower prices. The country, which leads the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, has previously cut oil output to support prices alongside its allies, including Russia. However, with oil prices declining nearly 5% this year due to rising supply from the U.S. and weak demand in China, Saudi Arabia is reassessing its strategy. Recent reports indicate that the kingdom is willing to raise production as scheduled on December 1st, despite potentially prolonging a period of low oil prices. Currently, OPEC Plus is cutting output by 5.86 million barrels per day, equating to about 5.7% of global oil demand. The International Energy Agency has noted that OPEC Plus market share has fallen to historic lows, influenced by rising U.S. production, which now accounts for 20% of global supply. Saudi Arabia has significantly reduced its output since late 2022, but the kingdom believes it can sustain lower prices, supported by foreign reserves and debt options. Historically, Saudi Arabia has engaged in price wars to defend its market share, suggesting that it is ready to adopt more aggressive stance in the face of competition from non-OPEC producers. We now move on to the foreign scene. Donald Ukrainian president Donald Trump is set to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at Trump Tower in New York as tensions have escalated over Ukraine's defense against Russia. The meeting, requested by Zelensky, follows Vice President Kamala Harris's strong support for Ukraine during her recent discussions with the Ukrainian leader. Trump expressed confidence that he could facilitate a quick deal between President Vladimir Putin and Zelensky, showcasing his intention to play a role in resolving the ongoing conflict. As Election Day approaches, the stark contrast in the views of Trump and Harris regarding U.S. involvement in Ukraine have come to the forefront. Trump has been vocal in his criticism of current U.S. support for Ukraine, suggesting that under his leadership, the invasion by Russia would not have occurred. He has described Ukraine as demolished and indicated a desire for the U.S. to withdraw its involvement, while Harris has labeled Trump's proposals as not proposals for peace, but rather proposals for surrender. Despite the divided opinions, some Republican allies continue to back support for Ukraine's defense. Senator Lindsey Graham, who maintains a close relationship with Trump, has positioned himself as an intermediary discussing Ukraine's needs with both Trump and Zelensky. This meeting reflects the intricate dynamics of U.S. foreign policy as it relates to Ukraine, illustrating the ongoing debate about the best approach to ensuring support for Ukraine amid the ongoing conflict. Financial aid. Argentina's poverty rate has skyrocketed to 53% in the first half of this year, a significant jump from 41.7% at the end of last year and more than double the 26% 7 years ago. This surge is largely attributed to the tough austerity measures implemented by President Javier Milei, which have caused major short-term pain for regular Argentines. The country is in a deep recession and inflation remains in triple digits, although there are signs of improvement. The austerity measures aimed at overturning a deep fiscal deficit have led to significant cuts in ministries, state subsidiaries for fuel and transport, pensions, retirement earnings, and tens of thousands of public service jobs. While Milei's government argues that it has expanded key welfare programs, such as the Universal Child Allowance and Food Card Program, critics point out that these measures are insufficient to address the scale of poverty and inequality. The situation has raised concerns about the impact on vulnerable populations, particularly those in the middle class and lower income sectors, with poverty rates reaching as high as 55.5% in the first quarter of this year. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer met with former US President Donald Trump for a 2-hour dinner at Trump Tower in New York, aiming to establish a personal relationship ahead of the US presidential election. The meeting, attended by UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy, focused on maintaining the long-standing friendship between the two nations and discussing key issues such as support for Ukraine, NATO, and climate change. Starmer emphasized the importance of personal relations in international diplomacy, stating that knowing counterparts personally matters. The meeting marked a significant step in building relations between the UK and the US, regardless of the outcome of the presidential election. Starmer reiterated the UK's commitment to working closely with whoever wins, highlighting the enduring special relationship between the two countries. The visit also included Starmer's attendance at the United Nations General Assembly, where he addressed global challenges. While a meeting with Vice President Kamala Harris was not possible due to scheduled conflicts, Starmer may visit the US again before the election. The UK Prime Minister's focus on strengthening bilateral ties demonstrates its commitment to cooperation and diplomacy. ByteDance Limited, the parent company of TikTok, is securing a $10.8 billion loan, the largest ever dollar-denominated corporate facility in Asia ex-Japan. The 3-year loan, which can be extended to 5 years, have attracted 20 lenders, including international and Chinese banks. The oversubscribed deal demonstrates leaders' confidence in ByteDance's growth prospects. Citigroup, Goldman Sachs, and JP Morgan coordinated the financing, which will refinance an existing $5 billion facility from 2021 and support the company's expansion into new areas. ByteDance's aggressive expansion plans include growing its e-commerce presence through Douyin, its popular Chinese social media platform, and rolling out TikTok's live shopping platform in more European markets. Additionally, the company is investing heavily in generative AI and large language models for chat GPT-style apps. Founded in 2012, ByteDance has become a leading social media company, leveraging its vast audience to diversify into new business areas. This significant financing will enable ByteDance to further accelerate its growth and innovation, solidifying its position as a global technology leader. Lithuania's Foreign Minister Gabrielius Landsbergis is emphasizing the importance of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky meeting with former U.S. President Donald Trump to ensure Ukraine doesn't lose U.S. support. This meeting is crucial, especially considering the upcoming U.S. presidential election, where both Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are addressing the war in Ukraine. Minister Landsbergis highlighted that Ukraine's defense strategy relies heavily on the freedom to use arms provided by Western allies, including potential strikes into Russia. He also expressed his hopes for Ukraine to be able to strike further into Russia with the advanced weapons recently announced by the US. This stance underscores Lithuania's strong support for Ukraine's sovereignty and defense. Landsbergis acknowledged the significance of maintaining a strong relationship with the US regardless of the election outcome. By engaging with both Trump and Harris, Ukraine can secure continuous support from the US, which is vital for its defense against Russia. China's central bank has taken bold actions to stimulate the country's economy, which has been struggling with slow growth, weak consumption, and a housing market downturn. President Xi Jinping, who had seemed unconcerned by the economic slowdown, has now made a significant move to address the issue. The People's Bank of China announced a comprehensive stimulus package, including reduced interest rates and increased funding in a rare televised press briefing. This move is expected to make borrowing cheaper and boost the stock market. The stimulus package is the largest since the pandemic and aims to revive economic growth, which has been hampered by deflationary pressures. Analysts believe that while this move is a step in the right direction, more fiscal support is necessary to achieve the government's growth targets. The PBOC's actions have already had a positive impact, with Asian markets, including Hong Kong and Japan, experiencing a surge in demand. The stimulus package also includes measures to support the property market and strengthen the capital market. This development indicates that President Xi Jinping is committed to addressing the economic challenges facing China and is willing to take decisive action to promote growth and stability. China has announced a visa-free travel agreement for Danish citizens, a development highlighted by Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi during discussions with his Danish counterpart Lars Rasmussen at the UN General Assembly in New York. While the specific start date for the visa-free policy is yet to be confirmed, both nations view this initiative as a major step towards strengthening their bilateral relations as they approach the 75th anniversary of diplomatic ties in 2025. Foreign Minister Rasmussen expressed appreciation for the initiative, emphasizing its potential to enhance cooperation and foster connections between Denmark and China. The talks also covered important topics such as the green transition and trade conditions, showcasing a comprehensive dialogue between the two countries. The visa-free travel policy is expected to significantly boost tourism and promote cultural exchange, reinforcing the strategic partnership between Denmark and China. This initiative underscores Denmark's unique position as China's only comprehensive strategic partner in Northern Europe, aligning with China's recent moves to extend visa-free travel to several other nations. Still on the news, the global success of biopics like Oppenheimer and Bohemian Rhapsody, which grossed nearly $1 billion each, highlights the untapped potential for Nigerian filmmakers to capitalize on this genre. Nollywood has made strides with biopics like Finding Fela and 93 Days. More effort is needed to tell the stories of Nigerian legends. The biopic market, though expensive, offers substantial financial rewards and serves as a vital tool for educating younger generations about key historical figures. Despite Nollywood's rapid growth and its ability to generate impressive box office returns, such as A Tribe Called Judah grossing over 1 billion naira in 2024, filmmakers remain hesitant to pursue biopics due to concerns about audience interest. Industry veterans like Tunde Kelani and Lancelot Imaswen believe the future is bright, but emphasize the need for realistic portrayals and investment to elevate the industry's potential globally. And that's the news on News Hour on SOUQ News Television. I am Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
Head to the Soviet, you were doing it right. Now I'm back home like when we're feeling tight. For my friends will love me, I thank you well. Idris is back again.
Is this something that you are looking at doing yourself? Because you have a very strong voice, you have stronger convictions. Why don't we put it to things that can put you in a position to act on the things that you are convinced of?
Oh, most definitely. I will at the right time.
Right.
If your music has no content, then the lifespan of that music is 3 months. You have to go back to the studio to record another stupid music.
I think
and you go back again after 3 months, after that one don't rain finish, to record. But Jaga Jaga is still raining. Mr. Lecturer, BBC had to send Kiki to go into the campus to find out if it was true that lecturers were actually harassing the girls. But you saw what happened. You saw the fact. Lecturers were caught red-handed.
Right. And this was
harassing girls. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Jaga Jaga in itself, I know that it was inspired by certain things, but was it you rebelling against, leadership at the time? Was it you being, like Jesus said, the ghetto reporter, just reporting what's happening on the streets? But was that how you felt about the country of your birth, that has given you everything? Do you feel, or did you feel at the time that it was Jaga Jaga? So let me tell the world that it's Jaga Jaga. Or was there a bigger message that you tried to pass across with it?
I was nominated to raise the Olympic torch alongside with Professor Patutomi, Dora Akinyuli, late, may her soul rest in peace. May you continue to rest in peace, Mommy. We love you. Larry Izamuje, Shegun Odegbami, and a few other people,
Now, time now to go on to KK, live at the airport as he welcomes back Nigeria's contingent from carrying the Olympic torch.
But for the Olympics is right around the corner, and we have some Nigerians that represented Nigeria in Cairo, making things happen for Nigeria.
Because this is the first time Nigerians are participating in Olympic torch relay. And the very first time the torch is touching base on Africa.
Let's check out Idris Abdul Karim, Nigerian music legend. Tell the young people the feeling.
It's good, you know what I'm saying? What I just want to say is whatever you want to do, keep your head up. Don't let no one brings you down. You can actually achieve anything you want to achieve.
And we got to Egypt, and we are all together in the same hotel. And late Dora Akinyuli was like, my son, how did you get here? I said, Mr. Lecturer got me here. He said, oh, Mr. Lecturer. I said, oh, wait a minute. The song, Mr. Lecturer. I said, yes. I said, oh, wow. People are observing things. People are observing situations. This is huge. Please put up more songs like that out there. Don't be scared of anybody. Make sure you speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not.
And this was,
during lunch.
Yeah, speaking this way.
Yeah. And Professor Patutomi said the same thing to me and encouraged me. Same thing with Shegun Odegbami. We grew up in Kano together, And it was like, oh, I'm very proud of you. So the next day, while the torch, passing started, Professor Patutomi from 20 meter collected the torch and it ran towards me. And I was so emotional that day. He was crying. I knew he started crying from the moment.
You got it.
I didn't know what was going through his mind. I couldn't tell. But when he got to me, I saw that he has been crying. And he passed the torch to me and he said, my son, I'm passing my generation to your generation. Bro, are you kidding me?
That's a heavy statement.
It's automatically telling me that I'm giving you an authority to go and speak on behalf of Nigerians. That is your field as a musician. So you can change the country with your music and speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not. And I was like, wow. I cried, I couldn't help it. So I ran and, dropped my, torch to the next person, which is from another country, And I went back to the hotel that day. I went to take my shower, then I did my ablution, and I did my salat. If I want to talk to my God, I have to do my salat and my prayers and say, yo, God, I want to go into fasting. This is what I want to do. Please show me the way, tell me what to do. So I started the fasting the next day, And after 7 days, we got back to Lagos. I slept, and the word was Nigeria Jaga Jaga.
That's how you heard it?
Oh, yes. And I stood up immediately, pick up my phone. Right. Nigeria Jaga Jaga. Nigeria Jaga Jaga. And I look at everything scatter. Poor man, they suffer. Bosa. Gunshot in the air. And immediately, I called Soso, I called Chris Okoro, and we hit the studio.
Right.
And I recorded Nigeria Jaga Jaga. You heard Obasanjo say, you see this chair? It's over my dead body. That's how Obasanjo encouraged gangsterism in politics. That is how he encouraged corruption in politics. Today, it has evolved all over politicians.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done, and then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month to know how the kidney is doing, to check your creatinine, to see what's going on, to get your tacrolimus test done, to see how your kidney is doing, and then wait for 1 year for the medication to be done, then order for another medication without regular checkup. Right. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Right. But sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. I did a song I dedicated, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
That means, like Fela said, we go here and win.
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me His political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much, May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, I appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, I appreciate my brother Imoni. That's when you know who are your friends, that came out to show you love and support you. You know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboyi. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out. People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world.
You burst on the scene at a time that Nigerian music, as we know it, wasn't the way it was. Right. At the time that you came out, all of the international major record companies had come and gone. The Nigerian music industry was without form at this point. But that's the era that you came out in. I've written about you. I've done quite some stuff, and I know how you came from Kano to Lagos. In just a brief words, how now that you're looking back, how do you make that connection? you were doing okay in Kano, living a normal youngster life, but you wanted to do music and you headed to Lagos. Not that somebody said, Idris, come and stay with me. Not that you had a friend that you were writing to. How did you make that connection from Kano to Lagos and then eventually to Kenny Ogungbe, even before it became Kenny's music?
God, revolution, revelation. In my dream, God kept telling me, you're called.
People say that they hear from God, you know,
It's for
stuff
real.
like that.
It's for real.
Because I don't hear literally like that.
Yes, I get my message from God through my dreams. And when he said it's time, and he tell me what to do. And I go to the studio, I do it. I just explained to you how Jaga Jaga came up.
Right.
Same way Mr. Lecturer came up. I was in Kano in 1995,
Okay.
you know, looking forward to people like Dr. Fresh. I know you must have heard Dr. Fresh. Music in the North was big than the South. Yes. You know, hip-hop was alias in the North.
Yeah.
So Dr. Fresh was just the biggest star in Kano at that time. There's no shows in Central Hotel, any part of the North that Dr. Fresh doesn't go and shut down. You know, so I was still in military school then, Army Day, Bukavu Barak. I have a couple of friends that I met in school who were basically into music, but I've never seen them, you know, perform before. You know, so one day, my agricultural teacher was like, there's an event going on at the Soldiers Club today, you know, so that I should just come around and watch before I go to the house. So I got to the Soldiers Club, and that was the first time I was like, I was blown and I was shocked, like, really? So people rapping, you know, people miming, doing their thing. And I was like, wow. Funny enough, at that time, I was already representing Kano State. In fact, I represented Nigeria as a table tennis player. I played ping pong. I represented Kano as a cadet player, you know, alongside with, you know, Yinkama Jekodumi, Taufik Maya, Funke Oshinaike, Biola Odumosun. Oh, yes. So, but for me, immediately I got to experience music. I just went for music.
Wow.
I knew it was my call. I knew it was my call. I knew this is it. I was looking for an opportunity, an avenue to express myself and speak for the voice of the voiceless. You know, to speak for the people who can speak for themselves. So after that day, I invited a couple of them to come to the house. My mom lives at Sabongeri. You know, she sells pepper soup. So they come and eat. Then I'll ask them questions. How do you do this?
There's been certain health challenges that you've had, that some of the people that you were close to, that you knew, had, you know, and, you know, how did that make you feel? First, how did you know that you were ill? Was there specific symptoms that you had at the time that you felt like, this is not right? And then that's just in brief.
In 2012, I went for an event. I know how energetic I am when I'm performing. Then I noticed something wasn't right at the side of my tummy. So it was a beautiful performance, killed the crowd. I managed to perform. I went back home. I told my wife, went to the hospital to go and do checkup. When I got to the hospital, the doctor was like, my kidney is very weak. You need to give me some medication, you know. So he gave me a couple of medications. Ending of 2022, started feeling the pain more after performances. January 2023, I told my wife, we need to go to, what's it called? We need to go and see a doctor, a specialist that I was told about, somewhere around Ikeja GRA. So went there and did all tests, and he said my kidney is failing, that I need to start the dialysis. You know, told me everything and put me through everything. I agreed to start my dialysis. There was few friends of my wife that had the same issue.
Right.
And my wife called them and reached out to them, and I was like, what's up? How did he go about it, was like, no, that we should leave that hospital and book an appointment with Dr. Bamboye at St. Nicholas Hospital. Immediately, the next day, we got an appointment with Dr. Bamboye, went to see Dr. Bamboye. A man is an angel, man. So went to see Dr. Bamboye, and Dr. Bamboye was like, hi, Idris, how are you? I love your music. I love the fact that you speak the truth. We appreciate people. You're not just
a regular patient.
Regular patient. So I'm interested in your case. So go to the lab and let them get all these tests done for you. Then we'll take it up from there. So went to the lab and they did all the tests, and it was like, okay, so Idris, here is the point. Your kidney has failed.
As it is now.
Now, you're on stage 4.
Wow.
So you need a transplant. With a transplant, you're going to live your life again like a newborn baby. And I was like, so how do I get a transplant? How do I get a kidney? Does the hospital, it was like, no, that if that happens, that would be like we're trafficking organs and all that.
Yeah.
He says, so what we do basically is we take from family members, your children, your brother, your friends. Then right there, my wife was like, can I donate for him? We never talked about it. I didn't know. It was like, can I donate for him? And doctor was like, yes, if you are compatible. And she was like, how do I know that I'm compatible? Said, you have to go through a couple of tests. He said, can I start now? Doctor was like, yes. So she went to the lab. She did about 15 different tests. And to God be the glory, she was compatible with me. And I'll say that I should get ready next month. The surgeon will be coming in from America and India. It wasn't up to a week. We got a call that the surgeons are around. You guys should check in today. This was October last year. So we told our children about it. So they prayed. They were crying, but they prayed, So we got to the hospital. We told them that when Dr. Bamboye told me it was transplant plan, I knew I was going to make it. I knew that people love me out there. I know people that love me genuinely for what I stand for what I speak for. Not for playing music, but for what I stand for. So when my wife now said what she said and we're compatible, I was very happy. So my dialysis wasn't even up to 4 months. We were checked in to the hospital, and my children went home. And the Indian woman came and were like, Abdul, how are you? I'm fine. Say, so Abdul, this is where I'm going to be putting your new kidney tomorrow. And just relax. It's a regular thing that I do. Don't worry. I checked all your tests and I found out that your body, spirit, and soul are in good spirit to go. And I'm happy for that. So everything is going to be fine. Just relax yourself, okay? I say, yes, doc, thank you very much. So around 8 o'clock in the morning, I came to take my wife to the, theater. And when it was 9 o'clock, they came back for me and went to the theater. And as soon as they lay me down on the bed, it wasn't up to 1 minute.
You took off.
I was gone. And 5 hours later, it was pain.
That woke you.
That woke me up. So much pain. And I was like, I want water. I want to drink water. And the Indian woman was like, Idris, This is 6 p.m. Prepare yourself and relax yourself. You're going to take water by 7 a.m. I was like, God, 7 a.m., long. So I was like, where's my wife? Where's my wife? Like, don't worry, your wife is in the next ICU. She's fine and everything is okay with her, So I started praying. And the doctor was like, congratulations. It was perfect. It was okay. Congratulations. I was like, I want to see my wife, because they've done her since. Yeah. So she was okay. She was just smiling. I was like, what's up? She see me, I cry, I shout, I say, she's fine, don't worry. Like, how am I? I said, I'm very, very fine, And she was like, we thank God. Like, then she should go back and rest. So she went. So I was in the hospital, in the ICU for 8 days. Then the pain started reducing, subsiding. Then they moved us from the ICU to the ward, So came to check us for another 7 days. Gave me my medication, and after 15 days, I was discharged. Go back home, show me my medication. In fact, funny enough, I was surprised. When it was 7 o'clock, they brought water for me, I drank. And when it was 8 o'clock, they brought beans, plantain, and beef.
And you ate it.
And I was telling the doctor that, no, doctor said I should not eat beans. I should not eat. He said, no, you're a new person now. Go ahead, eat. I was like, what?
Oh, wow.
Like, seriously?
Oh, wow. That's an amazing.
It's like, seriously? I said, yes. I was like, God, I give you the glory. Thank you.
I saw a few comments and one stood out to me. And somebody said, who doesn't know you, by the way? Just said, look at him, a typical Nigerian man. If it was his wife that needed the kidney, he would not have given it.
I would do the same because she's a godsend. From the day that I met her,
right,
and my mom saw her, she's a godsend. I would have done the same. I mean, which woman will give her husband a kidney if the man is not a good man? It's not possible.
That's a good point.
The woman will not go. If you are a bad man, no woman would want to give you a kidney.
That's a good
And everybody that knows me know that I love my wife so much. And I don't joke with family. I love family. Nobody's perfect, actually. But I don't joke with family. I love my wife so much.
Right.
So if I was in a position, I would have done the same thing.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I thought of it. But, I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done. And then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
And now that you are newly born, that means, like Fela said, we go here.
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go, yeah, because I know God intentionally, protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me His political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much, May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, I appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, I appreciate my brother Imoni. That's when you know who are your friends, that came out to show you love and support you. You know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboe. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out.
Wow, by Dr. Bamboe.
People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world. I told one of my friends that, listen, man, I'd like to go and perform at Trend 2, which is the regular place where we perform at Central Hotel in Kano. And they were like, oh, that's beautiful. Why not? So that day, Dr. Fresh was performing, and I went there and I was invited to come and perform. So that day, I experienced the first politics. I was invited, I grabbed the microphone, and I asked the DJ to play my instrumental. I immediately started playing the instrumental and I started rapping. They removed the wire and they made it look like it was my fault. I got off the stage. In the next 6 minutes, the music is back and everything. And Dr. Fresh came on stage and performed and everything. Oh, okay. The guy called me, said, that's the politics. I was like, oh, really? I said, oh, okay. So next time, while I was going back there, I took my DJ along with me.
Oh, so you already had a DJ?
Oh, I took my DJ along with me and performed my song and everything was okay. And I killed the crowd. And since that day, I became a competitor to Dr. Fresh.
Right.
Chased him out of Kano. And he went to Abuja. Went to Abuja. I heard he's in Abuja. I went to Abuja. Chased him out of Abuja. Came to Lagos. I heard he was in Lagos. That's when I took the 911 bus. I was bringing tomato and pepper and came
so you didn't come to Lagos in a luxurious bus?
No, luxurious bus. Tomato.
That's how you got to Lagos to chase your dream?
That's right. Couldn't go to family's house. I had to stay under the bridge. Then head down. It was for like 9 months though.
And I'm thinking about it.
How I survived.
Yes.
I wake up every morning. The hold up is piling up. And I walk through any car that is an under car. I know it's an Hausa car. Hausa road.
Oh, that's true.
That's their favorite car. They don't like any other car than Honda.
Right.
So the wind down, I just start rapping. Na hau mota, to ina malan zamu je kana wanda abu nan muka fara Kano ta kare ko da mai ka zo an fika na je kura da ciromawa na ibawa har nasarawa mun shiga city jama'a titi suka ce sai ka kai sabo a kwana a tashi na gan duniya na iso na gaida gida ne Kano city. So they will just start laughing.
Oh, wow.
They will just start laughing like, hey. What's your name? Idris. Ah, I like you. Yeah, let me give you something. Here's my number. If you need anything, call me. That's how I lived. And those contacts, from that time till today, which then I made it, I still keep those contacts.
We could have done this for another 3 hours.
Thank you, Taiwo. I imagine. Thank you, Taiwo.
it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Pulse. This is your program. This is SOUQ News, where we say we are all about positivities. We don't just say it, we live it, and that is who we are. And that is the same thing we preach to you. So it doesn't matter what's happening. Okay, now let's stop that. Now, wherever you're listening to us, watching us, or will watch us later, remember this tagline: never, ever keep quiet. So if that is the only thing you take away from SOUQ Pulse, that is a plus. So here we tell you same thing: talk. Our business is good, talk. Are the bad, talk. The policies, who are they favoring? Talk. How is the rich treating the poor in your place? Now, we are going philosophical, but no matter what it is, on SOUQ Pulse, we talk. Today, we are looking at issues that are going to make us unproductive, making us unproductive. We are looking at waste, like literally waste. We'll go on a very short break. It looks like I've not let the cat out of the bag, right? But definitely, I think I've opened up a whole can of worms, because that is where we are heading to. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. This is SOUQ Pulse. We'll go on a very short break. I'll open up this topic and introduce our guest, and we will talk and take some responsibility. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and we are ready to talk. So today on SOUQ Pulse, we are looking at waste. Like you heard me very well. Waste. Spell. Waste. Now let's look at it the way you will understand it better. Imported waste. Is Africa really aware? For those that are watching right now, you're kind of racking your head or trying to get some understanding about it. Now, everybody is talking environmental sustainability. It hits the headlines on weekly, daily basis. People are talking about extra budgeting on health and health institutions, but most times, a lot of this budget is consumed because we are not taking care of our health, owing to the fact of waste, dumping, both the ones we are creating and majorly the ones that we are not even creating. And in most places, the one we are not even aware of that end up piling in Africa and consuming the health of millions, and we lose money to it. So while we are trying to patch up and cover leakages, are we looking at the waste that is being imported into Africa? We'll get to break every single one of that down and expose some things that you know, but you're not just paying attention. And we talk. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to do justice to this particular talk this day is an environmentalist, someone who has taken this particular discussion and action to a level that people are not just aware. But we are bringing him on SOUQ Pulse for today. Your Excellencies, I introduce to you Mr. Philip Jakpo. He is the Executive Director of Renewable Development Initiative. Mr. Philip, you're welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you for having me on your show. It's a pleasure being here to talk about this very, very important subject. I hope I'll be able to do justice. It's a very, very big issue. It's not just for one man. It's a big issue. So let's see the areas I can hammer on. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. And we are grateful. Yesterday we should have had you, but some technical issues, and we overcame that. And here we are today, and we are driving right into it. Thank you for that introduction, and we're always grateful. Now, for those that are unaware, Europe produces a lot of waste. The US, the UK, the entire belt on that region, they produce a lot of industrial waste, to be precise. A lot of them are not biodegradable. And now they've been looking for where to transfer this waste. Now, for over 50, 60 years, they've been moving this waste to Africa and some part of Asia. Africa has been taking a large chunk of it. What makes it this bad is that some African countries at a particular point in time even signed some particular treaties to take this waste off these people and dump it on their soil, landfills, however they want to dispose it. And this has been a major issue, thanks to a few people that have stood and said no and keep campaigning against it, like you and your initiative. Thanks to some other presidents that are also standing up to it. But now we are asking ourselves, is Africa, the citizens, you, me, are we really aware of what is exactly biting us, getting our health down, eating our pockets when we don't even know it, before start looking for those sustainability money? Let's dive right straight into this. In our quest to conduct legal business and bring buying and selling, everybody wants to be able to feed your family. That is basic. Now, in this particular quest of getting this done, are we, the people dealing in a lot of this particular product, are we aware of the dangers of the second-hand influx materials heading this way? Those small trader in the market, the ones selling second-hand okrika, the ones selling second-hand electronics, the ones selling second-hand computers, are they really aware of the dangers that this product pose over time?
I think this is a very, very good question to start with. And I think that is the right place to start. Well, I will say over time, Nigerians are getting aware. The level of awareness is not yet where it should be. But we have seen a steady increase in awareness. And this awareness is as a result of a lot of factors. Prominent of which is what organizations like the Standards Organization of Nigeria is now doing, going into markets to sensitize people about the dangers of e-waste particularly, and then of course textile, that what you call the second-hand clothes or krika coming into the country. I want to start by also making a point here that Nigeria is the highest importer of electronic and electrical materials, either freshly produced or waste on the continent. What drew the attention of people to the dangers of some of these things coming from outside, like you have just mentioned, a lot of things come in and people don't even know what they're all about, was what happened in Cocoa, Delta State, I think in 1987, when an ordinary person, who thought he wanted to just make some money for himself and his family, agreed to store some drums in his compound. He never knew that those were toxic materials until people started dying and people started coming down with different ailments. And that was when Nigeria set up the Federal Environmental Protection Agency. So that was the starting point of this level of sensitization that some of the things you can bring into the country are hazardous or harmful, either immediately or on the long term. Now for the okrikas and I think it's better to talk about e-waste first of all. I think the fact that a lot of Nigerians cannot afford the luxuries of buying brand new television sets, computers, fridges, air conditioners is actually what gives rise to the importation of these second-hand TVs, fridges, whatever. Everything electronics or electrical coming from outside is because the average Nigerian cannot afford. And then, unfortunately, even in procuring these things, the average Nigerian does not read this manual. People don't read manuals. Because even in the manuals, you also have some level of education there that, look, don't store this thing close to this place. When you want to discard, you don't discard this way, and things like that. Generally, things that people should read and equip themselves so that once these things are past their lifespan, once these things are damaged, you know where to take them to. But unfortunately, like I said, poverty has played a major role in the importation of these things. And then the level of awareness, like I said, has only started growing with time with the work of SOUQ and organizations like Nesria. If not, even those who import these things, some of them don't even know the dangers of keeping those things in enclosed places over time, or discarding them in some particular environment, or burning them. You see a lot of equipment that are supposedly past their lifespan and are to be discarded, and people start burning them, not knowing that you'll be inhaling dangerous pollutants, things like the persistent organic pollutants, heavy metals that are in the environment. These things percolate into the earth, they leach into the earth. Some of them are in the dust. Some of them find their way into water. The same goes for these materials.
Let's hold on to that thought. Let's hold on to that thought, because right now you are getting into the space of lecturing, which once you get into that spirit, it's going to be difficult to stop you. But now let's go back to the people that are making this money. You mentioned poverty. Can we ever hold poverty as an excuse to go hang ourselves? Because that is where we are going to, even if we are hanging ourselves peacefully. You know, that kind of hanging yourself where you think all is rosy. Example, Europe dumps 90% of used clothes. Most people might not understand this, but a lot of those used clothes are plastic, from plastic materials. They are not just the normal cotton that, okay, good and fine, you dump them and a bacteria over time will degrade them and it will turn back to soil. No, a lot of this are of plastic material, and like you said, they find their way into our food and our water and our fish, and we'll eat it again. If people don't know, is it not the responsibility of governments across Africa to sensitize their people?
You've hit the nail on the head. Like I mentioned, some level of sensitization is already going on. But is it adequate? That is the question. It's not adequate enough. This level of awareness, I think civil society like us have done more even than the government. Government, when I mentioned agencies like SOUQ, they only go into the market periodically. So it is not an ongoing thing that is sustained. So maybe once or twice in a year, they go to Alaba International Market where electronics sold, and then start harassing people. They do a lot of good jobs too, but then you have a lot of harassment. And then after that, another year. So apart from the sensitization, is the sanction adequate? Even the sensitization efforts and the sanctions that we have made that go with them, do they actually address the problems? There was something that happened recently. I think that was like, I think last year, an e-waste producers responsibility organization of Nigeria was established. And I think that initiative is a good one. Why? For importers of electronics and electricals, they have the responsibility of ensuring that their products, it's a sort of tracking and tracing thing. So for every product that you buy, they can trace, you bought it here. When it's going to be discarded, you have to take it here and things like that. So it's a tracking and tracing thing, which is good. But is the awareness adequate enough? That's another thing. So it's not only in Nigeria. Textile,
Why,
for instance,
why we look at this particular awareness you're talking about? We're looking at the sensitization. Let's now ask ourselves this question. You talked about e-waste and you really wanted to dwell on that e-waste. Now, if we talk by population and amount of material coming in, Ghana is most hit when it comes to electronic waste because of their population and what is coming in.
Exactly.
And they have very, I will have to say that again, very bad landfills that these particular things are over and over again burnt. Now, the country sending this know very well that this has passed their shelf lives and are detrimental to their own people. They now send it there. Our government, both Ghana, those across West Africa and African government, are they ready for the health implications that this are bringing on?
Well, you and I know the answer to that. And the answer, of course, is that we are not ready. What we see, to a large extent, is cosmetic. And that's why I use the example of Sun or Nigeria going into the markets maybe once in a year to be seen as doing something. But the political will to even ban some of these things, is it there? And we are not, that's what we are not seeing. And then, of course, you mentioned some of these countries that bring these things in, they know that the shelf life of these things have, are beyond, have expired. But do we have what it takes in terms of regulations to ensure that some of these things are coming even from China also? Beyond even the textile waste you are talking about, there's also solar panels. Go to the market, you see all sorts of solar panels coming from China or elsewhere. And these things are not biodegradable, like you have just said. Biodegradation of recycling, for instance, of solar panels is more expensive than, than recycling. So we have this kind of challenges because we don't have governments that are really very, very serious in terms of ensuring that, look, this kind of product should not come into our country. Once it has exceeded its shelf life, it can't come in. It took the disaster that happened in cocoa for the Nigerian government to even know that those drums of toxic chemicals came into Nigeria. So anything can come into the country as we speak today. They are coming from the port. Some people are bringing it from different sources. So there are leakages.
Let's get to that particular last line you said. Let's get to that particular last line you said. I had to really bend my head and catch my breath. Now, we know, we might not be able to point direct fingers and call names, but we know that toxic materials come into Africa. You gave an example of cocoa, that was a long time ago, and that environment, they saw the effect. It wasn't good. Now, but we know that there are certain people, be it within or outside government, that somehow directly or indirectly sign for the dumping of these toxic materials in this place. Why is government across Africa not being able to fish these people out and reprimand them for this kind of things? Because it still continues. It has not stopped. It's still there. You still see drums that you can't account for what is inside or where it's coming from in some certain localities across Africa.
One other thing that also is very, very important is that we shouldn't assume that a lot of people in government are even as educated as we want them to be, to know some of these things. Because It's just like a child playing with fire. It's only when the fire burns the child a bit that it learns not to go back there. But if not, the average child wants to play with fire. Maybe a baby of 1, 2 years, sees fire, wants to play with it, wants to even touch it. But once it is burnt once, and he tries it again, and it is burnt, he doesn't go back there. So maybe because some of the effects of these things are long term, some of these people in position of authority feel, well, Africans are strong, Africans, our immune system, but it is not true. Some of these things are they have long-term effects. Cocoa did not just happen. Those drums were there for months before they started feeling things. So also, today we also have different ailments in the country. A lot of cancers. People are coming down with cancers and most people cannot even trace the sources of these things. But science has told us some of these things come from what we breathe. The toxic, the textile materials we talk about. When you even dump them in landfill sites and they burn, they emit methane, which is dangerous. They emit methane into the atmosphere. Beyond that, they clog our water systems. The dye gets into our water systems. The e-waste we are talking about, it leaches into the earth. It goes into our food chain. So the question is, these people coming down with different type of cancers throughout the country, that almost every family knows 1 or 2 people like that. Where are these things coming from? It's from, our environment. So we don't pray it takes major disasters for us to wake up as a people. But like I said earlier on, because people cannot see these things directly, they can't do the correlation immediately, they feel, well, it's not with us. But the reality is that these things are with us. And we must not wait for these disasters to happen to not only put in place the regulations, which we have. Nigeria has what we call the National Environmental Regulations 2022, which is on electronics and e-waste generally. But how many people even know? How many people know what is in that regulation?
Okay.
Did we have adequate sensitization by the National Assembly?
Touching some particular point where we just have to ask this. Now, you mentioned poverty earlier on. Now, let's break it down. Poverty, greed. Yes, you heard me, greed. Wickedness, the one that starts with capital letter. Then ignorance. Or is it just sheer madness? Which of these factors is driving this sort of behavior where Africans are negotiating for the pollution of their own environment?
I think it's everything I've mentioned. So it's not just one. Of course, there's greed and there will always be greedy people. But then there's also ignorance, and there will also be a lot of ignorant people. And then there is the fact that how many people have you seen, for instance, even with the cocoa incident, how many people have you seen the government, for instance, parade for importing things or bringing in things that are not supposed to come into the country? We don't see it. So once you don't have those kind of sanctions and people see those things, then there's the laxity. That's why everybody is doing just anything they like. People import just almost anything once they feel you can bring these things. When you're walking on the streets, you see different, shops with imported second-hand electronics, electrical clothes. It's everywhere. So we will not blame all these people and say, oh, they are doing it because of greed. Some are just want to survive and they don't know the dangers of those things, because those things who are around them is equally dangerous. The man who imports substandard electronics materials that are in his shop and is inside with those things day in, day out, some of them are emitting, dangerous. He doesn't know. Because he has not been adequately sensitized. But if he has been sensitized and he knows that what he is living side by side with will even affect himself, there's a tendency that there's a conflict in his mind. Once the conflict of, oh, this thing is dangerous, even to me, gets in, then that is the beginning. That's the starting point. How many students will you meet and, discuss these things with them and they even understand what you are talking about? When we are using the languages, persistent organic pollutants, what does it mean to them? When you're talking about heavy metals, what does it mean to them? So these things are things that we must consciously educate our people. It must be conscious. It must be sustained. It is not one-off. Are these things being taught in the schools? Do students, pupils, do they know these things? Even at the tertiary level, do they know these things? So the awareness is only growing. It is not, we are not where we are supposed to be. That's the point. We are not where we are supposed to be. And that's why civil society like us will continue to do what we are doing, not only to say government should do this, but to hold government to account that, look, the government is not doing enough. And that's what we are saying here.
While civil societies are making sure that they just stand up and count, while people are also going out to educate others. Now, this is the side I don't understand. We still see waste colonialism. In 2024, like today, 2024, why are African presidents and leaders silent at the scale of this in this dispensation? Why?
Well, where will I start from? Some of these leaders themselves are not as educated on these subjects. I repeat. Now, most of the statutes, international statutes, treaties that Nigeria has signed on e-waste and the rest of them, you will be quite surprised it was civil society that actually gingered our government people. It's just like the climate talks when we have our government officials go there and most of them are just buying spree. What is going on there? The discussions does not mean anything to them. So I don't want to believe that virtually all of them, they even understand these things. And that's why we are shouting and shouting more. For those who even know these issues, some feel I'm twisted because some of them are not even legitimate governments. So they want to please their taskmasters outside the country. But that is not what we are saying. A nation's people must save themselves. And that's why civil society is playing this role that we are playing. I've mentioned it earlier and I repeat it that some of these treaties that even our own government signed, it took a lot of work on the part of civil society to get them to understand what these things are all about, what they should sign and not sign. So, like I said, for them, it's just attending one meeting again where they collect extra codes and travel. But coming back home and doing the proper domestication and then the follow-up in terms of, enforcement, these are the areas that, unfortunately, we are not seeing enough work. But then when you even blame agencies like SOUQ and that are going out periodically, you want to ask, are they adequately funded to sustain this, education, this awareness creation? When you go to them, because we have done some, engagements with them, they tell you that they are not funded. They are not going to use because enforcement exercise will not only involve SOUQ, it will also involve the police, it will involve the NSCDC, it will involve National Orientation Agency. Do we have adequate funding for them to carry out these things? Because the National Orientation Agency has the responsibility of, throughout the 774 local governments in the country, and the National Orientation Agency can reach them through local languages, through radios, through TV, shows like what you are doing. But unfortunately, they tell you that they are not adequately funded, and as such, the little they can do is do this 1 or 2 or 3 sensitization that is supported most times by civil society, and then after that they relax. So it is as bad as that.
Now, while they relax after that, which we are saying 100% no to, we will go on a very short break. And when we return, we'll take this particular discussion a notch further. Don't go anywhere. This is SOUQ Pulse. Our guest is here. And we are all here trying to make sure that we talk about this and we find possible ways we can engage and keep talking about this till we still start seeing solutions. Don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Yes, welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and we are looking at imported waste in direct terms. Imported waste, and we are asking ourselves this question: is Africa aware? Are you aware? to what extent do you know that a whole lot of those particular things in the shops around where you go to shops, they are really waste in the first place? That doesn't matter the short time shelf life where you get to have them. But in the long run, as they are sitting in your house, your office, that is waste. That's what we're talking about. And we'll have Mr. Philip Japo doing justice to that. He really wants to school us on a whole lot of things, and we are going there. Welcome back, Mr. Philip.
Thank you.
Look at this now. Aside environmentalists like you, aside campaigners standing up positively for environmental sustainability in Africa, are we as a people, are we ready for this discussion?
Well, I think you being ready for a discussion or not depends on how sensitized people are. I believe if we scale up the sensitization, Nigerians will wake up, and then, of course, this extends to other African countries. The education must start even as simple as our phones. The phones we use. Sometimes you have a phone, it gets spoiled, and it is in the house. You leave it there 1 year, 2 years, children, babies are playing with it and exposing them to danger. So you can see that the level of awareness is so low that go to some homes, you still see videos. You can imagine videos. Nobody buys videos anymore. You still see CDs, VCDs. You still see speakers, old speakers, turntable. You still see cassettes, things that, they are supposed to have discarded, that shouldn't be in the homes. They are still in the homes, exposing those who interact with them to the toxins and all those radioactive things associated with these things. So that alone tells you that the sensitization is not enough. The sensitization should be more.
Sensitization is not enough. And
it's not enough. And by the time we do adequate sensitization, we are doing, and I repeat, if even with what we have done all these years, to have this minimal impact, imagine if we did nothing. So it's all hands on deck.
Imagine that. We don't want to go that route, and we won't imagine that. But now, there's this particular place you touched, although you touched on it sparingly and crossed. We get to see a lot of non-governmental organizations. We get to see a lot of government people. When it comes to environmental issues, when it comes to sustainability discussions, talk, seminars, whatever the topic is, we get to see a whole lot of them play in this field. Now, let's ask ourselves directly this question. Is it the money or getting the pollutant out that takes the forefront for most of these parties in this sector?
Education is key. Now, civil society can only do as much as talk, pressure government. The responsibility of making things work, the responsibility of ensuring that laws are in place and that those laws or regulations are enforced is government. And so that is where the problem is. So civil society is doing enough. Of course, civil society can still do more in the area of organizing these trainings, workshops, seminars, talk shops, even invite government officials, and they come to talk. But that talk translating into concrete action is always where the issues are. So, and like I said earlier, they will always say there is no money. And once they say there's no money, most of what civil society does is donor driven. You cannot sustain anything meaningful with funding from donors. It must be generated internally. It must be owned by the people and then enforced. So that is where
generated
we have
internally,
a lot of work to do.
Owned by the people and enforced. Now let's look at those particular donor funding. Let's look at those donor funding. For most of this, let me not use the word most. For a lot of these NGOs, a lot of the funding is coming from the same countries where this waste is coming from. Is it not possible to do reverse engineering and they educate their own people? Okay, don't take that waste there. Or if they give us the funding, our people should tell their people, don't bring the waste here.
I think so. Things are changing in that regard. I think some of the civil society discussions, NGO discussions, are all about, international binding treaties. And what that means essentially is that, look, if we are saying we are banning waste in Africa, banning the importation of waste in Africa, and anything
Okay, I think we lost him for a while. I know he's going to get back. That is where we are right now. We are looking at, okay,
maybe
imported waste. For those that are not aware,
we should be able to trace it to particular companies abroad.
Materials used in Africa, you could call it because of poverty, a lot of them have very short shelf lives and they are discarded where they are coming from and they are dumping it here on us. Okay, Mr. Philip is back. Can we have you back, please?
Yes, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So now the push among the global civil society community is internationally binding treaties. So if we say we don't want waste in Africa, if a company in Europe ships waste to Africa, it must be held to account. And so it is that's the direction that civil society discussions are going now. That they are called internationally binding treaties.
If a country in Europe sends their waste here, they should be held liable. Who is going to hold them liable?
Yes. Well, we have been given the tools. The treaty is the tool that we can always refer to. And that's why it is internationally binding. So the responsibility of holding them to account then becomes our own. Because they are the ones who committed the infraction. If we are able to work with their civil society in their own country, those ones can even institute suits against them. Something happened. I know most of us should be aware of that. With the pollutions in Okoniland, for instance, in the Niger Delta, we've had community people take them to court here for years and nothing happened. And then civil society is there, came up with the idea that, look, why don't we compel their government to open the prospect of these people coming from Africa, coming here to sue them and get justice? And we've had successes in those fields. We have a lot of communities in Ogoniland that have been compensated for what they have been going to court for upwards of 20, 30 years. And they took the case to The Hague, took the cases to the United Kingdom, and they got justice. It is possible, even in the e-waste sector. So that's why, like I said, you have those treaties which, all countries are, that's why it's called internationally binding treaties. So it binds all of us. So you cannot dodge responsibility for what you have your product causes in another part of the world or something like that. But like I said, all these things take a lot of education. Do our people in government even understand what I just mentioned? So if they do, it becomes an opportunity even to be able to, even make money for the country. For the cocoa incident, for instance, who has resurrected that issue to hold the country from which it came from, their government, because their government will not say they were not aware that those containers were leaving their shores. Some of these laws can even apply retroactively.
Okay.
You can go back.
Let me take some few lines from where you were before you got to this cocoa issue. Now you're saying if some people in the government are aware. Now, good. Now they will get educated because they will watch this program. And when they refuse to get educated, those around them will put them to shame. Now for the cocoa issue, I like your other name. Now that particular other name, I also look forward to maybe one day seeing in the papers that you are suing someone because of that cocoa issue. Now let's ask this particular question. We get to see a lot of waste being dumped in the water bodies, the oceans, the seas, and Africa is getting a large portion of it because the water bodies wash them up our shores. Who can we hold responsible for this? Because we know it's coming from the West. It's not coming from Africa. But we are the ones that are suffering it.
Again, I think that's where maybe starting with Africa, we must have collaborations that will entail monitoring our environment. it must start with us first of all. We have those kind of agreements on the continent. If we have those kind of agreements on the continent and we have countries working together, I think that is a starting point. As it is now, every country is just doing their own thing. But as the momentum grows, so also is the push for collaboration, so that once there's unity on the continent, then this continent can hold other continents to account. That is very, very important. But like I mentioned, and I still continue to reiterate, some of this knowledge were not there before. Even for us as civil society people, some of this knowledge was not there. The knowledge is only increasing. Some of us never saw old electronics from Europe or America or China as any problem until, we started getting this sensitization that, look, this is, what it's going to cost, So the awareness is growing. All we need to do is escalate it and mount pressure on our government to fund not only education, but also enforcement exercise. Let us see 1 or 2 or 3 people that have been used as an example. People who are importing these things, and you have people who are making millions and millions from importation of these things. Let us see these people held to account. But in the first place, even before we go there, who allows these things to come into our country? That goes back to government again. What is the customs doing? How are people able to come with containers? They seal the containers, you don't know what is inside, and by the time they are offloading it, you are seeing old refrigerators, you are seeing old TVs, being shipped from Europe or America, coming into the country, and we're allowing them into the country. Even in the food chain, it's the same thing. That's how you also see rice, that has been in stores for almost 20 years, coming into our country. Who allows them in? So this education must be holistic. It must be holistic. But then, even if you have the education, as long as there's still poverty, some of these things will still slip through the cracks, because it has gotten to the point where some people are so desperate to survive, they will do almost anything. The man who is so poor, he cannot buy a brand new television. His children want television at home, and there's an option of one old TV somewhere that he can, buy for, a fraction of what the brand new one costs. He buys it, puts it in the home. But if the education, like I said earlier on, is there adequately, and he knows that those things might have radioactive materials, he may think twice and will rather save to buy a new one rather than, going that way. And then, of course, there are also solutions to some of these things. In the realm
before you hit the solution button, let's still act on certain issues here. Let's touch base now. Like, this is home. Now we have a plastic policy gradually forming and gradually taking shape. Now we have a ban on polypropylene. Now, do you see that materializing in Nigeria? This is like the second time where that ban has been enforced, and we are seeing some seizures, but we've not seen arrest and all that. But do you see that possibility happening in Nigeria permanently?
Well, once you have people in government who are serious in terms of enforcement and sustaining that enforcement and doing the education, you saw that policy was quite hasty. People just woke up one day and government, it started with Lagos State government, of course, the ban on, those kind of plastics. A lot of industries are currently using those things. You've not given them adequate notice. You've not done a lot of sensitization for the public that also uses those things. And then one morning you just wake up and you have banned it. It doesn't work that way. These things you have a rolling plan. So for the industry that produces these kind of products, what are you as a government doing to, win them away from those products, and then maybe pushing them in the direction of papers, use of paper bags or paper packs, innovative solutions Those things are not there. So it's just like this is where they generate their money from, and one money you just say it is banned. It doesn't work that way. There must be a time frame, and there must be this transition to, cleaner, healthier alternatives. Once that is
let me follow that. Let me follow your line
the
of
fast food industry.
Your line
that
of
is where
answer and ask this question. Okay, are we forming our own policy on environmental sustainability, or we are copying from somewhere?
Well, there's nothing wrong in copying from somewhere if you can then localize it. There's nothing wrong in copying, because everything we have been talking about, ban on plastics, ban on e-waste, and the ideas never came from here. The ideas still came from outside. But then when we must make laws and policies that will have a human face, that we want our people to embrace, then we must look at the local environment and see what we'll do about it. I agree totally with the ban on, for instance, the plastics that you have talked about. But then I've been to Ghana, where I've seen that in the fast food industry, they no longer use plastics. They use paper bags. So why don't we start with that? And then have some companies that are already producing paper bags. So the minute you are saying, oh, we want to ban plastics, you are pointing to ready alternatives that people can, can deploy to, not that you leave a vacuum. There's always a vacuum in our policies, and that vacuum is what people now exploit to clamor for, extended dates in these policies. Once we do these things and we plan them well, I'm sure we are going to make the mark. I repeat again, in terms of the e-waste, textile, solar panels, this sensitization is not enough. It's not adequate. And we have not seen adequate sanctions. We've not seen people
let's hit that particular button, because our time is way faster than we are. Now, we are looking at alternative energy. We are looking at other sources of generating energy, because the power grid and the national grid is growing. We and lots of other African nations are going the way of solar energy. And with solar energy comes a whole lot of solar panels. And with solar panels, there is a shelf life of 20 to 30 years. And the solar panels that are coming majorly into Africa, you have said this before, they don't meet the standard of these 20 to 30 years. Are we looking at a mass dumping of waste in Africa owing to solar panels?
It's already happening. It's already happening. And then we don't have adequate, monitoring of our, even if you monitor the ports, are you monitoring the porous borders? Nigeria is just like an open market where anybody comes to buy and sell. People cross the borders in, bring things, go out. You have a lot of corrupt customs officials who allow things to come in. So it's just like an open field. So it is not even that we are waiting for that dumping, maybe by year 2030. That's not it. It's already happening. You go to the market, go to Alaba International Market and see what is happening there. Go to the major electronics market and see what is happening there. These things are there. They are everywhere. Who is monitoring them? Who is ensuring that they meet the standards? So, and then when you then go to a organization like SOUQ, they say, yes, they want to do something, but they are not adequately funded. So for those that even want to do something, they are not given the incentive to do the work. It's the same thing, for instance, when Nigeria, we started talking about banning some kind of tobacco products. The agency that led and continues to lead that initiative is the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. But they are only able to go out maybe once or twice a year. What will that achieve? And it goes back to the issue of funding. They're not getting the funding to go out. They don't go out for enforcement alone. They must go with the police. They must go with the NSCDC. They must go with other agencies of government. And these must be funded. And do we have
you're looking at
sensitization?
You've talked funding. You looked at the agencies and you say, okay, this is their duties, but they can't do this because of this, that. Now, let's turn this table. If you happen to be where the authorities and these laws and these powers are that can make these particular changes, what way forward will you say Africa follow this way?
Well, I can only speak for Nigeria for now. Well, if I was in power, one thing I will root for is intensification of education sensitization, and adequate funding to ensure that we enforce the regulations. The regulations are in place. We're not talking about new regulations. We're talking about the regulations that are in place. But the enforcement is subject to bureaucracy and other encumbrances because we are not adequately funding those initiatives. That's just where the problem is. That's where the big problem is. Civil society,
now,
they are doing enough.
One last bit. Enforcement is where the problem is. Okay, now one last bit before I let you go. I want your candid opinion on this. Is you, Philip Jackpot, on this? Now, between the environment and fossil fuel for infrastructure development, which will you take first as an African?
Well, I will answer this based on reality. And I want to be as realistic as possible because I can answer from both sides of the coin. But let's be realistic. Nearly 60 years, if not 60 years of fossil fuel extraction. How much has it impacted positively on us as a people? I am from the Niger Delta. The Niger Delta environment today, as we speak, is heavily polluted. We cannot eat fish that is caught in the rivers in our backyards. There's no tangible development. We don't have roads. We don't have adequate electricity. We don't have good schools. We don't, the basics that will make life meaningful, we don't have it. So the question then is, what has this fossil fuel marriage brought us? It has brought us virtually nothing. We were better off when we depended on agriculture. So the answer to the question you have asked me, the environment first. You have to be alive to be able to talk about infrastructural development. That is very, very important. I'm from the Niger
Thank
Delta.
you very much. Thank you very much,
From where I come
Mr.
from.
Philip. It's been a pleasure having you on SOUQ Pulse. For those that are wondering, Mr. Philip does give us his thoughts, and his thought is his. I want to say thank you very much for coming on SOUQ Pulse, and we look forward to having you again when we call you next time.
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
To everyone that has been part of SOUQ Pulse today, we only have one life to live, and we only have one habitat, which happens to be here, home. It's our responsibility to take care of it. But while taking care of it, don't endanger yourself for things and from things and living around things you use your own money to buy or doing business with. We need to get this knowledge. We need to know what is affecting our health. We need to know where these illnesses, these cancers are coming from. That is personally to everyone out there. And for those engaging in businesses that, okay, it's just to put food on the table and get life together. Let's also ask this question. Are you hurting yourself and the environment? Then the government, whose responsibility is it to protect us? What policies are we making and putting on the ground to stop importation of waste? You might not see it as that. All that big conglomerates bringing in toxic is our decision and our talk. And we'll keep quiet. Have yourself a very beautiful evening. My name is SOUQ Joe Rogers SOUQ. Bye.
We've got just what you need right here.